Should order new drinks. Should, won't. Lip poppin', mud smackin', limb backin', and trackin'. Down back in, subtracting, him back in, whore up in, turn up in, all up in, Josh Duckard. Oh, that 21 and Counting family. Former reality television star Josh Duckard arrested by federal agents in Arkansas. Because you can't just caress the sack on that one. Come on. Arrested by federal agents and being held without bail? So nobody knows, or no one's telling. Interesting. Oh, Twitter. It's unfortunate. Bullshit stories about Ma'Khia Bryant. My DMs. Bunch of garbage. Garbage. Garbaggio. Put the D. Yet every single day, I get up and I go online and I find myself back on Twitter. Okay. Roger Florgle. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I suppose I should give some people some time. Share the link out. Get friends. Bring people. It's gonna be eventful. Because now, since I accidentally passed out, I have to run a 2-for show. Let me update the title at least. Because now, I shall be posting an E-Boys L's online real hard and going over Donkey. Boom. Done. I apologize if there is no music. This will be going on YouTube later. So, have to not have music because it has become clear that whomever is the people who are still trying to fuck with my account are the exact same people who tried to blackmail me as before. I can't have music there. On top of the fact that YouTube already fucks me in the ass as is, there are those who want to try and fuck around. But unfortunately, those people fucked around a little bit too much in April and found out that not only am I going to use it, but I'm going to use it for good. I already made the announcement. If you didn't see it, I'll tell you. I made sure to get Lenore the money that was necessary for her to be able to have the things she needs to have. So, she has power. She is safe, secured, has all the shit she needs and more. Moving forward, the money that was originally intended to be the thing that would help her is going to go forward to her again and will be used, possibly, for commission. That is on the pinned comment on my Twitter. When I get more information about it, when I'm able to talk to her more about it, I'll be able to give you more. like I said before, thank you to every person who gave things behind the scene, as well as those who helped and gave directly. Any and all money that goes towards subs, any and all money that goes towards donations that was received during the month of April, and I'll be willing to throw out the first month of May. May is the month that comes after April, yes. And I'll be willing to throw whatever comes in during the first month of May, or excuse me, first week of May as well. And all of the fucking salt generated from people whinging in my fucking DMs and mentions. All of that money, all that help and more, all of it is going to go to her. It should. Now, that being said, I'm gonna give it like a couple minutes to bring more people here. I'm gonna try to retweet this in a couple fucking places. And then we'll get right on the way. As for that, how is everybody today? How are you? Where have you people been? I've missed you. I apologize that I was not able to stream for the last few days. But I had to prioritize a couple of things, and what ended up being more important and had to come first was securing the bag. Now that I am securing said bag, I'm going to be playing around with the start times of the stream. Some streams may come later and earlier in the day. On Wednesdays through Fridays, streams could be at any moment in time. So, that was the mistake that happened earlier. I was prime reared and ready to go, and then I looked at the time and I'm like, oh wait, it's 11. People that follow me have day jobs. It's like talking to my friends at 9, and it's like, oh, you're awake during the midnight times. This is the sleeping hour. Because the motherfucker has insomnia. So I decided I was going to push it back. And for reasons that will remain unexplained, I passed out. And I washed my face. Now here I am. Being a social creator on the internet is fun, and not at all mentally exhausting. Who said anything about being in pain? Alright. I am handling a thing. Give me one moment. Feel free to ask questions if you have questions, comments, concerns, all that shit. If you have comments in your questions for concern, that's a different DM. Anymore. Because my heart won't take it anymore. Let's hear. What absolute horseshit take has Donkey Pedal this time? Oh, we're going over a lot of them. That comes second. From my memory, the one that people were requesting me to look at was his Resident Evil takes. But we're gonna go ahead and look at least 3 of them, the most recent in memory. Which, to my count, is his bad takes about Resident Evil, his bad takes about RPGs, and if I'm remembering in the correct order, his bad takes about not just specifically RPGs, but Dragon Quest, quote unquote, question mark, dot, 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 exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I have to look through it again. We might just start from the well, not from the beginning, but we might just start from the last one made and work our way backwards. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting information from an individual right now. Once I get finished this conversation, we shall begin, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourself a couple of seconds. Grab a drink. And also your sides. Yeah. Cause my heart can't take it anymore. Mama can't play me alone. Because my heart can't take it anymore. Alright. I'm gonna let that one settle. So, let's get into it. This scene takes us to X amount of point. If I click on this, is it gonna shut immediately fucking close itself? No. Good. So, close this playlist here for the moment. I don't need music for this. Right. So, here's how the story begins. A situation came to my attention because I happen to follow an e-boy and an e-girl. The e-girl is not the subject of this stream. No. It is her boy toy. Welcome to the stage, Mr. E-boy himself. A Skooch emoji. Not one. This one. No. This one. This one. Let me know if it's too loud. Let me know if it's too soft. Let me know if it's soft and wet. Also, we're going to be watching this at a quicker speed because I have a big amount of things on the plate today. Y'all's time is precious. I'll get this up to about 1.5, if not 2 time. His stream was taken from a moment in point. I can't remember the week right now off the top of my head, but I'm gonna go ahead and look up and figure it out to see if I can remember, because it's been a hot second. This is something that I was going to use to cover on the next episode of the Fried Chicanery, but unfortunately, if you've been paying attention and you're a follower and a watcher and a listener, you know that our boy, my co-host, Jarza, came down with the coof. So, because he came down with the coof, and because I have started a new form of work, the time on that is also going to change. Great opportunity for me to tell you that as well. The day and the time and when it may start will happen differently. But this was taken directly from Skooch's channel on his broadcasts. And it was originally supposed to happen the week after this content was concluded. Let me look far back and how far down it is, because it is to my knowledge. Yes, correct. It is to my knowledge that they deleted this VOD. No, they did not. This VOD is still here. This mod is still here from last month. The stream itself was 1 hour and 18 minutes and 36 seconds. The details of this is, and I'm going to show it to you on screen 1 second. The details of this on screen. Right here. Skooch, if you did not know, is dating e-girl Serenade, otherwise known as Rebecca. If you remember Rebecca, she is the cosplayer / OnlyFans content creator who, when she received her, I believe, MEB, if not her Bachelor's of Business, along with a secondary degree as well, she was working on the background, went to the internet and said, "Yeah, I make porn and I have 2 degrees, shut up!" Right? Now, I happen to know both of these individuals, not on a personal level, but I have been watching, and because this shit happened, I did research. Skooch makes a video, posts a live stream about some drama that he did not put on his channel. That video, or that live stream, is from a month ago, correct? Yet if we look here, through any of the videos covered on his Twitch side channel, branded user, people know who he is. He talked about this on social media, made a point and a stink to bring it up. But if you look here, there seems to be something missing. It seems our e-boy, despite having the temerity to make the take that he made, I have watched what has happened, but I'm laying it out to you. Even though he made a stink about talking about it on social media, posting about it on private channels, shit posting and shit talking the person whom which he decided to try and use for some quick content, he had an issue with content creator Baz FCC. Seen here. That should be the correct one. Now, Baz made several videos on a specific topic. If you don't know him, he is from the section of YouTube that would have been considered the red pill community. He's an individual creator. He is not verified and checkmarked. And if you look between the two, Skooch is well on his way to about 300,000, let's round upwards, but also let's round down, 285, 287k subscribers, followers, 38.6. So, a level 5 e-boy decides to use content that was a thought piece written about why Bass himself personally would not date a cosplayer. Mainly because he's a person who just prioritizes certain things, and any person who watches his content could know this. It's the same kind of shit you would have expected from Dr. Americam, It's the same kind of shit you would have expected from people like Count Aguila. It's the exact same kind of shit you would have expected from people like the Honey Badgers. The kind of things that are thought pieces, where you sit down and you have a topic. The kind of shit that you see nowadays from channels like Abba and Preach, where they sit down, they give their opinions on a situation, and they talk about it. Now, you will notice there are 2 videos here. But we're going to go over the 3 in general, because this live stream here is a reaction to the first video that Baz made on this topic and subject, where he used Rebecca and the fact that Rebecca does OnlyFans and does cosplay, both the normal kind and you know what kind I'm talking about, and use it as a jumping off point, a springboard if you will, to say, look, these girls are beautiful, but I wouldn't date them. This stream is Skooch's reaction to, bruh, I wouldn't even date her. Now, the video in question that this is gonna react to, we're gonna have to watch through once we get to a point. But we're gonna be watching through all of them. We're going to react to them in pure time, and we're gonna go from there. Okay? Okay. It's important that I give you this context, because not a single goddamn person who did any kind of background investigated a single thing that Skooch decided to do. Because Skooch showed his ass during this stream. And because I am who I am, I'm gonna pull his ass. I'm gonna pull the butt out. I'm gonna pound it. Give me 1 second. Boom. Not that one. This is window capture 2, 3. Yes, window capture 3. This one goes here, and then this goes here. Boom. Alright. Let's go. Oop, the video is not stable. I might actually have to slow it down.
I should change the title of the stream. I should change the title of this stream.
Let's go normal speed and do 1, 2. Just trying to get this video stable. Don't come out all fucking choppy. There we go. So, Skooch, at some point in time, I'm not sure exactly the order in which it happened in, because unfortunately, all tweets and comments that were left on the video themselves, and all discussion about this, was deleted from social media. But the timeline, as I understand it, with all evidence and research that I've done, suggests that at some point, someone told, or he somehow found himself on the red pill side of YouTube, or someone showed him on stream and mentioned it, or possibly his girlfriend even mentioned it. It really doesn't matter how it happened, because this has already happened. Skooch is told about this, and he decides that he wants to live react to the video, right? That's where we're at. There's a lot of meandering here, because he dreamt this up as drama. This is why I took the stream directly. So when people come forward, because I'm expecting this, when people come forward and they say, "Oh, well, you clipped this out of context," no, I did not. If I need to upload to my Google Drive and publish a link for the stream, because that stream is going to come down at some point, because this is how drama works, unfortunately. When that stream comes down from Skooch's channel, he's gonna hope that it's dead and fucking buried. Unfortunately, that is not how this works. So, Skooch told his audience that he's going to live react to it. And this is the chat talking about it. As you can see in the chat, there are some people who are confused, actually, what's fucking happening. This is the nature of Twitch chat. Some people think that this is supposed to be league drama. They know that this is not that. So, let's watch.
I wasn't talking. Someone asked if I was muted. I was not talking. But what's poppin', gamers? Mr. Alaska, thanks for tier 3 for 20 bucks. Monkey boy, what's up? How's it going, Mr. Alaska?
I forgot. The reason why I'm even covering this in the first goddamn place, on top of the reasons I'd normally cover this. Skooch, in preparation of trying to talk about drama that has to do personally with himself and his girlfriend, decided to monetize it. During this stream, several times from the chat side and several times from the broadcaster side, Skooch violates the new harassment policy terms on using the 3 dreaded words, simp, virgin, and incel, as insults against Bass. Bass does not stream on Twitch. And unfortunately, because Skooch has such a large community and such a large audience, he makes it very clear that he wants to get people to go do what he wants them to do. Because, you'll see it when we get there, he claims that people will not be able to see the video, but then directly shows the video in context on the channel. He, at some point, does not show the video and only shows the audio, but it is very clear that he is upset. The thing that's wrong about this, on top of the violating parts, that's the reason why I'm documenting it, by the way, because it's yet again another case example of the shit that I'm already fucking exasperated and tired of seeing. Ha-ha funny men and ha-ha funny women, incapable of dealing with their problems, deciding to use their platform as an opportunity for the bread and circus of hoping that Twitch can side with them and that Twitch chat will bolster their feelings because they can't deal with their issues. Keep in mind, we're here because Skooch's reaction to I wouldn't even date her, much like Jess Phillips' reaction to I wouldn't even rapier her from Sargon, exact same statement, exact same sentiment. And I expect this to be our argument too. The problem isn't Skooch had a take. That's not the argument. The argument and the problem is Skooch, in pursuing personal drama, decided to try and monetize it and thought that he could be able to get away with it and that nobody would call him out. And that if they did call him out, he could say, well, you can't comment on this. And the problem is that you chose to put your personal life online. You chose to post about it publicly. And now that you've decided to make your personal and private life public, people saw reason and fit to comment on it. And because people are going to comment on it, just as you chose to comment on this, I am commenting on you. It is the circle of content. Might I suggest in the future, for any person who's going to pretend and say that I'm doing it for any other reason than what it is, I would suggest you take a very hard look in the mirror and ask yourself, why are you trying to speak for other people? Because you know what I found weird about this? Instead of this being Skooch and Rebecca, it's just Skooch. Because Rebecca already made her comments as well. She actually reacted first before him. I'm going to ask you a question, chat, and I want you to percolate on this for 10 minutes or so. And then you let me know what your opinion is, either between now or then. You are a creator on the internet. You have a relationship online. You are dating someone. And you are a made man, where she is older than you, and she very well is supporting your lifestyle, together, as a couple. Someone who makes think pieces writes a video where she's not the direct target and not the direct topic of suggestion, but is a jumping off point for discussion. You have the choice and option on whether or not you're going to personally address it in the public view, because you are also just as visible as she is. What do you do? Because I can tell you what I wouldn't do, because it's the shit that I continue to not do. I would not post shit that I wouldn't want people to judge on the internet, so that I can turn around and say, well, you can't judge me, this is my truth. I'm not interested in your truth, I'm interested in the truth. And in order to be able to roast it, we have to watch it. I feel like I'm stopping and starting a little bit too much, but I have to make sure to nail this out now, Because people who say later that it's anything other than what it is, I just have to defend myself ahead of time. Because people will make up the stupidest arguments. I've already had 3 people who know that I was going to do this stream try to accuse me. This is what I was talking about earlier, if you just happened to be here when I was originally supposed to do this around 11. There have been 3, no less than 3 people that have tried to claim that this was going to be done specifically for clout. I don't care about Skooch. He's not a person who plays video games the way that I do. This has nothing to do about him being a haha funny man for League of Legends. However, I do find this interesting though. Skooch is a person who's been able to cut a promo ad for League of Legends Wild Rift. He is in the League Partner Program. Do you think a person who makes videos about a video game should ever cover on their video game channel their life drama if they don't want drama while they're making money? Do you think a person who has the ability to get Riot level money, it's not saying much, but it is saying something, would be somebody who should be concerned about whether or not other people think they should be dating their partner, or if they would be capable of dating their partner, or whether or not they would or would not date their partner? Which I guess what I'm asking you is if you had the ability to really ask yourself, should I care about this? If y'all are happy, and y'all eating, and you know that the person on the outside has no interest in it anyways, would you still whinge on the internet to try and cash in on drama? Or would you just let it the fuck go and do literally anything else? That's the question, I guess. Moving on.
Big drama time, huh? I guess it's just big drama time. Maybe it's time for big drama? Maybe? What do you guys think? Is it big drama time? Big drama stream.
I think it's big drama time stream. Get on it, Skooch.
Okay, now here's the thing. Here's something that I'm going to say, all right? Even though this is massive drama, big drama, drama stream, right? Even though this is massive drama, big drama, drama stream, I do want to say that you're not going to be able to see the video, right? You're not going to be able to see the video. Basically, a guy made a video called Why I Could Never Date a Cosplayer, right? A guy made a video called Why I Could Never Date a Cosplayer. On top of him making the video of why he could never date a cosplayer, right? On top of him making that video, the entire video is 29 seconds. Here, I'm not even going to show you guys the whole thing, right?
This is a lie. He's already told 2 lies. But the video is not 29 seconds. The video, How I Could Never Date a Cosplayer, posted December 24th, 2019. One of the earlier bangers. Also, keep in mind this ratio here, because this is the amount of people who went physically out of their way to come dislike this and review bomb it. This video, before being watched, had about 4,000 or so people who had already seen it. If you look on the sidebar here, for any of this, you can't see it very well, but give me 1 second. Boom. On the sidebar here, you can clearly see. I did not mean to make that bigger or smaller. Yep, that accidentally lowered the screen. That goes big. And go here. And then that does this. You can see in the low bar here on the side. 1 second. I'm going to drag it over. You can see, especially if we choose to enlarge this and zoom in, 8.7. 14K. That's an East video. 14K. That is V. Variant Comics, Bass FCZ. Most of the videos that is made by Bass are ones that usually have a healthy amount for somebody who's at what we would call the lower level of creation. They are larger than the ones that I have on my own videos. For reference, the largest and most popular one that I've made hit at least 3,100 views. And that was covering New Guy. The kind of shit that Bass chooses to make usually gets a healthy amount, anywhere between the low end, being 8.7, and some of the high end, especially if it's something happening at the moment, especially with this one from 2 years ago, 21K and up. It can vary, depending on where it blows up. This is one of the lower end ones, so it was one of the ones that people wouldn't have seen very often. Despite this, it was a decent video. And because he has claimed that you're not going to be able to see the video, we're going to go ahead and watch this. because the context here requires us to. Because I don't want to stop and start at the same time to go through this. Not necessary, but I want you to see it and hear it with your own eyes. Because once you watch this, you're gonna find out the reason why I'm lit. We're doing this. Do this. Bang. Boom. Bop. Bada boom. Pow.
It's kind of random and strange how this video came to be.
Also, this is one of those. This is one of the earlier videos where he did not have a really good microphone, and he was still using his avatar picture that he actually drew himself. Really good.
Watching one of my
That's not important. I just figured I wanted to throw that in there.
One of my favorite channels, and Skooch on YouTube, and he said that he had a Twitch channel, so I decided to check it out. And I remember in the earlier video, he made a joke about how he took a break from League of Legends, and he said he got a girlfriend. So I thought it was a joke, but as it turns out, he really did get a girlfriend. And I went on his Twitch stream, and I saw the lady that he was with, right? And I'm not gonna lie, the first time I saw her get up from her chair, my immediate thought was, "Ooh, I mean, all jokes aside, she is quite the snack." So I googled her. I'm not gonna lie, I googled her. Okay, I figured out who she was, and I looked at her Twitter, and I had a mix of emotions, and that's where this video was born. Because on the one hand, the woman's attractive, man. I would clap her cheeks. I'll just put it to you guys like that, okay? But then that's when the thought like kind of hit me, because it hit me hard, and I was like, yeah, but she has a whole ass boyfriend, right? Like she's posting stuff like this on the internet. Like, this is her job, this is her career choice, right? So she's got her whole Patreon, she's got sets, she's got professional photos, she's a cosplayer, she's doing all this stuff. This is her bread, you know. But I thought to myself, I couldn't date this girl, man.
Also, you can see now that we're actually going over what's being shown here, why Skooch wouldn't want to put this on the stream. Now, you might understand something really fast about the humor of Bass. Bass is a shitposter, and a lot of this is being played up for comedic value. I don't know how many people will usually put into their videos sound effects like, damn girl, she thick, but that is the tone that this video is made. It is very tongue-in-cheek. He's very self-aware, because Bass is like that. He values things like this. And it's important for him due to the context. That's why he started this out by explaining who Skooch was, and what he did, and why it's relevant. Keynote! Someone told me about Skooch, so I went to his channel, and I saw that his girlfriend was there. So, I did some background research, and I said to myself, damn, she cute! But, I couldn't date her. Keep in mind, at all times, that is the reason why we're fucking here, okay?
I couldn't do it. But I didn't have a logical explanation that would be ironclad, that has no counter argument to it. Which I'm gonna go through this whole video about. This whole video is a challenge of me trying to like come with an argument or a logical explanation, or reason as to why I could never date a cosplayer, right? Okay, so let's start off, because here's where my thought was, right? I'm gonna take you guys step by step my thought process. So I see her and I see the thickness, and I'm like, listen, okay, if I wasn't a virtuous person, you know what I mean? Like, if I wasn't trying to, you know, be a virgin until I was married. If I was a godless heathen, when I clap those cheeks, give me the opportunity, you damn Skippy, okay? If I didn't have virtue, okay? If she was like, hey, you want to clap my cheeks? Absolutely, okay? So, like, the problem, she's very sexually attractive, at least to me. If this isn't your cup of tea, I don't know what's wrong with you, all right? You know, to each his own. But this is me all day, every day. And she's like 4'11". I'm like a foot taller than, I'm a little over a foot taller than her. She's a little bite-sized thing, okay? Okay? But that's all I could do, and that's what I said to myself. I said the only thing I could do is I would absolutely, you know, I would take that ham sandwich. I don't know why I'm using dumbass in the windows, but
it's also important to remember, he's laughing at his own jokes. So he's aware of what he's saying. That's not the point of why he's discussing it. I want you to remember that detail too, because that's going to come up real quick.
Like, yeah, I would have sex with a girl, but I wouldn't commit to her. Never in my life would I commit to a woman that like sells pictures of herself on Patreon, that sells pictures of herself in general. I couldn't do it. But then, like, there's no logical reason why, right? Because here's what some people would say, and I know they would say this, right? And I know this is the justification that the guys who date these girls are feeling what they're thinking. They're like, well, listen, like, she can post all the pictures she wants, right? But I actually get to have sex with her. Like, I'm actually having sex with her. So you can pay your money to look at pictures and fantasize about having sex with her, but I'm the guy that actually gets to do it. So I don't care. You know what? Here's the thing. More power to you. If this is how you rationalize your lady's career choices, if you rationalize it as, you know, you're the one that's actually physically having sex with her and talking to her, by all means, you know, that's you. That's you. I've got no counter argument, because that's true. You are actually having sex with her. But to me personally, this is me. I just don't feel. I feel like there's a loss of intimacy here, right? Because even though the girl is lewd, like, you know, some of these cosplayers have this like lewd type of nonsense, where they're like, they don't show their genitalia, they just get as close to naked as possible or implied naked, and that's okay for some reason. I don't really know. But she's got her lewd stuff out there. But I feel like when there's access to something that should be private or intimate, like easily available, such as her Patreon, her Twitter, you know, leaked stuff, because I saw all of her sets. I saw all of them. I'm sorry, guys, I had to look at the thickness. I had to do the research for this video. Okay, but when it's that available, when something that's supposed to be intimate is that available to everybody, I just can't. It doesn't feel special to me. You know what I mean? So like maybe if I was actually clapping her cheeks, you know what I mean? Maybe the wetness of her vagina would change my whole mind. Maybe this is just because I'm a virgin. But to me, I just don't like the idea of a girl I'm with. You know what I mean? Showing something that I had to put an effort to obtain for money, right? Because like when it comes to dating someone, you know what I mean? Like there's some effort involved. You know what I mean? I have to try. I gotta approach her. I gotta talk to her. I gotta speak game. I gotta be funny. I gotta be good looking. I gotta be all these different things. If we live together, I gotta pay for the house that she lives in. I gotta pay for food for her to eat. Right? I gotta do all this stuff. But then here's the thing. Because there's two things. There's two problems. There's two things. There's point number one. Say I do all those things, right? What's my reward? Hopefully she reciprocates the emotional value and she talks to me. She's fun. She's a great person. Maybe this rep lady, she's a great human being. I don't know. Maybe she is. But the reciprocation, she's a great person to be around. Let's just assume that. Let's assume she's a fun person to be around. She's a Twitch streamer. Maybe she's great. I don't know. Have a con stream. I don't know. Let's just assume she is, right? She's all these great different things. So the reciprocation is this emotional value I get. But the problem is, I can get that from my friend. You know what I mean? So like, what is the nature that makes this relationship different? Well, obviously it's sexual, right? And so, again, physically, I can have sex with her, and that's all cool and everything. But if that's the whole thing that makes you okay with her showing her intimate parts on the internet, more power to you. But that's just not strong enough to me. Mostly because everyone has the same access that I do. Everyone gets to see the same thing that I do. So I'm not really all that special. Like, yeah, maybe literally physically I'm special, but it doesn't feel that way to me. Like I said, maybe if the vagina juices was on my penis, I would feel differently. I don't know. But I just know, like looking at this thought-wise, I wouldn't be proud to walk around with a girl that does this for her career. Could I smash and dash? Yes, certainly. I wouldn't tell anybody, but I would. You know what I mean? But could this be the mother of my children? Because that's me. Like my mindset is okay. Like this at some point, this woman's got to carry my babies. Like, would I want the mother of my child to dress up like a fucking cow to like do this stuff? That's not me. Maybe that's you. I don't know. But the thing is, I don't have a logical counter to that.
That's the only, like, this is the only I'll pull out of his video. I would not necessarily care if a woman I was dating chose to dress up like a cow. Just as long as she's mooing for me. Which I guess is me saying that I agree with him, but I also disagree with him. Because this video was not that well put together on Skooch's part. And it was not all that well put together on Bass's part either. Because Skooch is going to jump over a lot of these points to try and sell up and hype up what he's trying to get at. But my criticism of this from Bass is, and it's very important that I explain that before we even get there. The point that Bass is making is, I could not personally date her because I just don't feel secure with that. I would not want a girl that I'm dating to post things like this publicly, because it will always be in the back of my mind that she's someone else's girlfriend in their mind. I'm dating her because this is sort of what he's gonna have as a reaction, because there's 3 of these total. This is the first one. We're gonna be watching this and then go through Skooch and then addressing the video after that one and then one after that one and then finish up there. But we'll get to those at certain intervals and points. For Bass, he would not date a cosplayer if it was just supposed to be, oh, well, we're dating, we fucking, we eating Vietnamese food, we out here, and that's all that there is, right? Because that's the entire point. There's specifically just having a girlfriend for the purposes of sex, where you're using it as a measurement for yourself. To which my question would be, do you have so little sex that the only thing you value is that you are physically near and with them? But at the same time, dating a person to get to know them intimately, and intimacy does not just mean sex. It means romance. It means swooning, seducing. When she comes home late at night from a hard day at work, and she's like, babe, I'm bored. You say, come on, bitch, I'm watching CSI Miami. That is the kind of relationship most people would think of as a counter. And it's what I would think of. However, that is not what Skooch is going to draw attention to, and he's not going to be what he plays up on. Okay? But that would be the one criticism that I would have overall for Bass. Intimacy is not just sleeping with the girl or sleeping with the guy, e-boy, e-girl, cosplayer, or photographer. It is not the point of the relationship. If it is a thing that they do, and they are just happy and confident with it, one of the caveats that's going to have to come with that is understanding your place and understanding the position that you are playing. Because that is a choice. You choose who you choose to get involved with. You didn't just fall into it and you just happen to say, well, they just do this and I can't ever... No, you're going to have to talk to them. You're going to have to breach the question at some point and say, listen, we have to talk because I don't know. I feel iffy. Me, I don't give a shit. As people in the chat should already know, I have already done sex work. Been doing it. Might do it again, depending on how bad the pandemic reaction continues to be. But for people who are not secure with something like this, this would be a serious concern for them to broach. Continuing.
Because that's just logically true. But the thing is that bothers me because here's the next point. It's like this. I do all this stuff to date her, and the only thing that makes me different is I actually get to have sex with her. This much is true. But every other dude out there gets to pay money to get to see the same shit that I see. So I do all this work, I do all this effort, I get her a house, I live with her, I buy her food, I do all this stuff. I gotta be funny, talk to her, listen to her emotional problems as well, do all this stuff. And the guys get to see what I see because they paid $25. Come on, man. That doesn't sound right to me. Like, you didn't do what I did, man. Like, you don't get to see what I see, man, because you didn't do what I did, right? That's how I feel about it. Like, I feel like it's like Prince Philip in the original Sleeping Beauty and Prince Philip in Maleficent. Prince Philip in the original, he fought a whole ass army with the help of some fairies. He chopped through a forest, right? He fought a dragon and he won. And I mean, he had some help, but he fought a dragon. So when he goes up and he kisses Aurora, you know what I mean? It's triumphant because he had to go through a bunch of stuff to get this. But Brett and Maleficent, like the fairies just found him in the pasture, said, here, kiss the girl, and nothing worked. Like, of course it didn't work because he didn't put any effort. He didn't earn it. Same thing with Hans from Frozen. The nigga didn't earn it. He just showed up one day, right? Like, I feel like if I earned it, like, that's mine. Like, I'm a very prideful person. You know what I mean? Like, I have, maybe my pride is misplaced, but I feel like if I put effort into something, you know, I should get something back. I should be special, right? And if my love and my kindness, my time, my effort, I put all of that so I can get this intimacy from you as a lady, you shouldn't put that shit on sale for $25 a month. That's me. But here's the thing, I'm not, if you counter with, but I actually get to fuck her, dog, I get to have sex, okay, I don't have an argument against that, you're right, you do get to have sex with her, but I get to see the same shit you see, so, yeah, with none of the effort, I don't gotta listen to her problems, you know what I mean, I don't gotta talk to her, I don't gotta take her to her mom's house, I don't gotta deal with her family issues, I got none of that. Like, maybe she has a happy home life, I don't know, hopefully she does, but I don't gotta do any of that stuff, I pay 25, I see what you see, but yeah, dog, but I'm actually having sex, like, what difference is it? I don't give a fuck if you're actually having sex, like, here's the thing, like, dude, like, if you reply, like, I actually get to do it, like, I don't care, like, I don't mean nothing to me, because then here's another thing, right, like, you gotta take what she is in her nature, right, into account. What do I mean by her nature? I mean, she's getting paid to be lewd on the internet. You expect me, like, she's getting paid money from guys on Twitch to be pretty much a pseudo girlfriend, right? I mean, let's be real. That's what these guys are going on Twitch for. That's why these guys like her so much because they feel like they have a connection. The guys aren't paying for porn from these girls because they want to see her naked. They want the intimacy. They want to feel special. That's what this is all about. And so, if you're doing all this stuff, you're basically your life is getting paid by lots of different men that you have to appease as a pseudo girlfriend. That's the nature of your career path. I don't know if that's what I want the mother of my children to be like, man. I don't know if that's me. I don't know if I could be comfortable with my wife or my girlfriend dressing in these revealing clothing and going out to conventions, taking these pictures, selling them on the internet for guys to purchase, to have her tease all these guys. Because that's what a lot of these girls do. They gotta tease these guys. They gotta milk them out. I don't know if that's me. And then, here's the thing. You have to expect that these girls are going to be virtuous in the face of sugar daddies. Right? You have to expect that these girls will be given the option of that $5,000 slice of pie one of these sugar daddies might be giving them. Because I've seen some $10,000 donations, man. I've seen some of these Twitch girls. They get offers, man. Quite a bit. I've seen some of the tea.
Yes, his point is relatively clear. But we gotta go through the whole thing. Because unfortunately, we need to be thorough. I want no counter-arguments.
I have to expect that my girlfriend is going to be virtuous in the face of $5,000, come out to LA, let me clap them cheeks, that she's going to be like, nope, sorry, I'm not going to get $5,000 to go have sex with you, I have a whole ass boyfriend. I have to trust her in the face of that much. Now, to be fair, you have to trust any woman, really, realistically. I don't know about realistically. I mean, like, how many cashiers are like getting, you know what I mean, like getting sugar daddies, right? Like, you know, like the nature of the profession, we got to take this into consideration. Because that's what it's all about. That she's going to get that $10,000 donation. Hey, yo, man, let me fly you out here. You know, get a little suck, right? That she has to be virtuous enough to look at $10,000 and say, no, I'm only going to be with Xerxes over here. Sorry. Just look at pictures of my ass. I have to expect that. That's what you're telling me to trust, that this woman, when given the chance from one of these sugar daddies, that she's going to say, no, I'm virtuous. I will not do that. Maybe she will. I don't know. Maybe she will be that virtuous. Maybe she will reject thousands of dollars to meet up with these guys. But she's advertising on the internet. She's advertising this stuff, and that's what really gets to me. It gets to the heart of me, that no matter how you slice it, every girl, and one way or another, when they're revealing, you know, on the street, on the internet, at the club, whatever, like they're trying to gather attention, right? But you can argue. You can argue some girls are just oblivious. You could argue some girls don't really think too much about how attractive they are. Maybe. You can argue that some of them are doing it completely on purpose. They know their butt cheeks are gonna jiggle when they walk on the street. You know. Some of them do. But what you can't argue is that literally this is advertising. She's a model. She's a cosplayer. She's trying to get money. She's trying to get people to come to her Twitch. And I'm not knocking her for that. I'm not saying she's wrong for advertising. But you can't argue that she's advertising. So she's advertising some degree of availability. So that means that she's using her body to get money. I'm not calling her a prostitute, but that's what she's doing. Logically, literally, that's what's going on. I have to trust that when given the smackaroos, that she's gonna say no. Maybe she will be that virtuous. But you have to ask me to trust that. And I'm not sure if I can really trust that. From the cosplayer. Who knows? Maybe they are. Just paladins in bikini armor. I don't know. But I'm thinking about this, man. And listen, I'm not saying that, you know, you're a cuck if you date one of these girls. I'm not making a value judgment for any guy that dates like an Instagram influencer. I'm not saying you're a sheep. I'm not saying anything about you. I don't know. Like, more power to you. But I don't think I could ever date a woman that reveals herself on the internet in this particular way. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I'd be comfortable at all doing it. And if you were to ask me why, I'm just gonna have to take a card from a woman's book and say, I just feel that way. I have no logical argument. I have no counter. I have no logical argument for you guys. I failed my challenge. Logically, I cannot delineate why this makes me uncomfortable. But it makes me very uncomfortable to think that any woman that I would invest my life into would reveal herself on the internet for strangers for any set money. It doesn't matter if I'm having sex with her. It makes me feel uncomfortable. It makes me feel like I'm just the next guy. It doesn't make me feel special. It doesn't feel intimate. It doesn't feel like this is just between us, that we mutually trust each other. It feels like I'm just renting out space and someone else can come. You know what I mean? He's got a bigger wallet. Well, that's it. I feel like that, man. And I don't want to feel like that in any relationship. Now, of course, you can say, well, Xerxes, you're just insecure. You're just insecure. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's not really so much that I don't think I could trust a woman like that. Because again, like some of these women could absolutely 100% be faithful. I don't know. But it's not that I feel like she'll cheat. It's just the nature of it all. The advertising, the offers, the dudes who are gonna be DMing her. That's a lot, and I don't want that headspace. I don't want that thought. I'm a very possessive individual. I know I'm very possessive. I know that when I put effort into women, I don't like guys getting shit that I put effort into trying to obtain. I don't like, and I just would not do it. So, listen, maybe you guys tell me I'm a bitch ass nigga. Listen, if I'm bitch ass nigga, I'm bitch ass nigga. But I would never date a cosplayer that does stuff like this. Never. I'll never do it. And she'll never date me, so it looks like we're okay. So with that being said, I just hope you guys got something out of today's video. And if you did, man, go click the like button. If you go click that subscribe button, comment much below. And as always, you guys have yourselves a great day. I'll see you cool cats soon. Adios.
Boom. Fairly straightforward. Fairly easy. 1 second. Bing. So, let's go ahead and lay out our overall premise here, shall we? Gotta crop some of this because it's gonna be big. So, we have 3. I need to make that smaller. 3 notable things. Number 1, she cute, but I wouldn't even date her. Number 2, don't advertise. And I'm more than expecting this is going to get taken down as a broadcast, because Xerxes is free with the hard R. Well, not long G, soft A, but who knows? Maybe I'm small enough in E-Boy that it's not going to matter. I imagine that it will. I imagine that it will. Which is why I'm going to be saving the VOD and then posting it on my channel. This VOD might get deleted, but don't advertise what's not for sale. And in a society where loyalties can be bought, don't be surprised that people will sell themselves for a life of comfort. 3 simple points. Pretty straightforward. Now, let's go to the comments. Also, keynote, this video was age restricted based on guidelines. Right? So, let's keep this. I'm gonna have to move that upwards. 1 second. Boo, 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 boo. Might even have to make it smaller. And shoot a little bit upwards. Every single time I drag this, OBS wants to make it fucking clip. There we go. I think I cut a little bit too much off the side. Nope, that's not what I want. This is what I want. There. 3 simple parts. Pretty easy to understand. Pretty straightforward. Very simple to get. Right? Now let's go to the comments. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Let's go to the comments. Let's look what people had to say. This was the pen that he put up years ago. Some women can't date men who are too short. I can't date women who dress up like anime and video game characters and sell pictures of their butts on the internets. Tell me you can't get a woman without saying, I can't get a woman. You're going to see discrepancies like this on the video. You can tell who came in and was watching a year ago and who came in and was watching a month ago when it was put on the stream. This is strike 1, Skooch. Using your platform in the exact same way that Pokimane did to try and harass someone. directly and indirectly, through a pressure of a social mob. This is a sin. But, tell me you can't get a woman without saying I can't get a woman. I play League. Based. Wouldn't date a cosplayer either, especially one who's practically a cam girl and wears overly revealing clothing to the point of looking like a prostitute. These women seek to entice other men for the sake of attention with these nasty pictures, which is toxic for a relationship. I see you in comment sections a lot. I thought you were a YouTuber for a second. Lust and intimacy are very different things, and without trust, you're gonna have a bad time. Maybe she will be that virtuous. You think so? You see what her job is. A virtuous person would even consider the profession. Having your Kanye moment. There is nothing illogical about wanting this kind of woman. Firstly, there's a perfect logic and rationality that a man who loves his partner does not want her to have sex with others. This is part of sex drive in males and is one of the most powerful basic human emotions from evolution. It also falls at any situation that indicates this kind of behavior or facilitates it is an unsafe, shitty etiquette, and is also a massive annoyance and cause of distrust and anxiety. Case in point, the Mike Pence rule. Do not be alone with other women. This is 100% moral and causes zero problems, just reassurance for all people involved. And yet, so many people, to go off of what he says, so many people chose to laugh at and antagonize Mike Pence, right? Like, oh, you're so disloyal to your wife that you don't even want to have women around them? No. If I had a partner right now, committed, or free and open, the moment they say, so what are we? It's clink clink! And at any point moving forward, if someone were to just hit me up randomly, Carl, I need you to help to the spot. I'm lonely. I'm gonna have to tell you, oh, you lonely? Like, you lonely? Damn, girl, you probably go to Lonely Fans with your ass. Because I ain't going. That's all it's gonna be. That's the only answer they're gonna get from me. I don't care if you're a guy, I don't care if you're a girl. Same rules. Equal rights equals equal fights. It's more of an issue, I would be able to justify and argue, for men, because unfortunately I live in a society where me being friendly can have someone deciding, oh no, he's lecherous and he wants to rapier me. And I don't like the people still, in their pursuit to try and act woke, continue to pretend that that is not what's happening, because it is. Segue, real quick. Let's go to my channel. Let's look at the most recent video that has been published. Those of you who have already seen it know what I'm about to show you. Those who have not, I'm about to blow your world wide the fuck open. Women on Twitch! Let's watch. Just really quick. Really quick. Only 56 seconds.
Women creators are shaping the gaming space by building amazing communities, supporting each other.
There are so many beautiful, vibrant, talented, incredible women content creators on Twitch.
Women creators are shaping this industry in such a beautiful way simply by being themselves.
I celebrate women on Twitch every day by being the representation that I see.
I decided to start streaming shortly after I came out publicly. To me, the biggest reason was that I wanted to create the representation that I never really saw out there growing up.
I have this little corner of the internet that I'm able to just create this really nice space for people.
I want to show that I can do it so other people can also feel like they can do it.
Women creators are needed in this industry so that the next generation never has to hear she's only successful because she's a girl. Can I say women rule?
That is a clip montage of several of the currently constantly in the news female streamers that have been joining the hot tub meta, where they choose to put on bikinis and go on stream and live cam, as is free and right on the platform to do. And those of you who are actually there, because unfortunately Anna could not join us to do the offline filming for the episode, so unfortunately we're going to have to push forward what we had, and what we had was the online stream. You were there for Fried Chicanery number 8, I think in my head. I think we're at number 8. Where we talked to her, because Anna, Miss Anna, YouTube, Miss Anna, on Twitch, or excuse me, Miss Banana on Twitch. Anna is her name. Anna was the woman who made the tweet where she pointed out that this hot tub meta is getting out of control. Now, there's been plenty of other things that have happened alongside that. Those of you who have been here long enough, you will remember when I was truthfully a low follower e-boy and was being harassed by Zombie Unicorn, Natalie Casanova. Another video on the channel. You can watch that sometime if you want to go through what actual harassment from the other side of this looks like. You remember when I was harassed and it was claimed that the only reason I cared that people would do shit like this was because I'm upset that I'm not getting attention. And yet, that situation was the one up afterwards with the information that came directly before the promulgation and then the popularization of VTubers on the internet. Specifically starting with Project Melody, who made such a big pond by going from the Chatterbait environment into the Twitch environment, of course for attention and clout, because it's not just a single VTuber, it is a actress that's being backed by the company Project that made Project Melody. When she took the internet by storm and completely snatched the scalp and the wig and the bag from every single girl doing this shit, they had to contest with their personalities not being enough to entertain an audience that already is looking for the brand new thing and the next thing coming up. So, much like then, and much like now, there are times where you're going to have people on the platform, like Andy Fox, like Amaranth, like on the side with Alinity, and her choosing to sell her undergarments, where you're going to have people who are going to use their bodies in whatever way possible to and help themselves in their career, mainly with doing things that brings people to their streams. Because I can tell you right now, the majority of people who go to these kinds of streams, they're not necessarily going there because they like the content creator and they like their opinions and their takes. These are people who are not known for having good takes. These are e-girls. You know, just like Invader V. Just like Bad Bunny. Just like any other person who's ever screamed and put their hand out and said, you need to give me $5 because I deserve it. Or, in Brady V's case, you need to give me $5, and if you don't have $5 because of the pandemic, well, you ain't living right. Reactions like that led to people like Anna, when they comment on this happening, effectively being told, you're not allowed to have an opinion. Because you see, if it was just a problem to you that there was an issue, you should just report it. But, sis, the reason why you're upset about this is because you don't have your bodies. It's everything other than the problem. And the reason it's a goddamn problem is the same thing you're about to see here in the comment section. And it's this here, that reason why there are plenty of people that even though they could have relationships with people who could be actresses and models, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, are always going to be unfucking comfortable. Period. It's just true. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it because it requires a trust between a person and them to be honest with themselves. If you're not honest with yourself, you're not going to be comfortable with it. If the reason you got together with them was, oh, she cute, I'm a streamer, she's a streamer, let's get together, let's make some shit happen. And you're in the case of Invader B, admitting on camera, oh, Destiny had sex with me and he said my ass was fat. Ooh, woo. If that's the thing you get out of your streaming environment, you know exactly the reason why you're posting shit there. For Amaranth, for example, she has a whole ass husband, but kept presenting herself as single. Documented, look it up. She tried to present herself as single because she knew that she'd be able to make more money if she just didn't mention and didn't show the boyfriend, then fiance, now husband, in the background. She's still making OnlyFans content, and she reposts that content to Patreon. People are paying for this. When one of these girls get banned, they send out an email blast to all of their followers to go to their OnlyFans to support them, which, by the way, is also a violation of Twitch's policy. But nah, we ain't worried about that. We're gonna be worried about off-site platform behavior that has nothing to do with anything that's reported to us through our help hotline immediately after putting out a rule that would have made it possible for an actual groomer to be able to get away with it in our company. Yeah, that's our concern. None of that. So, when they bring up something like this, it is a very serious concern to have, especially when you're watching streamers. Because what is this other than what happened with Caterino, right? It's been a minute since we heard from Call Me Carson. Where is he? Did anybody ever ask him how exactly the shit started? Does anybody know? Because I can tell you for certain, if you go back and you actually look, the reason why Caterino got dropped from Tempo Storm, the reason why any person looked into who she was because they found out, oh, she was cheating for the 7th time. And we can't say that people don't know about it and don't remember, because Howie is a musical point of drama and culture on Twitch. So, since several million people saw that, we can understand that it's enough of a concern and a problem that would become something in some people's mind to look at, especially considering the age where everybody lives online anyways. Just saying. Let's finish reading this. If you were my wife, why would you want to go out alone with another man? If you cannot recognize the shit that this causes, then you do not care about your partner and have no empathy. You're a sick sociopath not worth relating to. I can disagree with this in a certain way. Namely, if I am dating someone, or rather, let's put this in a better context. If I have a wife, and that wife says to me, my job is going to require me to have to go on serious, cutthroat business meetings, and I will occasionally have to be alone with clients. There is nothing happening with these clients. I have to do this. This is my job. I love my job, and I need you to understand that I would never do anything to betray this. And I say, okay. If I were to get selfish and upset because my wife had to go out and talk to people in business because that's her job. Say she's a promotional model for a company and she has to speak on the matter of the product, because not only could she be a literal physical, I'm just modeling this product, but she could also be a super administrator over the business connection side of the business. Namely, meaning that she is a point of contact between the distributor and the merchant, as well as the actual informational side. So when you go to an event, like, I don't know, the one that Zombie Unicorn went to. If you go to E3 and you see a bunch of promotional models for Bang, and they not only have to plan a cardio routine for shuffle dancing on stage, but they at any point can be pressed to speak as an ambassador and as a liaison for the sales and the marketing department, and explain to you, why should you buy Bang? Why should you invest in Bang? What will be the return? What will be the ROI on your decision to partner with the company? That is something they're going to have to fucking do. If I were to get upset about that, and I was to just call out every single guy that she had ever be alone with, I'd feel real fucking embarrassed if I was to find out, oh no, he has a wife too. Oh, he's gay. It'd look really fucking cringe if I were to do some shit like that. So why do that? Or, why would she put herself in the situation and not abreast it with me? It requires some thought. Which is why this one follows up with, you don't need a solid reason as to why you wouldn't date someone. Just look at the women's excuses. A lot of these, as you go through them, I'm about to filter them for newest. A lot of these from the top comments are really good. Now, let's take a look at the shit ones. My argument, do not date her. She perpetuates simp culture for monetary gain in a capitalist society and makes her money, but at what detriment? The perpetuation of lonely boys who seek out similarly of deeper connection, I wouldn't want to condone this practice. That said, not every cosplayer does this. A lot of them dress modestly and do not turn into a profession to sell sexuality. Women are entitled to a date. Also women, I'm entitled to a date. Me at women. Shut up, stupid. It's not worth it, dude. The drama, the craziness, the juice is simply not worth the squeeze. The borderline sex workers like the OnlyFans girls. Sooner or later, they'll tower of you because you can't give them the attention the simps and pathetic white knights of the internet can. You're competing with a formless entity that gives her the validation she's addicted to. There's an old Afrikaans saying that nicely applies here. I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna go translate it. Somebody can translate it in the chat and tell me. Go outside and touch some grass, you lame. Holy fuck, you are insecure. I watched Skooch's take on this, and honestly, your video is good and completely reasonable, ? Like, you said what is important to a person is them having sex with it, and only you and them, and that's fine, you do you. These OnlyFans cosplay girls seem to think that they're entitled to be dateable by every guy on the planet, and that their job shouldn't rule out anyone from dating them. But that's not only how relationships actually work, and that you're allowed to want and keep that stuff sacred in the relationship if you want. Guys are allowed to feel insecure if thousands of other guys are ogling their girl every day, like that is natural, to be a bit insecure about that. No. If it's a roadblock to you, then you are fully entitled to not date someone in that case. I don't know how Skooch can have such a problem with that last line of thinking, honestly. I can. More on that later. Wanted to come and see how cringe this video really was. Was not disappointed. Evident. Obviously, you're a lost cause, but I have to say, you don't obtain a woman when you start dating her. Your thought process is concerningly possessive. Let's look at the replies! And also, I skipped over these replies. Wow, I'm floored at how reasonable you're being. If what's important to them is having sex, that's the problem. If Bass FZZ would bang, he's the problem. Yes, but every man should want to share the woman that he is with the rest of the world. Man, you're an unintelligent person. Seeing a picture isn't sharing her, dipshit. When it's the kind of picture she's taking, Yes, it is. I disagree. If you are looking at a picture of a sexy girl and is the same as dating her, then you are objectifying women as being something sexy to look at. Curb is the word. You're fucking stupid. Here's why. I am not objectifying the woman. The woman is objectifying herself. I'm a sex worker. If I take pictures of myself and I pay a professional cameraman to take photo sets, and I present those photo sets right next to my streams, the way that a lot of people do, I am willingly objectifying myself to an audience. I have chosen to take something that was private, and I have now posted it publicly. Right there, my cheeks, all hanging out in the wind, with the thong in the breeze, just, ooh, But if I were to do that in a Speedo and a thong, and I was to take pictures after hitting the gym for 3 or so odd months, I've objectified myself twice. Because number one, and I can't say this word, but I'll use an alternative, thick jiggers are in their own way sexy. Do you know why? It's for the same reason why a lot of happy, jolly people are charismatic. It's not about their body type, it's about their energy. A person who has confidence in themselves is going to be inherently desirable because they're going to be able to handle situations differently that other people would not. If a fat person, for example, were to be harassed personally about their body type, and people were doing it to make them uncomfortable, and they just shrugged it off at every single degree, I cannot begin to explain to you how quickly my pants are coming off. If given the opportunity to take them on the date, I will date them, and there will be some wine. Because it has nothing to do with the fact that they happen to have the correct body type. You could claim, well, you're just sexualizing them because that's what you're interested in, because you're fetishizing it. No, that's just life. But if you want to go that far, no, it's because they have shown me that they are able to have the mental fortitude to deal with the worst of the world. And that is a desirable trait in a partner. It's a desirable trait in a friend, but even more if I can make that friend into a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Because I know I can relate and I can count on them to understand that. But number one, on top of that, the first layer of the sexualization is that the people on the outside are sexualizing them because they have come to see the picture with one desire in mind. And you could say that it's a form of tribute. But the other reason why it's a double sexualization is that the person themselves have chosen to put themselves in this position and have decided to post this knowing and choosing to get in touch with their neon demon. That's a film everybody should watch. But to explain for those who have yet to see this masterpiece, the neon demon is the concept where a person who knows that they are being watched, photographed, voyeured in some way, chooses to accept their own self-image and own it. It is the it factor that every model should always have, because it is understanding that you are being looked at as a piece of meat, and then the knowing confirmation and the knowing acceptance that you're going to present yourself like a dish that you would expect in a Michelin star-rated restaurant. It is the acknowledgement between society and your self-conscious. You have chosen to put yourself out there knowing and wanting to be seen as a piece of meat. If you make that choice, I didn't have to do anything to sexualize her. She sexualized herself to the standards that society expects. Does she go to the gym? Does she work out to maintain her body and figure? Yes. Does she then choose to go out and do that? Yes. Why? Fat acceptance says you ain't got to worry about that shit. So she does it because she has discipline? Oh, cool. So she has discipline, she takes care of herself, and then she posts it to the internet for the purposes of money. That's a choice that she made. I can recognize that she made that choice and still say, no thank you. I don't want to see it. Nope. Why would I need to see her pictures? I could go on the internet and Google big boob and get 2 billion results. Is she seeking attention and validation? Or is she simply aware she looks good and feels like sharing? You're looking at the pictures from the wrong direction of confidence. And sure, simps paying to see these meaningless pictures and videos is nice too, lol. Instead of holding the person responsible for their decision to sell themselves on the internet and sell themselves short, in my opinion, instead of recognizing this, you have decided to say, well, if they're paying for it, bro, they can get taken, bro. What do you mean? So you understand exactly what's happening, or you're trying to weasel word your way out of the situation because you think people are stupid, and you're saying, well, if they get taken and they give the money away anyways, a sucker born every minute. Am I right? Do you understand now the reason why I'm lit to roast this? Let's continue. I'm not trying to say that her being seen in public is generally a bad thing. I'm trying to point out the specific way she's putting herself out there is not one that is respected by most people. She's putting out a type of energy that is with her more risque photos that is going to make people think she's attention-seeking and possibly looking for a partner. If she is more than how she looks, then why doesn't she resort to doing something else to make money? And I wouldn't be making what you claim to be assumptions if I and others didn't see these things and experience those things happening. Thinking she's doing it for attention are both assumptions about attention seeking because you don't know her. And also you and most people, it means society. You and society, because these are standards we set in society. Double-handed and hypocritical as they are, for the reasons they already are, because you want men to chastise themselves and flagellate themselves every single time they dare to say, you know, that's a nice woman. Ah! How dare you, Carl? Oh! How dare you compliment? Oh! Women are not sexy. They can never be sexy. Yeah, they are only ever seen as attractive because of their minds. Oh, the cheeks. Moving on, right? Also, you and most people only see these actions as not respectable because your outdated Judeo-Christian views about women's sexual liberation. Filthy Catholics. No, you aren't. Now, aren't you making assumptions about where I'm coming from? Do you know her to say that 100% I'm wrong and that you are right? Do you truly know that there is no extra meaning to what she's doing? Again, I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying if I and others didn't see this stuff happen and see the end result. Hey, she might be that unicorn who has absolutely no deeper meaning behind what she's doing, and I may be wrong for it, but more often than not, there is a deeper meaning behind the stuff that she's doing by taking those pictures, which led to this video being made, which led to that stream being made, which led to this stream being made. Society. Have we gotten the gist? We understand where we're coming from, chat? Right? Lovely? I agree. Let's get on with the business, shall we? Let's get on with it. Come on. Ooh, gotta close this. Yeah. Take it away, Skooch emoji!
I'm not even going to show you guys the whole thing, but I'm going to show you guys this, okay? The entire video. Let me fix my fucking, I'm not a good streamer, all right? I know it. All right, flip horizontal. Boom. And now let me get chat. Where the fuck do I put chat at? Boom. I'll put you guys down here. I'll put you guys under my shirt. I'll put you guys up here. I'll put you guys over here. Boom. I don't know. I'll put you guys right there for now. Anyways, like I was saying, so this guy makes this video called Why I Could Never Date a
Oh, no offense, Awesome Jedi. Thank you for the compliment.
Cosplayer, right? And I think it's hilarious because in this video, I've only seen about a minute. I've only seen about a minute of it, by the way. But in this video, he goes in.
Also, while we're here, because we can confirm this, all right? About a minute. What did we see in about a minute, chat? Hold on a second. What did we see in about a minute? Not that one. This one. In about a minute, we see up to here. So, in a minute, where he sits down and he's listening to him, he hears him explain, so I heard about Skooch, and he said he went out and had a girlfriend. And then I tuned in the stream, and I saw her, and I was like, damn, boy, she thick. And then a picture of her. Hold on, let's go in real time. So, see her sit down on stream. And then we see a picture of her. And then one more picture still of her. Based on this, This is what he is reacting to that made him say, oh no, I want to watch this live. And yes, he does eventually choose to take it off screen because he knows that his girlfriend's pictures are being put there. I wonder if that will have something to do with it. I wonder if the reason he chose to pull it out had to do with that, actually. I don't know. Maybe he could be lying, he could not be lying. We'll never know. But based on that, that is what he's saying and what he's framing this reaction off of. Now, I don't buy it. I really don't. Also, where do I need to put my chat? I need to make this smaller. I need to make sure to keep myself here in this box. But this is what he's claiming. This is his argument. Because we have Skooch. Well, we don't have Skooch's argument. We have Bass's argument right here. This is the arguments that were being made by Bass. So I assume that he's going to address these arguments. Yes. Also, these black bars are getting on my goddamn nerve. Hold on. One moment. Uno momento, por favor. The black bars are gonna get on my goddamn nerve. All that ample space, and I'm not using it. I'm a bad streamer. Horrible. Repugnant. Repulsive. Eldritch, even. Some could even say abominable. There we go. So, I have to assume that Skooch is going to address any and all of these points that he's made, right? Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's find out.
The detail about why he himself can't take the idea of dating somebody who does lewd work, lewd pictures or whatever, right? Because he thinks like it ruins intimacy. That's what I saw in the first minute, right? And we're gonna watch.
You said that it ruins intimacy.
You know, it's kind of random and strange how this video came to be. I was actually watching one of my favorite channels, and Skooch on YouTube, and he said that he had a Twitch channel, so I decided to check it out. And I remember during the video, he made a joke about how he took a break from League of Legends, and he said he got a girlfriend. So I thought it was a joke, but as it turns out, he really did get a girlfriend. And I went on his Twitch stream, and I saw the lady that he was with, right? And I'm not gonna lie, the first time I saw her get out from her chair, my immediate thought was, I mean, all jokes aside, she is quite the snack. So I Googled her, I'm not gonna lie, I Googled her, okay? I figured out who she was, and I looked at her Twitter, and I had a mix of emotions. And that's where this video was born, because on the one hand, the woman's attractive, man.
Exactly a minute. He made no arguments about that. So, Skooch, you lied again. That's number 2. You actually watched more than what you said you watched. So, if that was just you summing it up, saying, well, this is the general gist of it, in order for you to have done that, you needed to have watched at least further past this. Somebody can timestamp this and go back and double check. You can even follow along. Follow on live. Live interaction, chat. You can follow along, and you can find the first instance in the video where Bass actually refers to this. But you claim that that was his argument. That was the first and only argument that you made. Just the first one you're laying out here. That did not happen in the first minute, so you had to watch more. And I'm going to assume that you chose to watch more, and you're not telling the truth to your chat because you're embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed, Skooch? Wouldn't you want to promote and support your girlfriend who has 2 degrees and thus is more than just her looks? Wouldn't that be a thing that you'd want to do, Skooch? I'm just asking questions since nobody seemed to wanted to ask him at the time. Also, I had a system for this, and my system seems to be all fucked up right now. Hold on. Not that one. Not this one. Oh, that's why, because I dragged it out bigger, didn't I? I believe it was this one. Do-do-do-do. Not that one. Boy. I had a whole system set up for it, and I had to fuck around with it, and now I gotta reset it. Hold on. I came prepared, I promise. I am a decent streamer who does research. Where am I? You. You. Smaller. You go down here. Boom. And I'm gonna drag this over here. Actually, no. I'm just gonna take... No, it should stay on screen. Screen space. So much landscape to work with. Not enough. I'm gonna make the chat smaller. I'm sorry, chat. I have to make you smaller. I don't want to do it, but I have to do it. I don't know if y'all will be able to see that at that size. But that is my choice. I've made that choice. So, we have established what we have established. Let's keep going, shall we? Now that I have this here. All good, all synced. Lock you in place. Lock you in place. Yes. This one, this one, this one. Yes. No. This is window capture 2. Yes, this is window capture 2. That stays there. All right. Let's continue.
This together. However, funny enough, this video is 17 minutes and 52 seconds long. It is 29 seconds of his drawn avatar that he probably commissioned from someone, and then literally the rest of it, the other 17 and a half minutes are pictures of Reb.
Yes. I thought we're woke and diverse and we have no problem looking at people's bodies. By what reason would you imply that Bass has done something by posting these pictures? She posted them on the internet, Skooch. Are you not comfortable with pictures of your girlfriend? Why aren't you comfortable with pictures of your girlfriend, Skooch? I'll wait. Moving on.
Right. So, it is quite literally 29 seconds
Also, can we stop it with this fucking use of literally?
of an avatar. Not even punching in, not even zooming.
Also, let's look at the chat real quick. Please bring your attention to the chat that he has put in the corner. Insecure Jesus Christ, beta male, watch to find out. Bro, that's so fucking weird.
The other 17 and a half
That's a lot of blasting.
are pictures of Reb. Right?
Jesus, that's a lot of ass. Man's jelly because he can't get a cosplay girlfriend because he retweets stupid shit.
So, it is
Oof. Oof. Are you gonna play the audio at least?
quite literally
Jesus.
29 seconds of an avatar.
Oof. Yikes. Oof. That's fucking weird, man. What the hell? What the fuck? That's weird. So, let's establish the timeline as we understand it now from 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Don't worry, we're gonna go over it and I'm gonna time it. Skooch has a problem with Bass and his argument. Instead of describing and showing the argument and showing at no time anything, he addresses the fact that he knows the video exists. He then lays it out to this Twitch chat that he put literally, physically, expeditiously, the body parts of his girlfriend's pictures that were obtained online. That everybody can see. And is upset because... ... And rather than actually just getting through with it and addressing the problem, says, listen, you made a video about her. There are pictures of her put in it. I have an opinion about this, but I want to hear what he has to say. I want to know what he think. This is the video. It exists. If you want to go watch it, go watch it. But if you do watch it, please don't attack him personally. Please don't harass him. None of that shit happened. That's strike 3, Skooch. So you're already in my fucking shit list as is. But you don't care. These are your takes, your opinion. So I hope you can understand, and you can come to a respectful understanding of my opinion. Because I would say, Twitch chat, if I were to tell my chat, and I was to do what's called priming them, to have a reaction, and I was, like you, a left-leaning liberal, who thinks women should be respected for their life choices, but at the same time will judge a person for having the audacity to put the topic of subject in front of people, to understand why he's coming up with the argument in the first place, to form the null hypothesis, the counter argument to why he would have this opinion and why it would be fucking weird for him to do, rather than doing any of that, you chose this course of action. And you're monetizing it at the same time. And you're putting it in front of your audience in your chat. And you're not talking to Bass. Because I know that you didn't talk to Bass. Because if I were to have a disagreement with somebody, and I said, bruh, I want to talk to you. You have opinions, and I would like to debate them on stream. I want to have an actual good faith conversation. I don't want people to attack you for this. I want your side to be heard. Because I disagree with it. I disagree with it. My girl disagrees with it. But I want to talk to you. Because I don't want to hear it from someone else's mind. If my interest is I want to hear the actual truth, and I want to have a discussion, I would contact them. And oh yes, there were comments that were made. Both from her and from him. His does not matter, because this was his. Hers is already in the other two videos, but we'll get there when we get there. At any point in time, before you chose to make this stream, your reaction could have been posted anywhere else, but it only lives on your channel, which means it's not evergreen, which means eventually this will be faded out of memory. So you've decided to make a bread and circus and monetize harassing someone. Because that's unfortunately what's been done. You have thrown people who have been primed to look at him as a social fucking weirdo and creep to harass him. And you're choosing to do so while you're already upset. So you're emotional. So you're not thinking rationally as it is. Even if that was the interest you had. I have to assume you're doing it as a reaction. And that you did not plan to do this. So you can make money off of it. So you can monetize your girlfriend. Because if we want to talk about monetizing things and people being weird, you know what I think is weird? The e-boy that's dating an e-girl, who knows very well what the fuck she does and is supposed to be supportive of her and how he acts. A ha-ha funny man who makes content. Normie content. For League of Legends. And is branded with a company like League of Legends. That person would ever want to address drama like this on their channel. And make money off of it. Realistically, as I'm supposed to understand it, you should be disgusted. But that didn't stop you. I wonder why.
Not even punching in, not even zooming. And then 17 and a half minutes. Lewd pictures of Reb. Right? Lewd pictures of Reb.
Why does it matter, Skooch? This motherfucker put a majority of fucking shit here. What is this? This is a sub. This is Wrist. Ah, Wrist. The Garen top lane player. That's not important. I'm just reading. Yo, he down bad. Oh no, it's okay. I sent it already to my lawyer, LMAO. So, now here's our confirmation. Rebecca is watching the stream with Skooch. Possibly off on the side screen. They live together. So, both of them are aware that this reaction was made. So, both of them are monetizing the situation and acting like it's worse than what it actually is, and are blowing it out of proportion in front of Twitch for what they think they're going to call it for, and are already making him out to be a villain to the chat. And the video will continue with absolutely no self-awareness from Skooch at all.
Thank you, Rest. I love you, Chief. I might mute alerts right now, just because I gotta kind of get through.
Muting alerts does not stop you from making the money from it. You should not be collecting any money from this in the first goddamn place, Skooch. And it doesn't matter, because you've already put it in front of your audience.
Through this big drama stream real quick, because I kind of need to tear this guy a new one.
Tear this guy a new one. Don't worry, Skooch. I'm gonna rip you an even bigger one.
Just because that in and of itself does not sit right with me.
Why doesn't it sit right with you? You know that your girlfriend puts pictures out on the internet. If you are uncomfortable with your girlfriend's body, perhaps you two should have talked about whether or not you should have continued with this stream. But she's in your chat supporting you, which means she must be okay with it. So, the question I would then pose would be to Rebecca. Rebecca, why is it that you are telling your boyfriend that it's a good idea that he should post about your personal life on the internet? And monetizing it for money? Don't you think that's a bit stupid? Don't you think that's a bit weird? Going online and getting mad that people have opinions and public expense because of how you choose to publicize your relationship? think that's a bit suspicious, don't you think?
He's gonna roast the idea that I'm dating someone who does lewd art and then make
Lewd art. No, bruh. Takes pictures of herself and posts them on the internet. She's not body painting. If you want to consider that photography is an art form, maybe that would be the argument, but no. You post pictures of yourself on the internet, Rebecca, and you sell them on OnlyFans. That comes with a stigma, and it comes with an expectation, and it comes with a stigma and an expectation because of what already happens and exists. And no, he's not roasting you because you choose to date Rebecca and she has an OnlyFans. Oh, no, Skooch, that's not what's happening. He had an opinion where he said, bruh, I heard about this streamer named Skooch. He went out and got a girlfriend. And I looked her up, and no, she cute, but I wouldn't even date her. Where did he start roasting you? What did happen, Skooch? We watched the whole video. What did happen?
literally 95% of his fucking video is going to be the lewd pictures of Reb? Like, what?
Skooch is molding stream, baby! Oh, I'm so happy to know, because I have not watched all of this stream. Just most of it. The clips and parts that were shown to me when some people brought it to my attention. But, oh, I am so glad the people that are supporting this are still roasting this man in his mentions. Get over the people with some goddamn common sense!
Are you fucking stupid?
I don't know. Are you fucking stupid?
It's like, so let's watch the video and let's slowly dismantle this guy. Okay.
There's no dismantling it. You have 3 arguments you need to explain and that you have to hit. Number 1, she cute, but I wouldn't even date her. Don't advertise what's not for sale, and in a society where loyalties can be bought, don't be surprised if people will sell themselves for a life of comfort. Those are the arguments you need to address, Skooch. Let's see how you do.
Okay, real quick, all right? Listen, let's listen to it.
Also, this is the reason why I had to go through and show it to you. Because Skooch does not show you the shit that's on screen. And he chooses to not tell the truth about why he's not showing it directly and instead listening to it and reacting to the points. This is very common. This is a very common BreadTube tactic. Granted, he's not a part of the little bro leftists of BreadTube, but this is a very fake and gay optic tactic. You have decided to paint him as a monster, so that you can make it easier and make it comfortable and adjustable to try and harass him. So that when people come to you and say, how could you do this? You could say, well, bro, did you actually see it? Didn't you literally see? He literally put her out there. Yeah. And you choose to put yourself out here literally like this. You're big mad, but what are you mad about? If you're mad about the situation, you're allowed to be upset. But what you're not going to be allowed to do is decide to use your platform as a way for you to get back at people. We don't do that here on Twitch. We're not supposed to do that here on Twitch, Skooch. Because bullshit like this is why we have policy changes every single fucking week. I'm tired of people like you and audience members like yours that choose to get in on this bread and circus being the reason why I have people that are constantly stalking my media channels, coming to me with your dog shit and the dog shit of the week that happens every single day from this goddamn website. And that's just not me saying it. That's just not my fucking allies saying it. It's not just my supporters saying it. It's people like Linus Media Group and Linus Tech Tips him fucking self on the One Show saying every single time something happens, I have to wonder if it is happening from something that came from Twitch. I'm terrified and scared every time I have to introduce myself to people and they ask me, what do I do for a living? That they look at me and say, oh, I don't know, are they one of those ones? Both Linus himself and his co-host expressed the exact same opinion. You can go find it on their clip channel. That is a problem, Skooch. People like you are responsible for that problem. And yet you don't want to take any accountability for your decision in this. It would be completely different. And I would have a completely different perspective if you just said, oh no, I'm big mad, and I want to make drama out of this because I want to monetize this shit. This man is emotionally hurting me, so I'm going to make some money out of it. I could respect that. It wouldn't be as bitch made as it is. But it's bitch made here, the behavior, not you being one, because you are choosing to not take responsibility for your actions Both of you are choosing to do this for cope. You're coping right now. Molding, but you're coping. And in your cope, you decided, well, I'm upset and I'm mad that other people talked about this, so I'm gonna lie. And constantly keep lying. And I'm gonna put this in front of a fucking left-wing audience who are going to do exactly what is a fucking problem. Big O, 95, 97. What a cuck. Awful, I don't know what that name says. Beat his fucking ass. We're not here to have intellectual conversation, are we, Skooch? No, we're not.
I was actually watching one of my favorite channels, and Skooch on YouTube, and he said that he had a Twitch channel, so I decided to check it out. And I remembered that during the video, he made a joke about how he took a break from League of Legends, and he said he got a girlfriend. So I thought it was a joke, but as it turns out, he really did get a girlfriend.
I did get a girlfriend. Yeah.
And I went on his Twitch stream, and I saw the lady that he was with, right? And I'm not gonna lie, the first time I saw her get up from her chair.
Also, this is important too, and I'm not sure if I already said this. If I did, I have the brain of a goldfish. We all watched this video together, chat. So I'm gonna ask you, do you think that Xerxes is anything close to what implication you have gotten from this video? Do you think he's somebody who necessarily cares about bodies or being hurtful or harmful? You can look at any of the other video on the channel right now. Just skim through it. And you tell me, yes or no. Do you think that Bass is somebody who is actually being a sexual gremlin? Or do you think that he's making jokes and he's playing things up for comedic effect? Because that's just what you do. You tell me.
My immediate thought was,
Okay, this guy doesn't know how to
Hey, Skooch, play the whole sound effect. He said, "Who she think?"
edit audio, so he just blew all of our ears out at once.
No, Skooch, that's not the joke. The joke is, damn, that ass came in so quick. It was large, rotund, gigantic, titanic, monolithic, colossal, ginormous. That was the joke. It was supposed to be loud and bombastic because the ass is definitely the bomb. So, the haha funny man does not know how to set up a visual gag. The comedian doesn't know how to set up a visual audio gag. Continue.
I'm sorry, everyone.
I mean,
Pretty old vid. Yeah, it came out 2019, the end of 2019. But I'm reacting to it now because I just fucking saw it.
all jokes aside,
Oh, you just fucking saw it? Who showed it to you? How did it come to your possession, Skooch? Who showed you? How did you find it? Because I can tell you right now, from 2014 up to today, let's go to it today. The section of YouTube that Xerxes and his videos would belong to, that's Bass's name, by the way. That's not a secret. I didn't have to really do a lot of research to that. It's in his fucking banner. It's a personal channel where he comments and shit. Xerxes and his kind of content is not something you would have easily found. It's not something that gets recommended. You see, someone had to show it to you. I know who that person is. It was Rebecca. Rebecca showed you. Again, we're gonna go through why. It's coming, I promise. But who showed it to you?
she is quite the snack. So I Googled her. I'm not gonna lie. I Googled her, okay? I figured.
Real quick, I can't show all of this, but real quick, take a look at what his fucking video is. It's just pictures of Reb. It's just pictures of Reb. That's the entire thing. His whole video is just pictures of Reb.
Okay. Again, this is not an argument, but let's address this, shall we? Rather than addressing the first point he's made, Skooch is still harping on the idea of, well, it's just literally pictures of her. Okay, Skooch, you chose to address the fact that he has an avatar that he chose to put up, that he either had somebody draw for him, or as I said, he drew himself. Your comment was, well, look at this dude, right? So you're already halfway to Pokimane. But then, if he had addressed his points without pictures of her on screen, would you still have reacted and chose to set him up the way that you have? I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Because you chose to do this as a reaction to seeing and hearing the arguments. Seeing the pictures? Oh yeah, that'd be upsetting for some people. But it shouldn't be surprising, because you know this is what Rebecca does. So if somebody is going to talk about the subject matter and use Rebecca as a jumping off point for an actual philosophical discussion, they're probably going to show people pictures to support the reason why they're making their argument. Yes? You can choose to be upset about that, and you can choose to say, well, that has nothing to do with the congruency of your argument, but for number one, you're going to have to figure that out. But number two, if he had not put her pictures there, would you still be mad? Yes, you would. Because you're talking about your private life that you post publicly, not something that had anything to do with an argument that you made. You haven't even gotten to the arguments yet.
It's fucking nuts. Anyways.
Out who she was. And I looked at her Twitter, and
he really down bad. He breathing down the microphone. He about to catch hands.
I had a mix of emotions, and that's where this video was born. Because on the one hand, the woman's attractive, man. I would clap her cheeks. I'll just put it to you guys like that.
I would clap her cheeks. I would put it to you guys like that.
Okay.
Yes, your girlfriend is cute. He would smash. This is not anything that is supposed to be surprising, Skooch. Why is it that you're highlighting that?
But then that's when the thought kind of hit me, because it hit me hard, and I was like, yeah, but she has a whole ass boyfriend, right? Like she's posting stuff like this on the internet. Like, this is her job, this is her career choice, right? She's got her whole Patreon.
Yes.
Look at this reaction from his face. Let's go back real quick.
Her career choice, right?
This is her career choice. Make Skooch cringe and say, uh-huh. And let's hear his argument.
She's got her whole Patreon.
Yes, she also has 2 college degrees.
So, now that we've gotten to this point, let's write down the counter arguments. So, we're going to label this Bass. Accidental big space. Bass's arguments. Skooch's arguments. I have to make sure to get this right.
Right? Don't forget that she graduated with 2 degrees, right? She's doing this because she enjoys it, and she has a right to do whatever the fuck she enjoys, right? But let's...
She has 2 degrees, and she has a right to do whatever she wants. Number 1. How do we know that? Now, I'm an asshole, so I'm going to show you all this real quick. Because, of course, you know me, I got archives. And unfortunately, for Skooch, the argument here is, well, bruh, how would we know? How would we care? Right? Right. So, I have to pull up the thing real quick because I don't physically have this saved, I don't think. I don't think I do. Oh, no, that's not the address. Archive.info. This is not the one I think it is. We'll find out in a second. Nope, that is not the one I'm looking for. What's the deal with this dude? Keep watching, Tess, or go back and watch the VOD from the beginning. Or if you want me to give me a second, I'll get there. Don't worry, buddy. I'm getting there. Don't worry. This might end up actually being 5 hours plus. I don't know. Need to get the machine to behave with me. Such a bad streamer. I didn't plan out every single transition as I should have. And that's all I needed. Actually, no. Hold on. Okay, this, boom, bop, bada boom, pow. Alright, so. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Actually, no. Yes, that one. You. No. You. No. You. You. Come here. Expand. Drag down. So I want y'all to take a very good look at this banner, right? This one right here. You can't see it very well. Hold on. This is window capture 1. There we go. Simon crop. Boom, boom. Bada boom, pow. Big. Big woman. The big woman. So, this is Rebecca. I've been following them for years. Both of them. This is the banner that she has. Right? Picture of her. Pretty much in the same exact dress that you saw in the video. Being lewd. Hold your horses. Now, because I have access to archive.today, and I am a digital forensic archivist, which means I am an expert who understands how to retrieve your information. I have the ability of looking up the mega upload and the backlog of every single archive that has ever been made of her channel. Alright? And because of that, I'm going to show you the many pictures and takes that have been shown of her account. As you can see here, these are archive pictures of snapshots taken particularly. And oh, look what we have here on 14 September 2020 at 8:37 a.m. Oh, look what it is. It's Rebecca being on hiatus until October, with her pointing out that she is an Eagle cosplayer and soon-to-be streamer. So, this was made in 2019, right? She's a soon-to-be streamer. If we're assuming that this is not one of those cheeky things, like how I put in my bio that I'm a hard R gamer, this is her setting shit up ahead of time. And as you can see here, this was her pinned comment at the time. Hi Rebecca, you have met your degree requirements. Congratulations. You will receive an email about this in the coming weeks. Your degree will be confirmed at the exam board last September 2020, and your diplomas will be sent out in October 2020. She got diplomas in business. I believe it was 2 of them specifically, or it might just be her bachelor and her master's. Whatever. But I want you to draw that picture. I want you to draw attention to this image in this banner. Now, it's hard for me to bring this up because this is a saved element. But the text here says, I have 2 degrees. I am smarter than you. So, Rebecca was the one who originally made this argument that he's making here. But Skooch and Rebecca, their argument is, yeah, but I literally have 2 degrees. I'm smart. Counter argument. How do people know that? How do people know that she has literally degrees if all they do is they watch her OnlyFans and they pay for her content? Do you think that they're going to her OnlyFans content and they're going to go see pictures of her? Because, bro, her dissertation on how to do logistic planning in Microsoft Excel is to die for. She understands completely how to be able to convert a successful 5.0 ROI in RuneScape into monetizable amounts of money to literally be able to make real money. That's not the conversation that's being had, Skooch. Stop being stupid, Skooch. You know the reason why people look at a Skooch. So don't pretend. All right, it's not an argument. Who cares? Is the second part of that. Who cares? Why would I care? If people are going there to, rub out a tribute, they don't care that she has 2 degrees. In fact, there are some nasty-ass motherfuckers in the audience who would probably say, yeah, and I'll push one on those degrees. Oh! So, what the fuck are you saying here? Who is this for? How does this argument help you? It doesn't. Stop it. Stop being stupid. Moving back. Oh, disconnected. Bang. Close that. Close that. So, this is not an argument. For several reasons. I've already explained why. But let's carry on to the second part of that, shall we? She has the right to do whatever she wants. Yes. And? Also, I just realized that y'all can't see that. One moment. Give myself a little bit more space. This is gonna have to drag over. This will probably have to go away, unfortunately. We don't need that for now. And I'm gonna have to take this out of the screen as well. Goodbye, event list. I knew ye well. Drag this on over. So, and Skooch. And who cares? Why do you think that it would matter that saying she has the right to do whatever she wants is going to be different? What you're asking is not an argument against Bass somehow being a lecture. What you're actually saying is an argument against why you should not care. You're not arguing with Bass, you're arguing with yourself, okay? The argument of, well, yeah, she can do whatever she wants. Yes, but I am a stranger, a perfect stranger. Why the fuck would I care if she chooses to put her body on the internet? Now, I've already explained why I care about you deciding to make a problem about it being on the internet, but why the fuck would I personally, number one, give a shit, and number two, care that that's your cope? Because it's not me that has to live with the consequences, mental, emotional, and psychological, with the decision and choice of my partner choosing to put themselves out there. Because I already tell people this straight the fuck up when I date them. If we go together, whether there is sex or not, there is understandings, two of them. Number one, if we don't want to be public, we're staying private, period. If you're more than happy and free to put the shit out there, because this is the other side of it, e-dating, as we've already seen, from none other than Shionhead having the shit come down around her, her sis Todd. As we should all realize and know, e-dating doesn't always work out, and it can be hard for everybody involved, with all the pressure and the stress and the drama that comes from being associated with people who have these positions. More importantly, the caveat on the backside of that is the number two caveat that I tell them, which is, if I'm not comfortable with this, I can't stop you from making this choice, but I would ask politely that you would consider how I might feel. For you, I don't know. You could probably tell us in the future, but you could tell us, did you sit down with Rebecca and have a conversation about, oh, you make OnlyFans shit? Alright, I guess. I don't know. Did you sit down and did you talk to her, saying what your comfort zone was, whether you were comfortable with it or not? Don't answer that question, because we already know. Who here, by the way, remembers a particular meme about, yep, just me in bed, me, my boyfriend, and this unbelievably long and big fucking stuffed toy? That was them! So, you have the ability and the comfort to be able to even post about you two sleeping in bed. So, we have to assume that y'all have clapped cheeks at this point, even not. We're gonna have to do that anyways. You have all of this uncomfortability with the idea of your girlfriend and her body being out there on the internet, but you have no problem with being put in front of millions and millions and billions of people and creating their own edits of a meme created from her, posting from her account about both of y'all together. You have no problem with the sex work. You have no problem with a whole bunch of people looking at her in general, but because you see these pictures here, somehow the argument's weird. It discounts anything that he said. Offhand, before you've even gotten into it. At this point in the video, I think you're at about, what, 120, 150, 143 even? Less than 2 minutes into the video, you're already trying to find a way to castigate him and make excuses to justify your insecurity. Because it's not an argument against me being insecure. I don't care. It's an argument against Bass being insecure. Bruh, he wouldn't even date her. And your reaction to bruh, I wouldn't even date her, so far, is, well, she has 2 degrees. She can do whatever she wants. Moving on.
Go on.
She's got sets. She's got professional photos. She's
Hey, what
a
up, Heavenly?
cosplayer. She's doing all this stuff. This is her bread. You know. But I thought to myself.
Also, more importantly, because I'm gonna piggyback off of what Nick said in the chat. I'm smarter than both of them with associates, but you don't hear me bragging. Her having 2 degrees is not an indication of her intelligence. Communication and having the ability to speak is not a sign of intelligence. And having 2 college degrees is not a sign of intelligence either. Granted, this is degrees in business, but you having 2 business degrees does not mean that you are prepared to do things in business. That is you understanding that you understand the book applications of how to deal with business. Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, you probably are that cutthroat woman who understands how to meter out what she chooses to make and how to keep people on the hook and supplying for more. This could be part of your tactic. You both could have sat down about that and you could have talked about that being a thing. But you having these degrees, it's not an indication of, oh, she has 2 degrees, so it's just literally fine. People are still going to roast you. People are still going to pull out, yeah, she got those 2 degrees in business, but she apparently couldn't find something that was more profitable. She couldn't find something to do that was much better. Whatever a person could come up with. Doesn't matter what argument is. It just depends that she has this ability to do whatever she wants, but she chose to do this. And your defense to that would be, well, she can do whatever she wants. And my opinion would be, okay, I'm still going to laugh at you for this stupid-ass reaction you have. Because it's not going to remove anything. It's not going to unjustify it. It's not going to justify it either. It's just out there. Like, okay, and? Okay, and? But let's continue.
I couldn't date this girl, man.
I couldn't date this girl. I can bet $1 million that if he had the chance, he would. But let's go on.
I couldn't.
Hey, Skooch, that sounds almost like you watched the video ahead of time. Especially when he already said, if I had the opportunity to, I would. So, you have done a 4th bad. That's another red flag. You've watched forward enough in time in the video to know that all of the shit that's there, because that's the other thing too. I picked up on that, by the way. That's strike 5, buddy. Buddy, what you doing? What are you doing? So, you lied about not knowing what's here. You are live reacting to it as though you're going through it for the first time, and you're trying to pick and choose your arguments as though you have already thought of the perfect counter to defend yourself and make yourself clear. And you've put it in front of an audience that's already going to be sympathetic to you because they're saying shit like, sounds like a beta barking up the wrong tree. That's another use of an insult up against a person, because you're more or less calling them an incel as well. That's also a violation on Twitch, Skooch! But never you mind that. You know what he actually has to say in this video, but you're not addressing it in good faith. It is all bad faith. And in this bad faith, you have decided to try and watch ahead of time so that you can act like you who do need shit. When I choose to live react to things, I do that too. It's really good. Because if I call something and I can read the situation for what it is, just like if we were watching an Admin Preach video, if I was to start dropping bars and just soul psychically ripping your entire fucking ectoplasm at your body, it would be funny. Because if I saw nothing about it and I just knew based on what I know, knowing people, knowing myself, knowing my relationships, knowing the relationships I've had with other people, knowing the romantic and sexual relationships I've had with other people, knowing society, and all the other things that go along with it. Especially with knowing the environment of those who sit in Twitch chat, who in themselves aren't the brightest bunch. and honestly are not the most wholesome people who should ever be throwing stones. If I'm able to call that you choose to do ahead of time, that doesn't make it better if I'm preparing to try and make a point. It just doesn't. It makes it actually fake and gay, because it means that this is a confirmation that you're willfully doing it to make money and create drama so you can monetize it for later. And then when people address you about this, you say, oh, well, I don't even remember. It was so long ago. But don't you worry, Skooch, I got the video downloaded. Don't you worry.
Do it. But I didn't have a logical explanation that would be ironclad, that has no counter argument to it, which I'm going to go through. This whole video is a challenge of me trying to come with an...
He's right that they wouldn't date a crossplayer. Why would they like him? This man sound... This is horrible. I'm trying to read half-written logic fucking words on the screen. Make your chat bigger, Skooch. I need to roast you properly by reading the minds of the people in your audience. This man sound like he really wanted the attention. Maybe? And that's not an argument made by Skooch, so I'm not writing that one down, but the man sounded like he wanted to have the attention about having an argument. Yes, that's what a person who publishes a video on the internet does. They want to share their thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns to the public because he's a dude who makes think piece videos. Yes, he wanted to have his opinion be heard and seen, and he wanted to try and make sure and understand himself, so he's doing the thought exercise of explaining to himself and explaining his idea on why he wouldn't date a cosplayer. Yes, that is accurate. Demosky. Congratulations, well done. How is that a fault of Bass? It's not.
Argument or a logical explanation or reason as to why I could never date a cosplayer. Right?
You can't even get it, Kick W?
So, like...
Basically, man's horny for Reb and is jealous his incel ass can't catch her because his personality is shitty retweets and Reb's cosplays. By the way, keep noticing, he is getting donations. I'm assuming that this is either a donation alert or this is a follow alert. Since he's decided to mute all notifications, I have to assume this is followers for the moment. But let's imagine how much money was actually being given during this entire fiesta. Would you say 100? Would you say 200? He's a pretty big channel. Probably has a decent amount of subs. Probably makes a decent amount of money on it. How much money do you think this video, where he posts his L's online, is worth? You think it's worth 300, 400, 500, 60, $700? I'm gonna go ahead and say 500. Your integrity is worth $500, Skooch.
I don't even have to explain.
Also very, very, very jealous. Lush, especially. He couldn't date a girl that wouldn't be able to pull.
What's about to happen in this video, and we are just about as far as I got.
Roast this hoe. This whole video is a challenge. You got that right, buddy.
We are just about as far as I got. By the way,
that's a lie, because you would have to have seen the rest of the video to know that every single part of it is Rebecca's pictures. So you had to have watched up to the end to know that every other frame was a picture that she chose to post publicly. You're lying again. Of course he couldn't date a cosplayer. What a slime ass.
Grande, thank you for tier 3.
Incel type shit. Greed and envy for a whopping 3.
Call in the air, thank you for tier 1. And I missed.
Oh, and you just confirmed that you're making money on it with tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3 subs. He can't date a cosplayer, but follow him on Twitter. That's also not an argument that Skooch made, but let's dissect that one for a second. You couldn't date cosplayers, but you'll look at their pictures, you'll watch their videos, you'll look at their content for free. Yes. Yes. I also look at men's too. Some men out here be looking right. Are you gonna call people lecherous for looking at men's pictures the same way we seem to be talking about women's? You know, I find it weird that a person who cares so much about women's rights and women's ability to choose to do things has such a horrible take about male porn stars and male OnlyFans. I find it weird. Huh. Damn, chat, can you think of any reason why Skooch would like to play up the female side of this? And why chat seems to want to assume that no gay man could pull Zeus, or Zeus could not pull a gay man? Granted, Zeus wants to marry a woman, and he wants to eventually have kids, because that's the thing he finds important. This is something you'd learn if you actually watch his content. But I find it weird that that's your argument. And it's only solely focused on specifically this weird double-handed feminist interpretation, male feminist interpretation, of women's bodily autonomy. And having no idea of the kind of bodily autonomy that has to come with understanding all of these sides and factors that you could be talking about, but you aren't. I wonder why that is.
I missed one down here. I'm a pancake. Thank you for the prime. But this...
Why I never date cosplayers is the title. You can probably guess what it's like.
Touch about Grande, thank you for tier 3. Cold in the air, thank you for tier 1. And I missed...
Man is down bad astronomical.
I missed one down here.
Somebody talking about Demon Souls. Mr. Mind Picture from Zesties. Incels. Speed up to 1% of his kind. Excuse me, 1 times his kind. I don't know what the fuck that means.
I'm a pancake.
Wait. Nope. Can't see it. Mans is playing that he could get in.
Thank you for the...
I don't even know why this video was made. As if he could ever have the chance. So very clearly we're dealing with an audience full of people who thinks that it's acceptable to do this, and that at no time considered anything about what we're going to talk about here.
Prime. But this whole video, we don't even have to watch the rest of it. We don't even have to watch the rest of it.
We don't even have to watch the rest of the video. I'll put that in open close quotes. We don't have to watch the rest of the video. We been new. This is a failure to address his points. This is a failure to address his points. Yep, I accidentally drew something up too close. Move that. Thank you. Give me this. Up here. I'm just going to expand this and keep dragging upwards. We don't have to watch the rest of the video. We been knew that you're down bad. That is a failure to address his arguments. We don't have to watch the rest of the video. I've already seen enough. What the fuck are you talking about, Skooch? You've decided to throw this man out here as being a down bad incel type that you want to insult, right? You are seeing this kind of conversation happening in your chat and you're not stopping them, okay? You've decided to do this, and at no point in time have you tried to make a counter argument to it. You've only offered 2 of them. Both of them are bullshit. And this third one, we don't have to actually see what he has to say. I think we know what's going on here, chat. You, big streamer. Caveat, you're not responsible for what your chat chooses to say. But you're responsible for your own arguments. And your argument is, well, you see, you could never have it. Go outside, touch grass. Honey. Bubby. Are you gonna be okay? I hate people who don't know how to... I hate people who don't know how to use words. I hate people who don't know how to have arguments or debate.
I don't want to even link the channel because it's like there's no use.
What the fuck are you talking about, Skooch? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You've already shown the fucking channel name. What are you talking about? I don't want to give him attention. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, 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 oh my god. Oh, oh, that's a good one, baby. That's a good one. Where the fuck was I? Also, while I'm right here, Skooch, this shit hurts. Some insult type hit right here. The cringe is on with this one. This was not my doing. You don't want to give the channel any attention because you disagree with it. You find it odious. We don't need to watch anymore, guys. We know what's going on here. Never you mind, I've already shown the name of the person. Never you mind, I've already painted them as a villain. Oh, that's some good cringe. Baby. Hit me again. Oh. Excuse me my disrespectful eyes and tone of mouth, but... Bruh. What would happen? What would happen, Skooch, if I stopped right here, right now, and said, we don't need to watch anymore, guys. I think we know what happened. Do you think that would be more or less respectful to hearing your side of the story? Do you think that would be more or less bullshit if I just stopped here and said, all right, moving on to the next thing because I wanted to move away from your fucking cringe? No, I'm going to show the entire fucking stream. But, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Can we clip that, please?
Keep going. Let's keep going.
Right? Okay, so let's start off, because here's where my thought was, right? I'm going to take you guys step by step my thought process. So I see her, and I see the thickness, and I'm like, listen, okay, if I wasn't a virtuous person, you know what I mean? Like, if I wasn't trying to, you know, be a virgin until I was married. If I was a godless heathen. Also, let's pay attention to the chat and see what happens after he's made mention that he is indeed a virgin. Just for funsies, count how many fucking disrespectful comments we see. I have a feeling there'll be a lot. When I clap those cheeks, give him the opportunity. You damn Skippy. Okay.
This is humor?
Yes. Yes, Skooch. You're a half honey man. You don't understand the idea between horny commentary? You're supposed to be a half honey. You're supposed to be the half honey man. Come on, Skooch. Come on. What are you talking about? Yes, it's humor. It's humorous because he's intentionally being tongue in cheek. You should understand this. You've watched through it. You know that that's what's happening, and yet you're still pretending. Why are you pretending? For what reason do you have to pretend? Just some questions.
This is humor? Yeah, I would have sex with her. yeah, I'd have sex.
Skooch, that's not the setup. The setup is, now, Carl, huh? You see that girl over there? Uh-huh. You see them cheeks? Oh, she looking good. Oh, she taking the dick. This is literally a setup to a fucking joke in a fucking video. How many people remember it? It's like, oh, what up, homie? Nothing much. Oh, what's going on? We're gonna be a bunch of ladies tonight down at the function. Oh, you see that girl over there? Oh, look at the mountains. Oh, yes, she did. Oh, she looked at you. Oh, she winked at me. Oh, yes, the hell she did. Oh, look, I'm walking there. Ah! Swig of this food. I'm coming for the bro. This is literally a song. I know I butchered the shit out of it just then, but this is literally the premise to an idea of a song. The idea is, now, if I was given the opportunity to see your girlfriend, if I was given the opportunity, and they said, Carl, Zers, tag team me. If I was so inclined, I could take them up from the offer. Absolutely, no problem. Would you like beef or chicken? But that's not how that would work, for me, at least. If given the opportunity, I also wouldn't even dick her. I wouldn't date her, and I wouldn't dick her, Skooch. Because I have self-respect. Because, let's say, this is because she chooses to. She just, using your argument, right? Number one, or excuse me, number two, she has the right to do whatever she wants. If at some point in time your girlfriend decides to cheat on you for whatever reason, you don't get to fight back against it. Because, bro, she can do whatever the fuck she wants. She wants to cheat on you, bro. And she offered for me, and she said, no strings attached. Just clap me out. Come on, pass through. Blow me out. Run a train. And I said, bro, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I just have to. I have to. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to say no? If that was the reaction I had, would you also say that I was supposed to be an incel virgin now I'm bad? Go outside, touch grass? Because, bro, I've gone outside, touched grass, and then I freaked it. And yet still, I wouldn't even dub her. I wouldn't big dub her. I wouldn't date her. So no, that's not an argument. Number two, you know that it's a joke. You know the setup is that he's being... If I was given the opportunity, I mean, I'm just out here just double cheeked up. Double gleeked up on a Sunday afternoon. I mean, I guess. And you know that he's making it clear that he wouldn't. But that sticks in you. It's enough that you have to draw attention to it.
Like, this is supposed to be funny? Hold on.
Okay, if I didn't have virtue, okay, if she was like, hey, you want to clap my cheeks? Absolutely, okay? So, like, the problem, she's very sexually attracted, at least to me. If this isn't your cup of tea, I don't know what's wrong with you, all right? You know, to each his own. But this is me all day, every day. And she's like 4'11".
It hurts.
I'm like a foot taller than, I'm a little over a foot taller than her. She's a little bite-sized thing, okay?
He's just going into detail about how much he wants to fuck.
No, he's not. He's explaining that he's saying, yo, she is my type. I'm into it. Why is this a problem for you, Skooch? If this is uncomfortable for you, sir.
In this video, why he would never date a cosplayer. I'm getting contrasting emotions.
I would, okay? But
At the same time, comedy gold! This man is not very clippable. Well, actually, no. That's a lie. This man needs to be in front of a camera and needs to edit himself in order to be funny. I feel that's the caveat of what I wanted to say just then. Can Skooch be funny? Yes, he can. If you watch some of his videos when he goes through things, he tries to be informational about shit. He likes to be a talking head who gives opinions. But bro, right now, as a talking head, you're not giving me much. I don't know if it's the outrage, I don't know if it's the upset emotions, but this is not how a person who's capable of disassociating themselves from something and actually talk about the issue can talk about the issue. If you want to address the fact that, bro, I'm heated, I'm upset, I'm mad, then you just need to make that clear and proceed forward like that. But that's not what you did. That's not what you're doing. That's not even arguments you're making. You're just literally doing, bro, look at this shit. Bro, look at it. And I don't care, Skooch. You can take your cringe culture and you can get the fuck out of here. Because cringe culture like this is the same fucking reason why Twitch is the way it is now. The social fucking demagogues deciding that you want to pull people out that you think are out of pocket enough that, hey, nobody will defend their argument if we just paint them as the villain of the week, because then we can point at them and say, bro, you're defending this? How cringe. You can get the fuck out of here with that. Out. Completely out. The door. Fuck out of here.
I would show you guys. Right now, the entire picture is just red. I would show you guys, but Twitch TOS. But the entire image is just Reb's ass. Literally, the entire screen is just Reb's ass.
all I could do, and that's what I said to myself. I said the only thing I could do is...
So, you know that it's a problem. And yet you're supposed to get me to care. Because, bro, I'm gonna show people. It's gonna happen.
I would absolutely, you know, I would take that ham sandwich.
3 minutes into a 17-minute video, and all he's saying is, bro, I would fuck, man. I would fuck, man, I would fuck.
Comedy gold.
I don't know why I'm using these dumbass in the windows, but, like, yeah, I would have sex with the girl. But I wouldn't commit to her.
Skooch, there's more after that sentence.
I'd have sex with her, but I wouldn't commit. I wouldn't commit to her.
Never in my life.
This is another yes and. This is another yes and question. Or rather, another yes and argument. Bro, he said he'd have sex with her, but he wouldn't commit to a relationship. Imagine having casual sex! Skooch, we already have a problem with casual sex in the industry. It's a serious issue when people choose to mix business and pleasure, okay? It happens a lot. And yet, I would not say, Just as an example, by the way. I'm trying to get a Diablo packet. When the situation was happening with Asmongold trying to speak on defense of Peak Snorkels, the e-girl who was living in the streamer house with him, with a whole bunch of other streamers, when they were having problems with their housing authority, and he was trying to defend her at the exact same time that the Calvin situation happened, where a whole bunch of streamers decided to pretend that they don't do the literal drama that you're doing right now, which is why that situation is full bullshit, by the way. Thank you for giving us the ability to understand that you do not understand. But you are sitting here saying, bruh, imagine sport fucking. Like, okay, that's cool, but like, and? Like, Skooch, this is not an argument. Now, the reason why is because this is only a half of it. No, not talking about single sandwich. Crunchwrap Supreme. Also, I'm sorry for eating, but I haven't eaten today. The other half of that statement is, bro, he said he'd have sex with her and wouldn't commit. Hello, what an incel, what a virgin! Imagine not making an honest woman out of a person. But like, he only thinks in just self-gratification. He has no concern for the woman and her feelings. Oh, what a fucking loser. Ah, ah, ah. That argument doesn't work. Because unfortunately, these relationships come and go all the time on the platform. So you can get the fuck out of here with all that. Off rip. But number two, the side problem with that. At the same time you say this, you will go on to show, because this is the part that I was shown by someone, you will go on to make the argument that, well, I do more than just talk to her. I do more than just have sex with her. She gets to hang out with me. We get to play video games together. She gets to have a intimate, emotional relationship with me. And the caveat there, Skooch, is that you want to do those things. People who are perfect strangers that only see her body, only want to make use of her body, are going to be the people who you should actually say this to. Zerse is not one of them. You have decided to confuse Zerse's very reasonable, bro, she's cute, I'd smash, but I wouldn't date her. Like, I just can't do it. For XYZ reason. And you have conflated that to, bro, I would clap her cheeks all day, all night, every time, all the time. Like, bro, I wouldn't even pass up the opportunity, bro. You're painting him as something that he's not. That's the first sin. The second sin is that you understand the caveat there. Well, I'd want to have sex with her, but I couldn't date her. You know, I'd give her a one-night stand. I could have her for the night, but I want her for my life. What do you mean? And you're trying to use that too as his judgment of his character. And you don't even know his character, because this is the first time you're seeing anything that he's ever put out here. And you, Rebecca, sitting in the chat, watching this at the time he's recording this, and you say nothing to this effect. Just put your boyfriend out there as a fucking jester to stunt for attention. And you don't have the temerity to even actually suppose anything. What did I come back to? Is this guy dumb or a cheater? What the fuck is this guy? What kind of fucking conversation is this? How is this opening a dialogue? How is this discussing anything? Or any point?
Would I commit to a woman that like sells pictures of herself on Patreon, that sells pictures of herself in general? I couldn't do it.
First off, like, the fucking audacity. The fucking audacity behind that statement. He's coming off like he's the fucking prize in a relationship.
No, he's not. I can't date a woman who makes money off her body. How dare you have standards? Again, come the fuck off it, Skooch. But moving on from that.
Like, not, we don't have to beat the fucking dead horse, but Reb's kind of
You are beating the dead horse.
a fucking 10.
No, she's really not. Because you're trying to judge by your opinion. Your opinion is biased. You're dating her. I cannot take your word for it. But let's use your barometer as the middle ground. Your opinion is a 5. My opinion is gonna be a 1. Zeus's opinion is gonna be a 7.5. Between 1 to 10, your girlfriend is about a 5.5. She's attractive, yeah. Marginally, conventionally, that's a word I don't like using. Conventionally, moderatively attractive, but I don't personally know her, which is why it's 5.5. She looks attractive. She looks cute. She's cute. I can slash, but she's a perfect stranger. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? I don't know her fucking hobbies, or her likes, or her dislikes. I don't know what the fuck she gets into. I don't know what she chooses to do for a hobby outside of make these pictures, and what she might choose to do in her free time if she's not hanging with you. I don't care. Out here, we call that a level 2 e-girl. Whether or not you like being called an e-girl or an e-boy, you live in it now, boy. You best start believing in simp tales, because you're in one. You cannot get me to care for any fucking amount of time about your particular take on the matter. And at the same time, you cannot expect me to just take your word for it and believe that this is a smart way for you to refer to it, because since we live in a world, and that world has people in it, and people have opinions, there's going to be someone of an opinion, Skooch, who's going to look at your girl and say, nope, not my type. Wrong body type. She's too short. She's a womanly. Nah, I don't like brunettes. I don't like women who dye their hair constantly. I like the all natural. I like a southern girl who's got them hips to sway in the breeze like the peaches on the trees. There are 50 billion different ways that somebody can just reject your girl outright off rip, including being that she's not thick enough. She's not big enough. Weight-wise. Not a dig. I'm just being serious. She ain't thick enough in the waist and in the hips. She ain't 35, 24, 36 while she's still weighing 4'4". That ain't what's happening out here, right? So if somebody rejects your girlfriend, that's not an opportunity for you to say, bro, what do you mean? She's a 10. Because this is what I meant when I said what I said. You're being ridiculous. It is unfortunate that you continue to go on from this point without any sense of self-judgment. But you're out here like that. Alright, that's cool. That's your opinion. You can have that, bro. But this is, again, not an argument against Zeus. This is an argument against yourself. You clearly have a problem with it. So you need to talk to you, and you need to come to understand that people are going to see her on the internet, and they do not see her with you. They're looking at her, not you. They want to look at her, not you. They want to, if they are so inclined to, jerk off to her, not you and her. As long as you're going to be dating her, you have to accept this reality that people are going to rub one out in tribute to her. You're going to have to deal with the fact that people are going to have fantasies in their head. This makes as much sense for you to get mad about as some random white person, or rather some random black person, excuse me, doing the very idea that I saw and made a meme of the other day, where a person would say, "Oh my god, I got really upset because I realized that white people can think of the N-word." You're doing the emotional vacuity of that. You're upset that people would dare see women like this. It just hurts your little fucking liberal heart. Meanwhile, in the chat, how long has the video gone on by now, for Way? We need to have a whole cinematic universe, to be honest. Where does your fucking brain begin, my dude? Where does it begin? Because it's not beginning yet. It's not on, is it?
And he is sitting here, right, thinking like, yeah, I would fuck this 10 if I had the chance, but I myself would not commit to this 10.
By the way, just a reminder, this is his reaction to I wouldn't even date her. Keep that in mind.
Right? It's like, the fucking audacity for him to go, yeah, she's way out of my league, and if she gave me a chance, if she blessed me with a chance, I would definitely have sex, but that's as far as I'll go.
Again, yes, and? What's a one night stand, Skooch? What's a nightcap? It's where a man or a woman goes out to the bar, and they pick up a hot dude, or they pick up a dude that they're into, rather, and they fuck. They do whatever they do. Play horizontal tiddlywinks to the beat of the horizontal tango. And then they get up, and either he or she leaves, and then they go out and they do it again. It happens all the time. That's the dating environment, Skooch. That's almost all of what normal dating is now. Now, of course, this is not a problem for me. It's not a problem for any dude or girl who wants to do it. Because remember, they can do whatever they want! But you do understand the idea that someone could say, oh, he's cute, but he's just a pretty face. He's cute, I'd fuck him, but I won't date him. Again, this is a really great and based take about male sexuality. Unfortunately. But not the kind of base you think.
I would have sex with this girl way out of my league a couple times, but I would leave. I would leave the second I can, even though she's a 10, because I myself can't take the idea that she's doing what she wants with her life.
I should have put this here, or rather, that for the repeat of the same thing. When did he say this, Skooch? Let me see if you can see that. Nope. Drag that up. Bing! Yep, come on. Go down. When did he say this, Skooch? When did this argument that you're making up in your head happen in the video? Because it didn't. Continuing.
The audacity behind that statement, specifically because A, not trying to be a dick, doesn't sound like this guy gets
You are trying to be a dick.
a lot of play. Again.
Also, he just said he's a virgin. If he dated a lot, but then chose to not have sex, does that make him more or less based, in his opinion, to say what he has to say about his own emotion? Because remember, he can do whatever he wants. If he was to date around a lot, and he just happened to be a kiss slut, and he just kisses all the girls, just tongue them all down, all the French kiss and more, but he never put the play with the vagina gogi, and never got a gogi juice on his pee. Does that make his opinion any more valid? Should that make his opinion any more valid? Should it make his opinion any less valid?
3.5 minutes.
Also, bro said here, talking about her, like she doesn't have a personality and shit beyond that, mega insure. I'm gonna go ahead and say that's Mega Insecure, and also Turbo Virgin Incel! I stopped counting at count 10, Skooch, but there are multiple points in your chat where you can be taken down for the shit that it's said. That's not me threatening you, that's not me saying it, that's Twitch's TOS, bruh. You're responsible for the shit that you say, and they say. Not me doing it. The platform that abuses both of us does it. But will they actually do it? Who knows? But where the fuck do you come off with this kind of argument and you think that this sounds anything close to good?
In his 17-minute video, still talking about how he would fuck, right? Secondly, right, not to be a dick, but it's like, how are you going to spend the first, like, fifth of your video simping, and then...
Bellows, is it simping to acknowledge the fact that a woman takes care of herself and she looks good?
And pretend like you're the catch? Like, it's not even staying
When did you say that, Skooch? I'm waiting.
in your lane. It's just like, read the room, bro. Understand the situation, right?
Read the room. Understand the situation. How dare you choose to have an opinion on your personal channel that I came to and decided to make content about, that I'm watching and could turn off at any point in time? How dare you? How dare you, sir? How dare you?
But then, like, but there's no logical reason why, right? Because here's what some people would say, and I know they would say this, right?
And
Like,
I'm gonna here's where we butt.
Here's where Skooch actually stopped watching, and now needs to cut in front of what he said, so he can try to make a point.
The arguments. Give it a second.
no, this is the justification that the guys who date these girls are feeling what they're thinking. They're like, well, listen, like, she can post all the pictures she wants.
Yes, because
Snitch! Snitch! Give me the hair on, bitch! I want a Jerry Curl!
it's kind of her body, right? It's kind of her social media.
Let's go ahead and title these. Yes, and number 2. Yes, and number 1. Beep. Bop. Bing. Nope, that goes together. Bing. Boom. Bada boom. Pow. At no time, Skooch, are you really making any arguments where you're actually making yourself clear. You're just showing up for attention at this point. And yet, while you're trying to make these arguments, you're not being honest with yourself. Now, are you? It's her body, it's her content. Why are you upset about it? Why are you choosing to talk about it? Why are you having opinions? Why are you, Skooch?
Right? She could do whatever the fuck she wants with her body and her social media because I'm not her, right? I'm not Reb. What, you gonna fucking take away her phone if she's wearing a crop top? Is that what you're gonna fucking do?
If you have ass pics, this is Rebecca talking. If you have ass pics on social media too, no, excuse me. He has ass pics on social media too. Here's a question, Rebecca. These pictures of Skooch, does he put them on his personal channel? No, he does not put them on his personal channel. Do you know why he doesn't put them on his personal channel? Because his personal channel brand is Haha Funny Man YouTuber who makes videos about League of Legends. Haha Funny Man YouTuber who makes videos about League of Legends is not going to put an ass picture next to his League of Legends content because he understands branding. He knows that he doesn't make Haha Funny Man pictures with a side of lewd. He makes Haha Funny Man content for YouTube. He understands this. And you understand this. This is why the argument, it's her brand, it's her content, why you mad, doesn't fucking work. It's literally yes and. And also, if you sell the idea of your body, and that is what you monetize on the platform, there are going to be things that you're going to have put against you, not by modern society, since you've decided to normalize this kind of behavior, but rather people on the outside of it, or inside the society who will have their personal opinions of it, who are going to look at this and say, yeah, he could probably have ass pictures too, but this is all you ever post. If all we ever see is women choosing to use their bodies advantageously, and then whenever any person tries to have a conversation about, okay, so we understand that Twitch is a platform where people can play video games and have streams like this, and also be able to draw art, and also make music, and all the other fun things that makes the internet fun. But can we please have a conversation about how this image looks to us when the majority of what's going to be top rated on Just Chatting is women in bikinis, in hot tubs, talking to chat, using cam girl strategies and tactics in order to try and make people have parasocial relations with them, where they will take them for their money, and the attitude that at the same time, you don't have any self-respect, you don't have any understanding, or the choice to have respect for others as well, and people in the audience truthfully choosing to say, well, bruh, it's their money, bruh. It's not my fault if they get taken, bruh. See, they're the ones down bad, go outside, touch grass, go outside, down bad, go outside. If this is the viewpoint you have, then you have no argument whatsoever, and you have to leave. You have to go. Because now, you are cut out the conversation. Here's why. Hey, we want to have a conversation about people understanding how serious social media can be, and it can also be damaging for their mental health. I'd like to have a conversation. Me, Skooch, the haha funny man that makes League of Legends videos. I understand this logic. Skooch, get the fuck up out of here. Yo, bitch ass went on the stream and talked about how people were supposed to be incels because they chose to have opinions in their own stream. Get the fuck out of here. You don't respect self-opinion. But bro, I was just defending myself and my girlfriend. I'm allowed to do that. Bitch, you don't care all about the man. You don't care about your girlfriend's problems because you don't even respect yourself enough to keep the shit private. You made money off of what's supposed to be a horrible and humiliating moment for you. What the fuck are you doing? Leave! Go! Get gone! Skedaddle! That's the argument that someone can say to you, and many variations of that, when you choose to act like this. Because you understand branding. You understand that people will associate you with this kind of behavior. You can pretend and say that you're not, and that it's just completely acceptable. We have gone past this point where we would ever have that concern. We would never need to worry about that. We've evolved as a society, but this ain't Star Trek, bruh. This ain't good Trek. This ain't the good kind of shit. This ain't TNG, where Riker and Troy can sit down and have a conversation where he says, Troy, I've met someone, and I love her. I felt I needed to tell you. And she replies to him, honey, we ain't got no problem. I'm always gonna be your friend. And then they kiss each other on the lips. Granted, fictional characters, but the exact same connotation, what you're expecting people to trust in a relationship, you have thrown out the window the moment you decided to make this about anything other than his opinion being his opinion. You have tried to paint him as something horrible, and you're pretending that your opinion is anything close to devout, just, right, or good. And you have to take an L for that. You have to take an L for that. Every single time, all the time, every time. She takes the L for it because you are a business expert. You're supposed to know this. You know this, Rebecca. This is what they actually teach you in market media management and accounting, because I took those same exact classes and passed them with flying colors. You know that branding is important, and image and perspective and principle is too. It is not in your perspective or of your group value as a person who runs themselves as a business to think that it should be acceptable for you to hide who you are. That is a choice you get to make. Skooch, you're applied the exact same opinion. But when you decide to take your perspective and supersede it onto others and say, nobody could ever see anything reasonable in this, everybody agrees with me! When you do it for money, I have to assume that you don't care. Because principle doesn't come in factor here. It just doesn't. Secondly, if you, and I already know you have, so don't lie. Just don't lie. Because I've already seen it. I saw what she said, I saw what you said, and we're getting there, to this point. We been knew that it was an emotional cope for both of you. At no time does it make it any more understandable. Right? You guys, you have to understand. We were upset. We were emotional. We were feeling things. You know, it was just emotional. It came out this way. Hold that L for a second. I'm looking for you. You go on top. Now, I'm gonna move on to the second video that he made, where he acknowledges the shit that happened. Okay? Okay. So, carrying on from there, this is Skooch's opinion so far. Skooch's opinion, so far, is no one is allowed to have a comment. No one's allowed to comment, no one's allowed to talk, no one's allowed to have a conversation, no one's allowed to start a conversation, because he said. He's uncomfortable, so he's gonna make it a thing. But hey, he has ass pictures out there too, so it's apparently supposed to be a judgment on Sisha's character. As we see, right here, with our handy-dandy chart. So, let's hear from Skooch how he felt after this shit happened. This one is 25 minutes, 25 seconds. We're gonna watch all of it, but I'm not gonna interrupt this one like I did the other ones. We're just gonna let it play out. This was from March 17th, 2021.
So a year ago I made a video titled Why I Could Never Date a Cosplayer, where it was my first attempt at articulating this visceral reaction I had to seeing a woman be a incredibly lewd cosplayer and then selling her images on Patreon, and now from what I can tell, OnlyFans as well. Actually, I think OnlyFans is free.
Oh, by the way, while we're going through here, please take notice that the like to dislike ratio on this is not as superseded as the other one was. So there was brigading. You did indeed use your platform to harass another streamer. That's the first mark. It is clear that it was done because of emotions. That's the second one, and then all the other ones I mentioned out too. But please look at the two comments on top here that were liked by Xerxes himself. Man, I don't know about you, but I think it's weird that women who obviously aren't interested anyway can't accept that some random guy on the internet doesn't want them. The term incel is now used in the same manner as conspiracy theorist, just another derogatory label to slap onto anyone who disagrees with the established cultural narrative of the time. Dave Chappelle said it perfectly. The worst thing you can call someone is crazy. It's dismissive. Maybe the environment is a little sick. Incel was meaningful when people self-identified as the word. Now when it's used as an insult, it is meaningless. Cosplay girls are too cool to talk and converse with. No long-term commitment though. Mass attention will always win over single interactions. When a cosplayer rejects some guy, it's cool and everybody must understand, which I agree. But if we reject them because of their lewd behavior, it's kind of funny that they pretend it's nothing like prostitution to get the attention or easy money away with the bodies, then we have to pour apologies. What a double standard. Men are not allowed to have preferences. What a shocker. Remembering the time Serenade was spazzing out on Twitter because Riot made social media accounts for their character Seraphine, and she called it manipulative and tricked men into forming a parasocial relationship. This is the shit that I was talking about, by the way. Into tricking people with a parasocial relationship. Skooch also talked about this, by the way, on a video about Seraphine. The video on Seraphine is good. He put in a lot of effort to discuss the problem of why parasocial relationships are bad. But he doesn't seem to want to give any opinion on why parasocial relationships on a streaming platform like Twitch is bad. But go off, King. Parasocial relationships with a fictional character after she doesn't make money doing the exact same thing. But she deleted the tweets because the K-pop stans found it. These women really have no shame and lack any self-awareness. Let's look at the replies from this, since Bass replied to this. If only I actually followed this woman, I would have known about this. Remember, he said, and I quote, you follow her on the internet. You have the ability, or rather, somebody said this in his chat. You have the ability to follow her online, but you don't have the ability to learn all the other shit. So y'all are wrong. Y'all fucked up. Y'all fucked up now. You fucked up now. And this will be the last one I read, or maybe this one. Honestly, I couldn't accept a relationship like that either, and not only because I'm a devout Christian, but because I observe and take conclusions. I want a woman to love, to provide, and build a family with. I wouldn't want lewd pictures of my mother, of my children on the internet. Emotional manipulation and need for constant validation by flocks of thirsty men is a problem in and of itself. Wish those women well, and I hope they change their ways and find genuine happiness, but it's just not a risk I'm willing to take. How are you a devout Christian, but you have a Persona 5 profile picture? What a non sequitur. What a non sequitur. And lastly, actually no, there's a bit in here that's actually interesting to read. Better than non sequitur. I don't see an issue with Persona series. they really use a lot of Jewish and Christian themes and myths, but I'm not a radical. I can enjoy works of fiction inspired by Christian religion, even though it's based and stands opposition to religious teachings. It's a game, so I'll not threaten it in any way. Why would I threaten the teachings of a different religion? Besides, Persona games always have a good moral story to tell. I guess he's referring to the stereotypical evangelical Christian who sees the work of the devil everywhere. This is an interesting take to have, because if you go out, well, it's interesting to take for the same exact reason why most of this is relative. People who see their social dogma everywhere in the world and thinks everybody has to be like them, otherwise there's a goddamn problem, there's a goddamn issue with that. And that's part of the reason why I take chagrin to Skooch and Rebecca's repugnant behavior. But also, I find it interesting that no one wants to discuss the fact that a man having an opinion is all it takes to become a villain. Well, there are some who know that, but not everyone. And of the people who it matters for, they don't want to admit the problem. Or they admit the problem double-handedly, like Rebecca did. Getting mad on the internet because parasocial relationships, but not discussing it when it's real-world problems. Fictional people, real people, which one matters more? Real people whose voices don't get heard, and people who never shut the fuck up about their viewpoint and always want to use everything as an example to harp on their problems. Who gets heard more? Who gets heard less? When you have an opportunity to present the argument, you can't do it. And instead, they have to be incelish. They have to be a virgin. They have to be this. They must be down bad. There's no way this is a normal person. Clearly, it's one of those social weirdos that nobody likes. Except that's not what Xerxes is. But, continuing, moving forward.
Come back to that later. It was me attempting to articulate why I would not wish to engage in an intimate or sexual relationship with a woman of such caliber. And I will first admit that there are a couple of things I got to clean up about this video due to its reaction. A couple of things that don't seem to have been clear. And that is the fact that I was playing quite the character. I was being incredibly outlandish, which I thought was clear to see, not just simply from all my video catalog, but also based on how incredibly thirsty I was being. Of course, there are commenters who picked up on that. But there was also a really good point to it as well. It was a little bit of a meta point that I will, again, cover in a moment. But the video's portrayal and performance in general is kind of just that, quite the performance. And it annoys me a little bit that I have to explain that I was acting, that I have to explain that most of the video is outlandish on purpose. A lot of the commenters who found the video, which, by the way, the lady in question, which really wasn't even, I'd use her image mostly, but it really wasn't about her in particular. She just kind of was the focal point that, no, she was more the inspiration, but I wasn't really directly commenting about her in particular, but just kind of the nature of these relationships in general, and just kind of using her as an image to just kind of show you guys what she does and how she bees. But it wasn't really about her specifically. In fact, after I made this video, I didn't even think about it over the whole course of a year. The video performed pretty mediocrely, I would say. So it is kind of funny to me how they kind of found it again after a year. But my point was, it was a performance. And I think that I could have done the video a little bit better if I wasn't trying to perform, as and be as outlandish as I was. But the video also was a little bit poor because, as I said in the video, it was my first attempt at trying to kind of articulate these thoughts. And I didn't really have good amounts of arguments as I have now, like a year later. So the video wasn't the best, but at the same time, I didn't think too hard about it because, like I said, it was just thoughts. It was just me musing. And when I was trying to be in a really humorous and outlandish way, I was really trying to be outlandish and make you guys laugh. It was my main purpose. But unfortunately, the people who found the video, they can't really see how much of a performance it was. They can't see. They just kind of get the worst interpretation of me, which is unfortunate. But it is my fault, and I accept that. But the point is, the video why I can never date a cosplayer, I still hold the opinion that I wouldn't date a.
Really big point there. On top of all the other things that I already said that I was right about, so way to go, Pass Carl. He takes responsibility for his part in this entire farce. I'm going to go ahead and assume that neither Skooch nor Rebecca are going to take... Ooh! Oh, lovely. Oh, no! Oh, no! Dev, you scared me. Settle in, folks. You're in for a long one today. Now I can't go off air and I have to talk about the other topic behind this, but we're gonna get there in a second. Hi, Dev. Hello, everyone. Thank you. How are you guys doing tonight? Was it good for you as it was for me? I didn't realize that you were still streaming at this point, Dev. But hey, we're just getting into some fucking tism. Well, not just getting into. We're well into some fucking tism. You know how the long man goes. But we're getting into some tism. But I'm going to continue what I was saying. Just before, my ear was completely butt-pepped. Xerxes takes responsibility for his part in the farce that's happening here, okay? Skooch does not. Rebecca does not. When Rebecca and Skooch were given an opportunity to understand and talk about a problem of parasocial marketing in video games and trying to create a fictional character, and it's really weird when you go over it. I'll give you the TLDR about Seraphine. They made a League of Legends character that is basically a retread of the design of Sonoda. But they sold the character as an e-girl, an unironic VTuber e-girl that's supposed to be joining the fictional group of pop stars. And in choosing to do this, in trying to join the group KDA, they told the entire singer-songwriter journey of this character. And the entire marketing ploy was a method to get people to pay for the ultimate legendary skin. They sold people the perspective that they were getting a singer-songwriter, real, just like you, e-girl in the game. Now, her lore, that's an entire different fucking conversation entirely. Like, that just gets into not understanding lore. I'd blame that on Riot choosing to try and open up their ability to have game design so they can basically create concepts about characters that they'd like to bang themselves and then give it to people like Rebecca, who will then cosplay them to great effect. That's neither here nor there. They were given a chance to talk about the effect of parasocial relationships, the same way that Riot could have talked about parasocial relationships, but instead, they used Seraphine as a method to try and make money off of people, to try and get people who are already on the fucking spectrum as is, to have their opinions and their emotions associated with this fictional thing, and then get them to pay money for it. About $20 fucking dollars, actually. If I'm remembering correctly, I think would be about that amount in Riot $0.2 variant. But they were given the chance to talk about that problem, and here, they're being given a chance to actually present what issues they could have with Bass. And Bass here can at least have to admit and say, this video was supposed to be a performance. You were supposed to understand and be in on this joke, but you clearly did not get this joke. But I'm responsible for what I put out, and I apologize for that. And I accept the responsibility that comes with it. He's willing to say, yep, that's on me. Do you think, at any point in time, moving on from this, they did anything like that themselves? I'm gonna go ahead and say no. But, moving on.
Cosplayer. I wouldn't date a woman that does OnlyFans. I wouldn't date any woman.
What's my opinion on Pentakill? Actually, a lot. This is the weird part, right? Riot Games. Thank you for asking, by the way, Master Gregor. Master Gregor. I'm gonna call you Greggy. I don't know what Victor said, but I'm not responsible for what happens to my bot. Long story short, one of my members of my audience is super fucking based, and my automatic learning bot is now super fucking strict. I have a moderator. Nick, help the man with whatever fucking automat's happening on this on the stream, because I'm gonna be way too fucking focused on trying to answer chat and interact to be able to help with it, because you know how my computer lags. But anyways, Pentakill and a lot of those other musical acts from Riot Games is really good music. Because Riot Games is the problem of a company with a really fun game, but shitty business practices. Never mind the fact that they are still being put onto the class action lawsuit for all of the people in the company who are both male and female, who were sexually assaulted, sexually ingratified, sexually propositioned, or just outright raped on the campuses. And Riot, because they're scared of Richard Lewis and people like myself talking about it, are trying to force the women in the case into single arbitration because they want to try and settle this behind closed doors so that they don't get exposed in open court or in deposition. Never in the mind the fact that this company is responsible for being the people who stood behind Blast and the fucking Neon City, who would have thrown and given gays free lessons on gravity off of buildings for living their lifestyles, while promoting characters that they themselves have lifestyles that are abhorrent to the idea of the hegemonic theocracy that the Neon City would be located in the United States Emirates. Never mind all of that shit. The game is fun at a mechanical level. The game can be even more fun and even better when it used to be the glory days. You know, when Nikasor was the community host for it. When she was the person who was the face of Summoner Spotlight, which you can still find those videos on YouTube, by the way. You can go back and you can see the actual love and fun of it. That's not what exists at Riot anymore. There are some people in Riot who are probably really great people. There are some who are possibly really positive, like say Skarzard, Patrick, I forget his last name, the somewhat looking like a gay dude with the fucking Adam Conover hair job. You can look them up by the Riot names. You know, you have Riot Light, you have Riot Random Repertoire, you have Skarzard and people like that. But then you also have people like Mark Merrill And never mind the fact of the background of how League of Legends was even fucking made. There are plenty of good people in the company, but there are plenty of shit-ass individuals, both journalists and developers, and the company itself, especially now that they're owned 100% acquisition by Tencent. Especially when they tried to push back against it and they were told, no, you're making a mobile game. They're the company that, right up there with, I'd say, Nintendo, really good game, bad business practice, but at the same time, shitty worldview. Because all of them look at these things, not through the dynamic of what would be normal in business and normal in society. Thank you for the bits. They don't look at it through the means of what it be if normal business or in a normal society, but because they specifically need their viewpoint. One-to-one exists in the game and is in life. And if they ever get pushed back on it for it, they are always going to be looked at as, well, you see, they're one of those German lines, don't you know? They have bad opinions. Quick, come to my DMs and I'll give you 2,487 reasons why you shouldn't follow that person. Fun fact, there are plenty of people who, before I made the stream, because I said this earlier, but I'll say this here for everybody here. There are people who knew that I was going to do this stream on my podcast. But because Ben, Charza, came down with the coof, he's recovered now. So thank you everybody who wished him well. We couldn't do it because he came down with the coof. So I'm doing it here, and a bunch of other takes that I have to do before I go back to work on Saturday. But there were people who came here to try and make a thing out of it, and I'm more than certain they're not going to reply. If anything, this stream will probably get taken down. If it doesn't get taken down by me, because I'm going to upload it onto YouTube, so don't worry about missing this. If it doesn't get taken down here on Twitch, because I'm choosing to actually go into the details and they're going to bitch and whine and moan about it, you know, it's going to be a repeat of what happened with Anissa Joma in iDubbbz. If it's not that, it's going to be people talking shit, but never explaining the reason why I'm wrong. So it's really good that I made a handy-dandy list of all that shit they talking. So if it comes up and they want to say, bruh, but your points aren't even good. Hold on. I have to drag it. If they want to come up and say, bruh, your points are even good, don't you worry. I'm writing down the arguments. If you want to refute them, I feel free. Feel free to go ahead and do it. But y'all ain't gonna do it. You're the reason why I was able to get my artist friend money, so that she can have lights on, so she can continue doing work. If you want to be a motherfucker who wants to give it attention, you go ahead and do that. But if you're claiming that there's nothing to be said, nothing to be done there, if you want to be like Skooch and say, well, we're not going to look any more into this, hold that L. Fucking hold that L. And get ready to eat shit. But moving on. Back to this. Because I want to try and get onto the topic of Donkey's takes before anything else, because I think Donkey's takes will be funnier. This just makes me a little bit upset. It really does. It's just really stupid when it gets down to it. And let me catch up and read real quick. Vicar getting cogged. Oh, you're heading to bed, Nick? That's cool. I can agree to quite a bit. Glory days are done, but if Rito wouldn't suck... I can't say that, Gregor. If they wouldn't suck the Chinese money all the time, they would get tons of damage. Besides the fun with railing in back in the day. Guten Abend, CPT, I'm German. Well, see, I can't say that word anymore, because that word doesn't mean anything anymore, so I'm popularizing German blind. Yep. I don't give a fork about Artemis Maximus, so I want to talk about League of Legs. Can you ask me one more thing? Yes, you can go ahead. What is the question, Gregor? Charger is based, and no one can change my mind. Also, hi. Hello, Valkyrie. Hi. How you doing? I'm great. I'm super sweaty. The times are crazier than yesterday's times, though. Entitled and spoiled kids seem to run the decade. Yes, very much so. When clout and money is what makes things on the internet. When people choose to talk about things, and they only talk about them because they are either funny, or they can make something out of it that is cringe, then conversation and nuance is dead. You can't have conversations, you can't have debates, you can't have good faith discussions about anything. It just becomes, well, here's a person, and they have X amount of followers, and the person who they're arguing with has X amount of followers, but this person has the entire society that thinks that this is acceptable behind them, and even though this person made a good take, person A is gonna insult them, because, well, how could you be against this? We're all for it. And the person B is going to tell them, well, you see, I have principles, and you don't. When we live in that kind of society, when it comes to politicos, or when it comes to just normal people on Twitter or normal people on the internet in the places where it happens, having these conversations, there is no ability to be able to agree and say, okay, this is the physical world. This is the world we live in. Here is you. This is where it's not congruent. Can we rectify this problem? Because as long as a person's going to be able to do it for money, or they're going to do it for clout, they will lie, and they will lie a minute. Especially if they know that by telling the truth, they're destroying their own base. People like that are not going to do this. They just won't. The grift is too important. My opinion on Tryndamere. Tryndamere the champion or Mark Merrill the business owner? Just waiting. I can also give you both if you want my opinion on both. Want to try to keep it on topic. Character. In German, we call it a Schlutz. Oh my god, I am so bad at this. I need gum out of my mouth for this. We call it Oh god, I'm probably butchering this up so goddamn much. I'm sorry, Gregor. Slotch. Loosely translated to mud fight, because people become horribly insecure, not sensible, but freakingly insecure character. If you're asking me lore-wise, Tryndamere is a character that is from the old era of League of Legends, where not every character had 50 billion degrees of things that they could do, and every skill has a tooltip on it that expands out to 5 pages of an essay, right? It's not a character that was designed like Samira, or like Kayn. Doesn't have a lot of mechanics, not very hard to understand. It's somebody who destroys a game not through just walking up to them and pressing Q on them, or having billions and billions of true damage, but rather a character that requires understanding outplay. From the viewpoint of how the character plays, if you want somebody who you could watch to learn how to expand your Tryndamere gameplay, I would suggest watching any of the Tryndamere videos from Nice. He is a good one. Watch any of the people who would be a counter matchup against Tryndamere. So I'd look at people like Rist. I'd look at people like Dirty Mobs. Etspeke, people like that. If you wanted to improve your gameplay, it is a good character for a person to play if they really just like to pick a person apart and win a game through macro rather than through micro. But that's just me. Only Germans can pronounce German properly. True. But let's get back to this.
Of this caliber, and I think what kind of bothers me about the responses I've had from these people is the fact that they only prey on my perceived insecurity.
There's no problem
I don't see
here.
it in a lot of these different
I'm
comments.
just throwing out opinions.
I'm a virgin. I'm just an incel. I'm just insecure. You
like
know,
I'm a coach in my nature because I happen to coach people and shit like this. I'm not selling anything right now because in order for me to coach, I need to properly be able to play League of Legends, and I have not picked it back up seriously to actually teach in quite a while. But my best suggestion to any person, if they ever want to see a different perspective on how to play, not necessarily follow them to learn how to play it, but here's a different way to do it, I always suggest that. More information is never bad.
the logical reason you're looking for is you're insecure. But it's like, okay, guys, but here's the thing. Why should I want to date a woman that does this? And none of them address that. None of them actually have anything of merit to say. None of them, even the woman herself, she just says, me and my legal team. Like, there's no...
Oh, giving you a quick round of what is the theme of my stream right now? This is the first half, where I am going through the L's of an e-boy, who chose to use his platform to try and antagonize and insult the person here, Bath FCZ, and make money off of drama that they decided to lie to their audience and lie to their Twitch chat about, being anything other than him and his girlfriend, an e-boy and an e-girl, using their platform to be big mad and try to make money off of some bullshit that they shouldn't have been doing in the first place. I'm going through the second part of their video right now, of Bass's video, where they address this person and how ridiculous they are being. I had to cut to this because there are multiple parts of this. We've already watched through the first one, which was the person who I'm watching this from right here. They had a video. This man wants to have takes, and he is very much being what we expect, you know, of people who like contrapoints. Or, if people have actually looked at that, the video from Lindsay Ellis about Mask Off. He's trying to do that very fake, very gay, and very boring, not BreadTube, because he's not part of BreadTube, but BreadTube-like method of where it's like, oh, I need to explain to you why his argument doesn't work before he ever does it, because they have to watch the video ahead of time. They need to be the smartest man in the room, because if they're not the smartest man in the room, then that intimidates them, makes them look bad. And well, when a person makes a video and they say, listen, bruh, your girl's cute, but I wouldn't date her. Again, y'all didn't see it, but I'll explain that here. This little video here, this stream that Skooch, haha, funny man that makes videos about League of Legends, is upset about, is that Bass, Zeus, said, I wouldn't date your girlfriend. And his reaction to that is to try to make money off this drama while being upset and also being insecure. That's my opinion. It just hurts a lot. It just really hurts. What?
No explanation. There's no attempt to engage. None of that. And I guess, again, maybe it's my fault. And if it is my fault for being so inflammatory, I accept that. But what I don't accept is the lack of an attempt to actually engage authentically with me. And that's why I don't like these people. This is one of the best showcases why I can't stand liberals. I can't.
By the way, this is what I was talking about when I said they had comments, but they have deleted them. Serenade, Rebecca, did indeed try to contact her legal team. Because remember, 2 degrees! Makes OnlyFans content. 2 degrees. Which means she's smart. She tried to contact her legal team to unironically try to do what iDubbbz and Anissa Joma tried to do. When their shit was a part of the hack that happened. I think last year, or not that last year, the year before, in 2019. Where their shit got leaked to the internet. And a lot of those sources happened to go on a place like Kuya Farms. And so they tried to do DMCA takedown claim. All of the pictures. I think the total was about 214 instances of links that they were trying to remove. Yeah, they're doing that. But remember, guys, Bass is the baddie. Because he said he wouldn't date his girlfriend.
Can't stand people of this caliber because they see perceived weakness and they attack it with such cruelty that I fail to understand how they can be so self-righteous. Now, imagine if I actually was an individual who was so incredibly, I guess, insecure, as they would say. What exactly is the accomplishment here? The accomplishment is you're going to browbeat me into accepting a relationship with a woman that has OnlyFans? You want to browbeat me into accepting a relationship with a woman? I mean, doesn't that not sound like pressure to you guys? Aren't you guys the same caliber of individuals who believe that you shouldn't pressure women into having sex, but it's okay to pressure me into accepting all these different type of relationships I don't want with a woman? Now, another thing I kind of wanted to comment upon are all of the incel accusations, because this is a really interesting one to me, because it really seems to me that incels really lost the plot. First of all, it was always a stupid word, but I think this kind of really consolidates to me that people just use the word to just mean you have a negative opinion about something a woman did, rather than you actually can't date a woman or like be with a woman. Because here's the thing, guys. Let's play this one out logically now, shall we? If the video is why I would not date a woman, then that would mean that it is a choice and decision that I am making, which means it's not involuntary. Idiot. it's like a pure, like, there's not much even more explanation required from that one, logically. Game, set, match. It's a choice. I don't want to date women like this. And I think that kind of bothers me a lot because, well, what bothers me is the fact that I'm not allowed to not want women like this. I'm not allowed to not want to date women of this caliber. And but I've always said that if you think that it's okay,
I'm being a bad streamer. Hold on. I actually need to put that up because that's another argument to add to his repertoire. Too much. Number 4. I'm not allowed to have an opinion. Write that down. That's actually a good point from Zeus. Zeus isn't allowed to have an opinion, and if I comment on it, people will say that I'm not allowed to have an opinion. Because don't you know, women are allowed to do what they want. But, again, this is a very based take on male sexuality. Because it's kind of a light and a dark kind of thing. It reflects the viewpoint of how they feel about men when they speak like this about women. You're not allowed to comment on a woman and what they choose to do. It's their body, their choice. Right, but I don't want to be with her. It's my body, it's my choice, and I chose not to bury my bone. Well, the only reason you'd say that is because you're insecure. But I chose. Why are you attacking my opinion to choose? If you had the opportunity, every dude would do it. Yeah, but I don't. It's not an opinion or an argument against his choice to date the woman, but rather an argument that is a literal trope, which is men always must be eager to sleep with women. If you ever given the opportunity and chance, every dude would jump out the opportunity. And when a man chooses to deny this and rejects a person, as politely or as ruthlessly as they want. It is an insecurity and a marker of negativity that this person could never function properly in normal society. Moving on.
Not date someone because they're too short, then it should be okay for me not want to date a woman. I actually made that comment. I think it's one of the pinned comments I made. Yeah, it is. It said, if you can't date men who are too short, I can't date women that dress up like anime video game characters and sell pictures of it on the internet. I don't want to do it. It's not for me. I don't think that I'm wrong for that. Again, if we can reject people for being shallow, then we should be able to reject people.
Hold on. That one got caught by the automod. 1 second. I'm sorry if I may ask, but have you met assholes who went by the way of low expectations? Yes, I have personally experienced, and I've had friends try to pressure both girls and guys into situations and relationships that they didn't want to be a part of because of the racism and bigotry of lowering expectations. I've seen dudes try to make excuses for toxic relationships where instead of just saying, listen, you can have her, I don't want her, I don't want it, she ain't for me, and them being talked into getting to a horrible situation, one of which right now has a girl with a girl, like has a daughter with one of these women because he was bullied into it by his personal friends, both male and female, and they did not support him anytime after it was revealed, oh, well, see, she's pregnant and she's been beating the shit out of me and she's crazy as shit. None of them had any sympathy for that. It's like, bro, when's the next time you're gonna get some? This is right with me. This is fucked up, really. Let me look through the automod really quick and see if there's any others that I missed. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ah, right. There was one. And I think that's kind of emblematic of society as a whole right now. There are more people who are interested in telling people that the reason why they have opinions is because they don't have a mind of their own. They're just told things by society, you know? We're in the same society where we say, teach men not to rape. We are also the same society, at least the most vocal minority of people in that society. I'm not lowering the automod, I'm just going through it and seeing if there was anything else that was taken off, because I can't see it here if it gets caught by automod. And I want to at least make sure that people can be able to see what they say. I don't want it to seem like I'm ignoring you, because I don't usually moderate my chat very much. But it's fucked up that in the same mindset and constant where we say, or rather, not we, but the vocal minority say, teach men not to rape. At the same time, they hold the opinion of, well, if you don't date me, that means you are insert phobic here. If you're a straight dude and you choose not to date me, I assume you're gay. If you are a lesbian and I'm a lesbian and you choose to reject me, well, you must be a psycho bitch. You must be crazy. If you, the classic that we all know of, if you don't date me because I'm a trans, you're transphobic and you're a bigot. The reason why 4chan was able to make 2 successful ops to fuck with people mentally is because there are people who unironically believe that that framework is correct. It is hard. It is hard for me to understand a person like that. I don't want to. Who would?
When their decisions are actually affecting the relationship, it just, to me, just seems pretty clear. I don't really think there's much more of an explanation required on that front. Now, the boyfriend of this one girl actually made a stream of him watching my video. I haven't watched his reaction. I don't really know what he said. But of course, that's probably part of what brought the flack here. But there's a couple things I want to comment on, and that is, again, the first chunk of the video is the explanation, because I usually always explain how things get to a point when I make a new video, or how I started thinking about this stuff. And so, of course, in that introduction, if you guys didn't watch it, you don't remember it, it was pretty inflammatory. It was pretty raw, one would say, where I was pretty clearly talking about how sexually attractive this girl is. But I actually do think that, despite my clownish performance, which is what it was, and I will kind of pause here to say this, that it does seem very strange to me that people don't kind of understand clowns are supposed to be ridiculous, they're supposed to be outlandish. The image of a clown has kind of folded in on itself, and now you'll find more scary pictures of clowns than like funny and happy ones, but they're supposed to be jovial and invoke something ridiculous. You know, commenting on the performance of a clown and saying that it's weird or cringe, it kind of misses the point so much so. It's you know, but it's not only just that, it's the fact that, again, what I was doing was a performance. I do think that what I was doing was very important, so far as this is the culture, or this is the audience that this woman has to generate. That the generation of her wealth, the generation of the money of her job, is taking thirsty people, so to say, or desperate people who want women's affection and attention and giving them money in exchange for that. That's what this is. Now, how do I know that this is her attempt to do so? If I just read her bio on her OnlyFans, we can see that she is invoking the idea that there is some type of relationship or intimacy between her and her audience. Just read, does this mean we're e-dating now? If we read a little bit further in, we see, I really like trying to get to know you. She is trying to invoke this idea that she is open and ready and that this is some relationship that's going to be formed between customer and provider. But more than just customer and provider, but two people who actually care about each other. That's the point. She has to be invoking this because that's what really gets fans. That's what really is the lifeblood of this type of industry. And granted, there are some people that just, are connoisseurs, so you would say, who give money and then they leave. Of course they exist. Of course they're real. I would say that a huge chunk of that is the case, really. It's more connoisseurs than you really would have, you would say, simps, or you would have these thirsty men. But the fact remains that a lot of women invoke this desire. And so it's interesting to me that the woman, in order to have her career, must invoke the type of character that I was portraying. Now, here's the thing that's interesting still more to me. Not only must this woman invoke that character of being so thirsty, what's more important to me is the fact that it seems to have been stopped there, and all the people recognized was the thirst, but they didn't recognize what the rest of what I had to say was, and that was, it doesn't matter. And so that's why there's this strange two-step that I'm seeing here. You're going to criticize me for being thirsty, but being thirsty is the very thing that makes your business what it is. You have to invoke that in these young males to obtain their money. But more importantly than that is the fact that I was actually commenting upon how it doesn't matter how attractive you are, I still can't date you. And so that's the next thing that kind of really bothers me greatly, is the fact that not only am I called an incel because I won't date a woman. Make that one make sense. You're an incel because you rejected a woman. You're involuntary celibate because you chose to be celibate. Make that one make sense, okay? Right? But it's not just that. It's the fact that I honestly feel like men aren't allowed to reject women. Like, I'm not allowed to not want this woman. Even this woman here is clearly being salty. Like she's saying she's getting her legal team here because I showed images that she posted on the internet. Like I didn't take any stolen material. It's all just stuff that she herself posted on Instagram that she posted as advertisement on her Twitter.
There's an important part there. There's a very important part there. I almost forgot what I was going to say, but I remember now. Xerxes is pointing out the ridiculousness of the idea and concept that she knows that this is how she has to make money. And it's at this point that Skooch's argument, let me scroll down to it, or go to it, rather. Where is it? Where are you? When Skooch makes the argument of she has 2 degrees. Where are you? When she says, I have 2 degrees in business, and then she's using the very ideas that would come from that media marketing, from her coursework, that would teach her to get people to give things by saddling up to them and trying to behave like a brand by saying to you, hey, you can come to my community. Yeah, I'll make you feel welcome. Yeah, you feel so nice, right? It feels good, huh? That's what she's doing there in her fucking bio. That's what it's a part of. That's what the media is meant to have the effect for and would do. She's not treating herself like an individual. She's treating herself like an object. Not sex object, but material object. She is treating her physical presence as something that is to be transacted. It's weird because it's the dualized argument of you're aware of the thing that you're doing, but any person who notices this and calls it out, they're weird for noticing that. It's physically shocking and gasping that people could see that happening in real time and they still didn't get the connection, and that somebody had to explain it to them. But hey.
And then I took those images and I used it for criticism, so it's clearly fair use. That's just what happened. But again, it's interesting to me. If I were only but positive towards her, I know she wouldn't have gotten upset. And that's another thing that really kind of irks me about this type of stuff, is the fact that, like, I'm saying I don't want to date someone like you, okay, despite the fact that you're attractive. And it's not lost on me that, especially for young women, that can be quite the insult, like quite the bite. Because I'm saying that the strongest thing you have is not enough for me. I can't accept it. Because I think your character is poor, and there should be more to it than that. And the reason why I think your character is poor is a friend of mine actually made a really good point about this the other day, where he said that it's clear she has the ability to fake intimacy for her own benefit, due to the fact that, again, she has her OnlyFans, and we've seen that she's trying to invoke a thirst in these young males. But that kind of concerns me, because it does draw into question how authentic any relationship with a woman like that can be, if we know she has the capacity to use intimacy not only to her own benefit, but to fake it and to pretend that she herself is also involved as well. And so that's kind of why, if I could chat with Skooch in an authentic conversation, I would probably err on the side of, this probably isn't a relationship you should have. This probably isn't something you should do. Now I'm going to read a comment that this one lady made, and we're going to talk about that. Now, our friend here says, Now, our friend here says, something tells me you haven't really had much of an emotionally intimate and trusting relationship before. There's a lot someone can give you other than their body, but that's all you're focusing on this entire 17 minutes. Well, I'll pause to ask this question rather dryly. If that be the case, why is the only thing that this woman provides then her body? Why is this the focal point of her career choice then, if she has so much more to offer? I guess that's reserved specifically for her boyfriend, but I have to wonder if what would it then be? Like, how could I even articulate or even begin to understand this? Like, I'm not there. I guess I'd have to talk to him about it, which would be a fair point. But again, if there's so much more that this lady has to offer, why is it that her body is the one that puts on display and that's the focal point for her career? I don't know. I'd have to ask her. And I'll have you know, as someone who gets offers and has men paying me for stuff, I ain't gonna fly out anywhere for any client. I probably should ask her, why are you even accepting men paying you for anything? If you have a male to date, if you have someone in your life that you already care about, are you not undermining him? That's how I would feel. Here's another thing: is you're not gonna fly out anywhere for any client. Sure, maybe you won't, but there are women who are. There are women of this caliber that do it all the time. There are women who cheat for less. And I don't want to date them. And you should accept that. I don't want to date people that clearly are able to bring it out of the relationship, or who accept money from other people. That just directly undermines my purpose and role in my relationship. To each their own, sure. Well, you don't believe that, evidently. But jealousy issues and insecurities are things you can work on, which will benefit you in the long haul. Now, again, this is just really colloquial, but people are incorrect. You can't be jealous of something you already possess. It's possessiveness. Now, she's saying my possessive issues and insecurities are things to work on. But I must ask again, why must I accept a relationship where a woman wants to take money from other men? She wants attention from other men. Why should I accept that? You tell me I should. Why? I want an argument. I want to chew on the logical explanation as to why I should be okay in having these type of relationships, because I don't see the benefit for me. What's your profit, man? Gain the whole world but lose a soul. Money, you getting money from other men that I know you're probably not going to spend on me, and even if you did spend on me, it just feels grimy, is not intimate to me. It's not good to me. I don't like it, and that should be fine. You should be able to accept that I don't like it. It's quite sad that you spend all this time escorting on someone else's life choices because you know you can't get it. And so I obviously, I'm sure that the woman was referring to me having sex with her. And so my question was simple. I replied, serious question. Do you really think that I feel this way because I don't have sex with women? Because if you do, then I think you need to reevaluate how you view women and sex and not project it onto me. So she replied, I don't know if you read what I wrote correctly, but it wasn't at all mentioning the fact that you haven't had sex before. That doesn't matter. I was referring to things other than sex and relationships. It's your mind that keeps going there, dude. In the video and now, lol. But I'm sorry, by get it, I mean a trusting, intimate relationship. Now, again, I have to criticize this rather harshly. You expect me to believe that a relationship of such caliber is both trusting and intimate as you pretend to like other people to obtain money from them? How am I supposed to trust that your intimacy with me is authentic when I know you now possess the capacity to pretend and lie to other people? I'm supposed to believe that I am the super special omega male, or I guess maybe not omega male, alpha male, maybe not alpha, I don't know, dude, I don't even know what adjective to use here. I'm supposed to, and that's the thing, it is, and sure, you're right, it is certainly trusting, but it's a trust that just has absolutely no basis in reality. It's just pure, true and genuine faith. I believe that I'm special, and that all these other guys make it a piece, but I'm the special one that gets everything. But here's the thing, it all comes back down to the validation machine that I constantly talk about. It's all just validation at the end of the day. It's not honor. It's not integrity. If you had honor and you had integrity, you wouldn't need to challenge someone in this manner as a young lady or as a young man to make it so that they have to sit here and believe that they're the super special one, and you won't leave them even though you pretend to take other stuff from other, as you pretend to have relationships with other people. Like, that's why I don't want to deal with that.
And I make a bad shit posting question. What was the question? Also, that is a good thing to bring up. The Holiday Inn employee is a good example because that customer was attacking the dude to specifically get an action out of him. Much like with the point I made earlier, how would people know that they have a degree? How would a person know if they're recording in their phone and just pull the phone out apropos of nothing? How would a person know that he was autistic and pressing him and pressing him and pressing him would not lead to a stress reaction? Any person who tries to defend that is ghoulish as shit. Also, that's a good thing for you to bring up, Goddess. It is possible for you to pretend to like other people, but still love and be intimate with your partner. Really, that's just acting. Which would be no different than, say, porn stars going onto set and then sitting down, talking to each other, especially if they're a married couple, like Laz and Ladyfire. And they sit down to themselves and they're going over contracts with other people who they work with in their own business while they record their own content and work with companies like Wicked and Vivid and directors like Axel Braun and saying, look, I will do this in my scenes, but I will not do this, and this, because both Laz and I agree that we will never do that in our work, and we have both made that promise, and you are going to have to accept that, or I walk from the project. It is possible for a person to choose to do that. And, unfortunately, most people don't get it. Some people, understandably, understand it, but they're not cool with it. Because that's them being dishonest, and for some people, they cannot pretend like that. For some, I think they don't want to agree with it, because some don't have the capacity, because they wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. That's my opinion. It comes from having to work around people like that. Both when I did work myself in business, and any other thing that had to do with anything at all involved with those kind of emotions, and that kind of vacuity. therein. It really depends on the person. It really does. It depends on the person and whether or not they're going to be able to handle it, and whether or not they can be able to ride that line. Because really, it's no different than a waitress at a restaurant flirting with you and getting you to spend a bigger wad when you're at her table when you're in her section. And I know that because I myself got plenty of women, plenty of men, and plenty of gay men to fucking rain some fucking bucks on me by giving them a couple extra helpings, making sure they got time and attention and care, and they felt like they were being cared for. On one level, I'm like, give me your money. Give me your money. Give me your money. But on the other hand, it's like, I want them to remember this evening and say, you know what? This is Waffle House, but shit, I'm coming back for Carl next time. That motherfucker was respectful, proper, and punctual. It depends. It depends. And it's all depending. But I have never seen a person try to make an argument like that. I've never seen a person rectify in their mind the decision and difference between when it happens when it's a man and when it happens when it's a woman. It is always ever framed in the viewpoint of, well, you clearly have a problem because you're disagreeing with it because you're a woman, and then them choosing to castigate the guy because it is a man speaking on it. Especially if it's a gay man. So, shit, they get real bitter when that happens. But your question was, how much would racism break down, or excuse me, how much would society break down if racism would be pointless? I'd imagine a little bit. There are some people who can only be able to see the world in one viewpoint. I mean, look at the idea of what we could possibly call the left. They live in a viewpoint and in a bubble where they unironically think every race has its place. They unironically think that. Because what is the idea of being an isolationist in the viewpoint of race when you think only in determination of the in group that you're part of? What is, by large mansions, if not black supremacists, using racial huckstering to make money off of the idea of what they think is a good thing to do, because they personally want to try and bring a person into thinking and being and seeing and doing whatever they think should be acceptable to do. If you are supposed to be a devout and trained Marxist, like the devout and trained Marxist who led up the organization for Black Lives Matter, and you are caught building a retail portfolio of your residential housings, and you say, well, you see, I said black families are important, but my black family needs to live in a big mansion because I said so. Don't you fucking worry about where the money went. Don't you worry about where the money comes from. Black lives matter. And until black lives matter, no lives matter. And black lives won't matter until... white lives won't matter until black lives do. None of that sloganeering works. Because really, you're just saying, fuck those people of that race. I want things for my race. When you dumb it down to that point, now you just have tribes fighting each other. And if the only thing keeping that kind of group together is the in-group hatred of anyone who is ever against their viewpoint, if you have the unironic homo-fascism, the kind that we see on Twitter, for example, and I don't say this to mean anything about it, because I know that you've mentioned that you're trans, Valkyrie. I don't want to insult you with this. This is just something that I know, because we've had to talk about this on Digital Blackface with Poe, because I brought this up, because pink pilling was a problem that I've been keeping my eye on, because I've noticed that the left and those who speak on political matters who are associated with BreadTube and the left do not talk about detransitioners. They don't ever like covering the life story of people who are going from one side of living to a completely different kind of lifestyle, and the decisions that are made with that. I have never once seen them ever treat them with any level of humility and any level of civility. It is always, oh, we don't talk about those people, because you see, them choosing to be detransitioners is them making a choice to say that they were wrong. And the necro dogma of homo-fascism can't be wrong. Pink pilling can't be a problem, because what if they wanted to be a pretty princess? So clearly, it's not us that's the issue. It's society. Yeah, societal issues that makes them feel uncomfortable. Never mind the fact that they can't get their dick back. Never mind the fact that they can't get their uterus back. Never mind the fact that you didn't protect a child, if they were a child when they made the decision, that chose to mutilate themselves in this way, and they can never be able to have any recourse for that ever. Never mind the fact that they did it when they were adult, and they were groomed into doing it. Never mind the fact that they come to it to their own terms and they say, well, I wanted to try it, and then I tried it, and then I realized I wasn't this, so I'm trying to readjust myself to living as this thing. When people look at them, they look at them through the eyes of another. And the people in this group that would do this otherizing, treat them the exact same way that a black supremacist would call me a trash panda without the rack. If you catch my drift. If I were to tell them any of the things I just said about by-large mansions. The same way an unironic neo-Nazi would feel if any person who's Anglo-Saxon white would not join to become a part of a white ethno-state. Because, brother, look, they're just going to insult you and attack you. You're not going to be welcome in polite society in the future. Come with us. We'll give you a home. We'll give you clothes. We'll give you food. We'll give you women. It's the same idea for any group who could have any kind of racial prejudice to the point of creating class warfare about it. If racism were truly done away with, and people had to find new reasons to hate each other, a lot of society would break down. How much of it? I'm not really sure. Possibly all of it. Because there are some things that divide some people so much that if they lose it, they don't know how to operate. Because a lot of these people who think like that are in a war mentality. It is us or them. And if there is no longer a them for them to fight, then there must be an us. That's really why cancel culture is starting to come to a backlash, and why wokeism is coming to a backlash. When you are always taking a group of a self-actualized other, and you're supposing that the reason that it makes it okay to attack people is because, well, see, they have the wrong opinions, don't you know? We have to remind them that they have to do what we say. The only viewpoint that can come from that is that there is no discussion. There can never be a discussion. You can never have the approach to have anything other than, well, I disagree with you, and I disagree with you, but we can't rectify our differences, so I guess we're fighting now. This is my opinion. It's okay if you're drunk. It's cool. Let me read up, make sure I'm caught up. Chat. When you do actions based on different innocent motives, every prudence is I want money is good in healthy amounts. It sounds bad. It sounds like something bad when we lay it out like that, but it's really what serving customers is. Yes, the hospitality industry very much is, well, yeah, the hospitality industry, especially in retail, especially when it's food service, really, literally is you, a living human, operating as an extension of the company which you work for, as a, hello, fellow citizen, would you like to buy my product? But it's... Some people would say the customer is always right, and obviously those people are fucking stupid. No, the customer's not always right. There is a line between my safety, my comfort, and my responsibility. And wherever a decision that I choose to make, when it's not a decision being made for me by someone higher up than me in the business, is me attenuating my options and my choice to what I think is the most appropriate reaction for the situation. Somebody comes in and they want to try and get an expired coupon redeemed. I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't redeem your coupon. It's already expired. But I happen to have here another coupon that I can replace it with. At no time am I pressured to take a coupon out of my pocket and replace it match for match. I choose to do that. If that customer appreciates that choice and they come back and say, hey, you're Carl. The last time I was here, you had receipts and coupons that you gave me, and I really liked that. You have any more of those? Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't have any more of those today, but if you come back tomorrow, I might. Now, is there anything else I can get you here today? Perhaps you'd like to try the da-da-da-da-da and so-and-so burger. How I choose to handle the situation will reflect positively or poorly based on that person. Some people could hear that and see that and think I'm blowing smoke to their ass. And say, bro, you don't actually give a shit. Just talk to me like a real person. And on one hand, yeah, I'd have to turn off the retail voice. But at the same time, I'm not being dishonest with wanting to assist you. I want you to have a good experience. And I want you to be happy about your business decision. Because ultimately, if I'm working in service, I directly benefit from it because you could then give me a tip. But I'm not doing it just because I want your money. I would do it because I have a reputation and I want to uphold that reputation. Now, depending on the person and how they choose to interact, then that's where that becomes in, because that's when it starts coming bad, where it's like, this guy's a really bad jerk off. Excuse me, Mr. Clemens, is there anything else I can give for you, Mr. Clemens? Absolutely, Mr. Clemens. Oh my god, such a fucking dick. That can be fucked up too, but that depends on the situation. It'd be the exact same reaction if it was a woman as it would be for a man. Especially, and I can say to this because boy, have cougars hit on me. It can be very much like that when you're getting propositioned by women, especially when they are attractive women who say, come on, I'll give you $2,000 if you leave your booth for the night. I'm going to get fired for doing that, ma'am. I can't do that. Oh, come on, live a little. I'd do the exact same thing if I was a woman to a man or to another woman who tried to offer me something like that as it was for me as a man, even as unscrupulous as I am. It's just, I can't do it. It's not in my character. It's not of my aura. I can't associate actions like that to my aura. I just can't. I can't do it. Let me see if I catch up here. From what I've seen, the few people who touch on it are dismissive of it and say it's, very few people, but the fascism has themselves blown out of proportions. Didn't the detransition rhetoric get nuked a while back? I am not aware of that, actually, Snub. If you can send me a DM on Twitter, I can actually look that up, and that could be a stream for next week. I don't know. I know that some Reddits over time have been getting closed. A lot of them happen to have things like this. Well, shit like Egg IRL continues to be a thing, but I would have to look into it. I do not have enough information at this time to be able to give a educated opinion. I wish more people would be smart enough to be able to say that. But one thing I hate about it, all groups, is that if I'm not a part of a group for any reason, I am at best, if very luckily, neutral, and that I am in case the enemy. Analyzing the problems and solving the problem, but some reason most activists left believe that preventing people from saying a word means that they stop being racist. In my opinion, fuck the 1984 break new world. We have to fight for those on a device. I think customer always right uses the always in a hyperbolic matter of come on. No one really thinks that. All workplaces say stuff like we will not tolerate any abuse. Really, it depends. It's one of those things we call light of day policy. Vicar. It's the concept, if you've never heard of it, light of day. If you're not willing to say it in the light of day, then you shouldn't be willing to say it in the darkness of night. If you won't say it publicly, you shouldn't do it privately. On one hand, if you are a company and you are part of a company that has a social media standard, because that's what the light of day policy is. It is just the standard that you would hold for public, polite society. And you tell people, okay, listen, you have social media accounts. We're not telling you need to shut them down. We're not telling you that you need to delete everything. But please do not make public opinions about private business matters and say that you are speaking on behalf of the company if you do not actually speak with the will and power that on behalf of the company. If I work for Burger King, I'm accountable for anything that I say that's supposed to be a representation of Burger King and its business practices. If I take a phone into the back room and I'm recording the process of how we prepare the food, and I don't know, Burger King foot lettuce. If something like that were to happen, I would expect all of the hammers to come down on my head for it. But if I am a person who says, listen, here's my opinion after working for this company for X amount of years. I have X amount of experience. I've served this community in my town. I have had X amount of years doing so. And here's all of the people who can vouch for my skill. Here's what I have to say. That's my opinion, and nobody can take that away from me. And if I'm punished for telling people about my personal work experience while working at a company, that is a direct violation of the internal kind of policies that companies like, for example, Waffle House have when it comes to having to deal with problems. For Waffle House, this is what they call their Smart Start system. It is the system of how people are supposed to report problems that happen judiciously and adjudicatedly inside of the company. Because there are franchisees and there are corporate stores. Corporate stores very much answer to the people who own the business here in Georgia. But in franchise stores, even if they are operated with the knowledge and consent of the corporate, the franchisee might, like it is here for a lot of our Chick-fil-A's. One of the perfect example, actually. One of the most common things people love to say about things like Chick-fil-A is, oh my god, how could you eat their food? And about their opinion about gay people. Bro, do you want to know how many gay men are working drive-thru? Right now, within a 30-mile radius of my house at every single Chick-fil-A that I could visit? The number is above 100. And all of them work on every shift. They stay winning with customer service.
I don't care if Jessica in the back is sucking Jakari's dick while he's taking my order. Jakari doesn't fuck up my chicken sandwich, and he serves it to me with a smile, even if he has cum on his face. That's the attitude that I'd like to see from a person if I'm going to make a business decision. Even if it is the most lecherous and debaucherous thing possible. Come up with the craziest idea of the worst case example that a person could have of someone supposedly being down bad like this. And I can promise you, there's a place and a time somewhere, at least in Atlanta, if not where I live, where not only has that happened, but nobody thinks anything of it. It's like the reaction people had to hip-hop and the culture that used to come with being homosexually disinclined, as you will, or if you want to go the other way of saying it, being heterally based in hating gays, especially with how serious being on the down low is for the black community. It's much like how when rappers like Busta Rhymes, that used to be really openly homophobic, went on and said, nah, people like Frank Ocean, they are changing this industry, bruh. They're everything. It's a different time, different culture. Some of it was based in hatred of the other. Some of it was just in fear of something they didn't understand. Down here, we don't judge people for shit like this. At least I personally don't. I try not to. If it's a quirk of their personality, and it comes out on the job, and it's a thing that influences and makes them better. If they're just happy like that, they just have all the energy, whether I have the energy right now, or how I have it with my new job, where basically I work on the dead graveyard night shift crew, and everybody's like, I don't know about Carl, but I'm just over here just singing to myself saying, it is not usual to be loved by anyone. And just spinning, flipping, dip, dive, ducking and dodging and doing my job at 10,000%. Really, the only thing you could say is, okay, that's weird. But, hey, they don't mean any harm. It's the same thing. And the opposite of that is also true. Where a person who chooses to put on a brave face behaves in some way that is prejudiced towards you, but says, oh no, it's not because of that, but it is because of that. Like, say, somebody choosing to say, oh, well, you see, the last time I went to a restaurant, all those male workers, they just got super, super thirsty for me because I was an attractive woman, and I just don't feel like being looked at like a piece of meat. I've had customers that have said that to me, and I have laughed in their face because they were being ridiculous. And when it was investigated, I made clear to show, listen, at no time did I speak to them like this. I never said anything like this. They chose to make that up in their own head, and I'm going to go home now. And every time, I was cleared of any wrongdoing because that's not on me. I'm not responsible for what's in the head of the customer, but the customer is also not responsible for what is in my head. And I'm responsible for how I choose to act in those situations as they are, the same way any person would, or has the opportunity to, rather. Very long-winded, but yes, agree, where I agree. People who think there's one human race, just different covers, different cultures, often live better and more secure and more successful than those who think that there are multiple races and classes. We must solve it with violence and dividing the people. What is my opinion and take? Is it wrong? I don't think you're wrong, Solar. There's caveats where some people, they will never undo the bigotry and hatred in their hearts. There are some people who ironically will go to their grave hating people. This is very common with the black community, right? You can have really, really old, racist black people that are unironically the most based kind of joke that only exists in the Boondocks. You can have yourself an Uncle Ruckus that will just go to the graves, hating Whitey. But it's just, I'm not like that. I unironically, I like 3 letters away from being Carlton. So, if that's how some people conduct themselves, be it as they may. They can be isolationists over there. Well, out here, I'm trying to meet people. I'm trying to see what the world has to offer. Can you ask and or offer me something for the stream for fun? Probably. Yes, the stream got kind of derailed hard, but I enjoy talking to you all. I want more people to be able to stay from Dev's streams when he chooses to host me, because I feel bad when people leave, because on one hand, people want to go to bed, right? So he's handing me off to people who want to hang out. But at the same time, I want to get a feel for y'all and get y'all to see, because at some point in time, Dev and I are supposed to have an actual discussion and talk and interview, either on my podcast or in his podcast, and just talk to him. And granted, I started my career proper doing whoa. Hello, Mega Medi XE. I started my career technically 2 years ago, around December, where I decided to physically become, well, actually, no, that's inaccurate. May or June. That was when. I started my career out in May or June of 2018, proper, despite being on the internet the entire time, because I didn't feel like I had things to say. And so, while I've been enjoying the bump that has come from building myself up from the ground up with grassroots work, I feel bad sometimes when I'm not able to connect to more people in my audience. I'm not able to grow the audience outwards and meet new people. So I'm trying to do that here. I just want to be able to interact with people and make sure that their opinions are heard, because I like hearing those opinions. I used to be a person, not so much now that I've gotten to the point where I have seen almost everything a person could see people make arguments about, and I have to actually pick and choose. Thank you, Solar. And I have to actually pick and choose who is deserving of a response, because not everything deserves a reply anymore. When a leftist says, lol, Carl's a Nazi, I just laugh at them on Twitter. I don't give them an explanation anywhere near this detail on why, actually, no, I'm not, because you know, Vosh Johanns exists. This man could go on stream and try to pretend to be fucking cool and funny after he calls someone like Dankula a fucking Nazi, and then on his side stream afterwards, as I check in with his audience, he's asking them, hey, did I do good? Did I trick him? Did I trick him into supporting me? You know? All those streams that he chooses to unlist that he thinks people don't watch, but people watch and talk to creators like Adam, like Sticks and Adam, and he gets outed saying shit like, I want to be king of BreadTube, people are gonna have to bow down to me. I don't have to respond to those kinds of people. I just have to roast them, because it's ridiculous. Why would I debate a person like that? They're not gonna speak in good faith, and if they are, and they're not going to, you know, stay in the point of what should be important, what will happen, more often than not, is that, much like, say, for example, with Jake from the cornfield. When I expose Jake for basically being a bad faith liberal, who in the same breath, he and his girlfriend Sarah will say, well, you see, black people, they just don't know, they're just too proud. They don't know how to ask for help. They're just helpless, and they just choose to suffer instead of asking people to help, and we'll help them. They're the same people who wanted to try and use me as an example of some bullshit. Because if you ask them, they'll say, oh no, we don't talk about that person, that's just crazy chud. Because it's a 9-hour video of an archive from the stream where I exposed him for this, where he tried to bring me in, assuming that I was not streaming the entire thing the entire time, and insulted me to my fucking face about being poor. You, the liberal, who's supposed to care so much about the world, and understand so much about how to connect to people, you're gonna tell a black man that, oh, your mic seems like it's a good price for your price point. You're gonna make money off of something like that. The same way that Skooch here is gonna do the same thing here. And I'm supposed to agree with you and like you because you have a problem with e-girls that laugh at you and make you look stupid by using your very same tactics and optics against you? Like, what the fuck? No! Just no! Like, I don't have to do that. No one does. What the fuck would be the point? What would we have to talk about? Like, here's you and 40k. Is this you? No. Yes, it is. Get off my screen. That's all I can talk about. That's all I can do to talk about him with. I would rather have a conversation with Dev, and rather have a conversation with my audience, and rather have a conversation with people from other people's audiences who may become part of my audience, than try to pretend and fake the funk. You know, like, I can't... It's like I said, I can't associate these kind of actions with my aura. I can't lie. Like, I can pretend. I'll take your money, BreadTube. But, you're gonna get laughed at. And then when I use that money to build up more of my shit, to replace all this, make it all new and all different, you're gonna have to deal with the fact that you paid for that. The same way that Akila Hughes tried to be what's the word I'm looking for? She tried to be a copyright troll and ended up having to pay Sargon for the money that he then would go on to use to buy a new luxury car. You're gonna have to deal with that. I already had the people before try this with this stream before I did it, and they ended up being responsible for helping me get my artist friend the money to get her lights back on. Because she's a digital artist, and without her having electricity, she can't make works or commissions. I may have bought her at least a month, if not a month and a half, if not 2 months worth of time, so she can be able to get a buffer, so she can get back on her feet. At the same time, I'm working on putting myself on my feet. Does it make me look good? I guess, but it's not about looking good while I'm doing it, or trying to come up with subterfuge and camouflage, because that's an accusation I get all the goddamn time. But, like, I do it because it's good, it's right, I want to help people like that, and it is something that should happen. I would do it in their position just as much as I would hope that they would do it in mine. And I associate myself with people who like to do that. But we have definitely gotten derailed here. Hold on. Let me catch up. Let me ask you a question. Why not turn a prejudice against the person who is abusing it? Why not turn a prejudice against the person who's abusing it? There is a caveat there. If I choose to use the same weapon that my enemy uses on me, it is not actually a judgment upon the person, but is rather upon me for doing it. There is an example of this, actually, of iDubbbz making content up, right? When you criticize people, you want to criticize them for things that they're actually guilty of, not for things that you've decided to pretend that they're guilty of. For Content Cop, it was supposed to be somewhat of a tongue-in-cheek method for iDubbbz to comment on the quality of content that a person creates. Not to be like, I'm snatching your scalp, I'm exposing you, you're down bad, you're a horrible creator. Nothing like what you get in commentary communities. You know, not the kind of thing that you do for somebody like, say, EDP445, which is the same number as the girls that he was interested in. But it's supposed to be an opportunity for you to broach the conversation about, hey, is this person's content actually good, or are you just upholding it because they're popular and they're there? If you compare that to Ethan Klein's content nuke, constantly hammering a creator to try and deplatform them, demonetize them, the way that Carlos Maza tried on Steven Crowder, the way that I Am Leafy got attacked in retaliation by the majority of these Twitch streamers that I'm describing, and people like Pokimane, and also deplatformed at the same time. That kind of action sets a precedent in two ways. The first one is that nobody wins, because it's mutually assured destruction at some point, because you're willing to destroy them, which means eventually somebody in retaliation to that will be willing to destroy you. But more importantly, it's a cursed scepter of power. The reason why people that used to follow Leafy would then go on to become fans of iDubbbz was because Ian didn't necessarily actually make points that were against Leafy as a creator, as much as it was against Leafy, the persona. The optics was, here comes this person dethroning the current king. Long live the king. The king is dead. Long live the king. But he's holding a cursed scepter, dude. You took the cursed scepter from the king, and you killed him with it. Now you possess all of the negativity that is associated with that because of how you got it. You didn't get it by being voted better. You didn't get it by the virtue of better work. And this is the reason why cancel culture is the bullshit that it is. Because those who do it. Those who can't will teach. And those who can't compare and can't compete will cancel. Because if they can't compete with the talent that a person has, they will do anything possible to try and ruin them in the eyes of everyone else. This is something that was tried on me by BreadTube, and it didn't work very well because I'm smart, well, at least smarter than them, and I was able to catch them down bad in many ways. You know, like the fact that somebody would threaten me with a gun, they thought that was funny. People who say, oh, where's the emotion? Why can't people care? Thousands upon thousands of people laughing at the idea. Ha 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 ha, this person was threatened with a gun. Ha 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 ha, it's funny. But when it actually came down to address, oh, you said these things. Did you not think that it was supposed to be funny that a black man was threatened by a person with a credible threat? Crickets. But more to the principle of the argument, the way that you get something is going to affect how it goes forward. So, like, if my audience was made up of nothing but 12-year-olds, who only cared about the optics of, oh, they're being based, that means I support them because they're being based, rather than them actually having a point for why they would have an argument. And that was how I got people. I just made clickbait, fucking court jester, webcam opinion bullshit, the way that BreadTube does a lot. And I just put my opinion onto every single goddamn thing. All it takes is one person who's willing to sit down and pick through my arguments and explain the exact same way that I'm doing here to Skooch, or to any other person that I cover on shit like this. hey, your opinion's stupid and dumb, and here's the reasons why. And here's the reasons that are sourced on top of that for these reasons that fill in the purpose behind why, say, a business decision or like changing the policies and adding to the policy of harassment could lead to precedent that would then get Leafy banned on Twitch because a streamer got him attacked for his status. They got him banned on YouTube because they all bitched and whined and said, we don't do that here, despite literally doing that here. And then a journalist, sympathetic to those kind of streamers who hate people like Leafy, decided to report it to Twitch, and Twitch said, oh, well, we can't have a person like that here, can we? Bad for our brand. When a situation like the hot tub streams happens on Twitch, here, it makes every person who does not want to be associated with that look bad. Because now, like I said earlier, people will associate that to their aura. They will judge them, not because of something that they've done, but because of something that happens on the platform where they are. And that is bad, because that just continues the cycle of hurt. But even worse, if a person builds their audience by constantly attacking people and needing to make a clown of someone, that content does not create. It destroys or it alters what already exists. Vosh Orhans is a perfect example of this. Vosh does not make takes that are supposed to be good, or devout and just and right. If he has something, and if he is ever right about anything, in the moment, we can say, that's a reasonable take. But outside of it, on hand, I can't take him serious, and I can't believe that he's saying what he thinks is true and is good. Because people like him, and people like Vito Gestalt, will stand behind him and say, I'm going to defend him because that's the right thing to do. But then, when I correct Vito when he says, oh, well, it's good for me to do that. What, you think I should just let people lie about him? I can say, no, people shouldn't lie about Vosh. They should make fun of him for things that he's responsible for. And they should not try to hold him accountable for things he didn't say and didn't do. But when I can mock him for things that he did say and he did do, and he thinks is smart, when he says that truth is downwind from power, and I should just say whatever the fuck I want because, bro, it's not in my aesthetic. I'm not gonna have principles, bro, it's not my aesthetic. I won't take money because it's not in my aesthetic. As opposed to, I won't take money from people, from a pack, or I won't take money from things that I won't do, and I won't promote myself because that's my principle, like Destiny has, who's been having a bit of a based realization. When that shit happens, you cannot compare this as an apple to an orange, because it's not an apple or an apple. It's not an apple and an orange. It's an apple and a fucking durian. And I cut into it, and it fucking reeks. You can't sell me on that. And yet people try it, because for them, they don't see the moral problem, or they don't care about the moral conundrum it brings. So I guess that answers that question. I'm sorry if that was long-winded. If I am a German blind, what does that make you as a native German? I don't know. I'll work on that one. I'm gonna come up with a name for it. I only got as far into my joke of thinking of a different word for Nazi than German blind. You actually heard of me after that Monster Hunter Rise streamer rage quit, and we all pointed and laughed at him, so I know we'll get along, and that's why I stayed. Aww, thank you. Bosch on Tim Pool's show should prove to me once in a while he doesn't have what it takes to actually debate without getting angry and turning it into who yells for out or war. That is true. Find it funny that teaching from the guy from the left, not trusting when Brand pretends to be a good guy, and choose to trust when they've been a good guy. Looking good is a byproduct of it. 1, Soy Boy and the Mold Couch from Devo. And 2, to get things back on track. Your favorite NES games? My favorite NES games, I have 2 of them. One of them is, I think, what is it? Secret of Evermore? And then the other one from that, Chrono Trigger is too basic of an answer, so I'll give it one that is probably out there for some of you. The Seventh Saga. That one. To use the same deflection is not the same as reuse the same tactics, at least in my opinion. That is destroying Germany faster than anyone before. Oh, do you mean the lady that said the thing? You talking about Merkel? She won't be chancellor this year. Replacement. Looking good to people just want you to be feeling famous, but you're unhealthy. After all, many people died unhappy because of the way that Virginia media, friends they gain over time spent in that kind of environment. People have the idea that you need to stop yourself being yourself. I should really stop talking with gum in my mouth, shouldn't I? I'm not from Chicago. I don't know how to do that. Where was I? Your friends again over the time spent with the kind of environment, same with people who have this idea of needing you to keep you to themselves. It's like that old saying that I've heard locally: "Tell me who you walk in with, tell me who you walk with, and I tell you who you are." Destiny wins because he has a good hold on his moral consistency. They don't unhappy because nobody loves him from being themselves, only the idea. Yeah, you may be the honest man in the middle of a gang, but I can't trust someone that has most of his friends that got in jail for stealing. Super Mario RPG 7 stars, my favorite NES games. I would buy its port than nearly anything. You know, that's surprising. Of all the games that I would have expected, we're gonna get back into we're gonna get back into it at this point because we're at what? I feel like 4 hours. Let me check. 4? Yes, just broke 4. You got cut again by Automod. I'll try to keep my eye on that now. But yeah, I am surprised that of all the games they chose to make remakes and remasters for, they didn't make a updated version for Legend of the Seven Stars. I would have figured that a way to placate all of the people who are upset that Gino's not in Smash would have loved to have seen something of a game of a remake of that for them. They could do it with Donkey Kong Country. They could do it with Super Mario. They could probably do it with this. That's what I think. I mean, shit. You have the time to bring back Nocturne. Why not? I'd buy it. I mean, people were willing to buy a basic remodded port of Super Mario, or not Super Mario, but Mario 64. They were willing to get that for Super Mario Sunshine, which is really a really great game that everybody should play, and also the same thing for Super Mario Galaxy. They were willing to sell that on the eShop. And granted, they pulled it from the eShop, or so they said. I don't actually know if it's still there. There are copies of it that are floating out there on Amazon, but I'm not paying that fucking money for it. I don't need it that bad. I have my memories, and I can fucking just get my GameCube in the room over there hooked up if I can finally get a capture card for it. I don't have to buy it, but I can enjoy that it's there and people have that option. But I would hope that they would remake something like 7 stars, honestly. I feel like it would be good to do so. I don't know. Oh. And yeah, that does suck. Gino isn't even in Smash. Only his clothes are. I remember how they cried when they heard that music come on. Yeah, let's get back to it. I want to keep y'all here all night.
I don't want to have a relationship like that. I get your general point of view. We all have insecurities that make us feel ways when someone else is looking at our partner. And again, like, she's more highlighting and focusing on my perceived insecurities rather than the integrity of what it is to be monogamous. And I guess, again, in my original video, I didn't really talk about the authenticity, being monogamous, or the principal point of being in a committed relationship, you know? And that's
I don't play BDGM in the stream. Can I post a link to Evermore Orvis T? Yes. My Automod will probably do something about that, but I'll try to correct it. The reason I don't play BGM in the background of this stream is because I'm going to upload this to YouTube. If I think there won't be a problem for the VOD will stay up here on my Twitch so that it can live evergreen on YouTube. And if something does happen where I require needing to delete it from Twitch, the video will still live evergreen on YouTube. I don't put music in the background because I'm tired of seeing people try to claim music on my videos and then trying to use that as a method of getting them banned worldwide because they don't like the points that I make in them. I've already had somebody try to blackmail my channel already once, trying to do that because they didn't like the fact that a black man had a reasonable take during the riots. So I just remove the audio after. I remove the audio in general, and then in editing, I will add background music. That's how I choose to do things. That's how I have to do it, unfortunately. Dev does it the exact same way. And yeah, even with royalty-free music. Because the way that people are abusing the system of claiming people's ID, of claiming videos, both on the media claim, especially when you make your own music, which is what I do sometimes, or worse, when they claim your shit and they do it as a way just to get your information to dox you, yeah, I ain't with it. I ain't with it, none of that. None of it. None of it whatsoever. So I just try to remove the opportunity of it. I just try to do that as much as possible. But you can link it. Hold on. Let me see if you can. Give me a second. One moment. No momento, por favor. Let's see here. Make VIP. Hold on. Shit. And no, I do not want to do that. I want to give him VIP.
VIP Master Breaker. I'm sorry, I have dyslexia. Give me a second. Yep, there you go. You should now be able to post links. Go ahead and try it. Man, Secret of Evermore is a fucking classic, as is all of the Mana games. You have to have at least played one in your life. If you just haven't, bro, how are you living? How? Tell me.
Error in that video. Again, it's more of a proto-argument or the basis of where I've come to how I am now. And, the video's poor in that area. I accept that. But the thing is the issue isn't so much the insecurities as much as it's the purpose behind what we're doing here. It's about the principle. The principle is if I no longer try to obtain attention from other women, then I should get that same thing in return. We have traded in our options for other people to maintain our current relationship. That's the way that it should be. That's how I feel it should be. We don't need other people because we have each other now, right? And if we fail in one area, we can try to work it out or we can try to compromise. And we'll do it. We'll face that battle when it comes. But it shouldn't be that I have to accept that you're going to ask other men for money. It shouldn't be that I have to accept that you're going to ask other men for attention. It should honestly be that you should analyze why do you want money and attention from other men? And why are you trying to keep me here and hold me here and tell me that I shouldn't feel this way or I need to work on myself? That is so hilariously arrogant that I can't even believe that you have these ideas or these notions. She goes on to say, I just think you should realize that she's not putting all into her subscribers or people she earns from, not nearly the same what their partner gets from her. Sure, I believe that to a certain extent. Either way it goes, it's still fake and it's still manipulation. And again, an individual who has integrity would not want to be in a business of such caliber where you have to take the weakest of minds of people or people who are hurting or people who are in pain and lonely and extract their resources. Just matter of factly.
Thank you for that, Solar. In general, I have tried arguing my case multiple times directly to Team YouTube on Twitter, and they have ignored me at every single recourse. And when I have laid out the blackmail in black and white and demonstrated how they themselves are upholding this bullshit fucking strike on my channel, it's a warning strike, mind you. But the matter of the principle is that I did nothing wrong. I did no false reporting. I didn't impersonate anyone. And yet that's what the person who tried to do it to me to try and affect me directly claimed. And did so to try and provoke me to go on to a stolen podcast that we eventually got back from them. Because it was Scrub Undead, if you know him on Twitter, Poe's podcast that they tried to hijack. They hijacked his Discord, and they hijacked his podcast, and they thought that they were going to be able to use it to try and make money and make their own Bloodsport, just like RedTube. And it didn't work out for them like that, because we were able to get the account back for him. And that person no longer makes anything, period. But here I am, suffering the consequences for defending my friend. And the company is abusing me because my name isn't Markiplier. My name's not Jacksepticeye. My name's not fucking PewDiePie, even though they dislike him a lot. Still, somebody with power. Because I don't have power and influence, I don't have somebody like Moist Critical, Charlie in my corner, who's singing the praises of my fucking problems. Because there's not some person like Shu, or some person like fucking Chris Raygun, telling people, hey, you should care about this problem, because this is a very serious problem of discrimination. Because I don't have somebody like that in my corner, speaking that problem to their ear, it's not going to get resolved. Granted, at this point, it's mostly a blemish that pisses me off, but it's not something I can't get over. It is what it is, I guess. As for the other thing, really, it's done nothing but help me, I guess. But at the same time, I don't like that it happened.
Matter of factly, if you have integrity, you cannot see this type of weakness in men and then profit off of it and then say that you're a good person or you've done something for society. You haven't. You just take it. And I can't accept that. I can't. I don't want to date a woman like that. And that should be okay. It should be okay that I don't want to date a woman of that caliber. Again, if you think that it's okay to not date people who are too short, who don't make enough money, who are too ugly, who are too corny, who are XYZ, then I should be able to say, listen, fam, you want to do OnlyFans? That's your prerogative. I'm not going to commit to you. I'll look at you, sure. And if I was a less honorable man, would I hit and quit? Sure. But I'm not going to commit. I can't do it. I know you have the capacity to pretend. I know you don't care about men. I know you use men like tools. I can see it. What would make me different? I have to believe that I am totally different. You're not lying to me. You're not manipulating me. I have to believe that. And so you have to, I guess there's a lot here that really shows that you're not of this caliber, but I can't see it just based off the pictures. And I think that's about it. I don't really think I need to comment anymore on this particular comment, but in conclusion, I just don't really think that this is a relationship that I should want to have, and I don't really think that these comments really exist in any manner to really show me that I should want it, but more to punish me for rejecting a woman, which is kind of funny to me that, I mean, she's in a relationship and anyone would be upset at me for rejecting her, for not wanting to do with her. Like, truth of the matter is, we should just say, I don't want to date you, and then you should say, well, I don't want to date you either, and then we walk past each other, we just, we let bygones be bygones, but this is just not something I want, and I think it should be okay for me to not want it. I think it should be fair for me to not want to be with a cosplayer that sells pictures of herself. If you think it's okay to not be with someone because they're too short or they're too ugly, they don't make enough money, they're not funny, they have a boring personality. If you think it's okay to reject people for that, then I should be able to look at your life choices, your career choice, and say, I don't want that. I feel like it steps in between our ability to be intimate. I don't like you pretending to like other dudes on the internet. I don't like you pretending, and that's just my honor. I'm just honor bound. I see other people in pain, and I don't like the manipulation. So I would say this, Reb individual, whose image I used. If you want to have a conversation about this, man, by all means, it would be interesting and it'd be fun to actually talk. But if not, then I honestly will leave you with this. I think it should be okay that I don't want to date you. I do. And if you want to talk about that, then by all means, we'll chat. And I think it'll be interesting. So with that being said, I just hope you guys got something out of today's video. And if you did, man, go and click the like button. And shoot, go click that subscribe button. Down in the comments below. As always, you guys have yourselves a great day. I'll see you cool cats soon. Adios.
Right. So that was Zeus's second reply to what was brought up from the drama from the video that we were watching. And we're going to go back to watching what we were already watching. I'm going to queue up the next one in the background, because this is his rebuttal to this conversation. But this one only really makes sense once we get towards the end of this. I don't know why I have the power of the long, but I have the power of the long man. It's just a matter of time before I work with Jay and I find myself on EFAP. I swear. One of these days, baby. Next time. Next time. But let's get through this. We can move on to the next thing, although it is late. Fucking getting to 10:49-ish. I don't necessarily need to stop. I'm just commenting on it. So I understand if people want to go to bed, because either it's a different time zone or whatever. I understand. I get it. So let's get back into this shit. Turn this off for a second. I want to move this over and actually make space for my fucking shit. Because Skooch does not deserve to be this big. Where's this? What is highlighted here? That's window capture. Right. This, you, small, you, and list walk on the screen. This probably will become bigger over time. Alright. I know that's super small as shit, but I will read comments as I'm still reading them. So we're going through it. But remember, we left off on this, and we were at Rebecca and him at 14:33. We still have an hour and minutes to go. Oh, God.
Yeah, I have multiple pictures of me naked on Twitter, bruh.
That's right. But I actually get...
Now that we're back here. Same argument I was making before. Skooch, you have pictures of yourself on your Twitter, but you don't post them to your YouTube. You don't promote them on your YouTube. You don't promote them at all at the same time with any of the shit you make concerning League of Legends. You come off it. Come off of it.
to have sex with her. Like, I'm actually having sex with her. So
Yes.
Also, more importantly, now that we are all aware that even Zeus has addressed the fact that this is supposed to be him playing up a reaction, any reaction that Skooch chooses to make here is him intentionally trying to fight a straw man and framing himself as winning. Because remember, he's a comedian. He's supposed to know that this is not supposed to be that serious. He's supposed to understand that this is character. If he doesn't get that, and he thinks that he's fighting something that is anything other than what it is, he is tricking himself. But let's keep going.
Yes, physical intimacy is that is where I draw the line. That right there is the sense of in which I am monogamous, right? Like, we're not polyamorous. Physically, we are the only people that are intimate with each other. That's just how it goes. Emotionally as well, even. So physically and emotionally, we're the only people that are intimate with each other. And that is as far as monogamy goes with us, right? That is where our monogamy is.
you can pay.
Okay, Skooch, I have a question. I'm gonna write that down as an argument. Hold on. Oh boy. Ooh, I have so many questions. Sex with other people is as far as our monogamy goes.
I'm just gonna put a whole bunch of fucking question marks here. I'm so confused. The reason why I'm confused is, what do you mean by R? And what do you mean by R monogamy? R monogamy? Sex with other people and being sexually and emotionally involved with each other is as far as R monogamy goes. Am I understanding this wrong, or is there a different kind of monogamy than the actual word that monogamy means? Which means committal to one person. Because when he says R monogamy, I think he means R monogamy. I also kind of disagree with the idea of, well, you see, we're the only people who are intimate with people. Bro, you might be having sex with her, and you might be dating her, but that's our girlfriend. Because, like, that's not exactly true, Skooch. Every single time she posts a picture like this and she puts it on the internet, there is a piece of herself that she is inherently giving away. Doesn't matter if it's the emotional part. For most women, this kind of thing would be emotional, because this is a bit of you that you are putting out there on the world. And like I already said before, and what Zerse already said before, do not advertise what's not for sale. Some people are going to see it as a very serious and intimate choice to choose to put themselves out there like that and post the boobs real hard. If that is a decision they come to, more power to them. Same thing with you and your dick, and your ass, and your butt, and whatever parts of yourself you want to put out there. More power to you. But the moment that a person in a relationship chooses to put that shit there, and it is not very clearly communicated between them and their partner that this is a decision that has no bearing on their emotion. Oh yes, I do this shit as a call girl for money, but my heart belongs to you, right? If it's one of those storybook situations where a person is forced into some form of sexual committed slavery, you know, they're being kept as a sex prisoner of some big sleazy fucking dude or girl, and they're forced every night, all night, to give their body to the person. They will never truthfully enjoy the thing, right? You may have my body, but you'll never have my heart. That kind of shit. So, a normal reaction that somebody in that situation will do, and this is what happens in a lot of situations with people who are like this, especially those who are really possessive, especially for those who are besmirched for being bisexual. And so they get attacked for that. This happens more with women, but it's very common for those that are considered to be biphobic. When they get involved with someone, and they get judged for whatever reason they get judged for, they're told that they aren't truthfully giving themselves to someone because they've done that already. For lesbians, it's the idea that a true lesbian isn't capable of truthfully doing a proper gay relationship with a woman, or women loving women, if you so are inclined to call it, because you're filthy, you're unclean, you touched the peen! Same idea for gay, if they are bisexual and dating a gay man. You have a Jew. What do I smell there? Is that the gogi juice on your peppers? Oh no, Andrew, say it isn't so! You know? It sounds like it's ridiculous, but that's something that people's lives have been ruined over. It's something people's lives have been killed over. Oh, whoa! Thank you, mofo. Welcome back. Also, why was that not the sub sound that I put up there for that? Oh no, that's right. Never mind. Nope, never mind. I switched the sub sounds. You know what I'm talking about if somebody were to sub right now who'd never subbed before. I confused myself for a second. But this is an argument that happens fucking a lot. Like, a lot. In the dating scene. That is not just an argument that happens on a regular case. It is the argument that's being had on Twitter right fucking now. That's why Super Straight happened. Granted, Super Straight was a joke, but Super Straight was not a joke in the mindset behind what came to the process. Oh, you're harassing me because I choose to have sex with men or women, and I myself am considered cis? Well, it's not actually bigotry and hatred, it's just me being super straight. And if you hate me for being super straight, doesn't that make you the bigot? Wink, wink. The joke is that is a form of hatred and prejudice. And by not recognizing that prejudice, you're attacking people for things that they shouldn't be attacked for. And you would think that that shouldn't happen. I don't know how you could come to that conclusion, Skooch. I don't know what made you choose that choice of words. But why did you say those words? What? Huh? I'm just so confused. Even while trying to understand it, I don't understand it.
Your money to look at pictures and fantasize about having sex with her, but I'm the guy that actually gets to do it. So
True, I am. And I'm also the guy who gets to hang out with her. You're kind of forgetting that she's not a piece of meat, right? You're kind of forgetting that me and her can drink and she can watch me play Need for Speed Heat and just crash into every wall because I'm fucked up, right? You're kind of forgetting all the other parts in a relationship besides, you know, the sex.
I don't care.
I was reading that. Give me a second, Master. But, that's not a point, Skooch. But we don't just have sex, though. Yet you're calling this man an incel. And so is your chat. And this opinion of his is somehow bad. But we don't just have sex, though. We actually go out and we hang out and do things. And then I fill the thought pocket. That doesn't matter, Skooch. You have decided to put him in front of an audience of people and have tried to present his take as somehow bad. And as a part of this, people went on their own volition and saw that actually his opinion is a bit more nuanced than that. But there are those who decided that they couldn't have him being sensible, so they only choose to exist in the viewpoint of, well, you see, his opinion is wrong because, don't you know, we mocked the man. This man is clearly not capable of touching grass. He can't even touch ass. Why would we think about it past this? Your chat's antagonizing him. You're antagonizing him. Rebecca is antagonizing him. You're all in the disagreement of one viewpoint, and you have only offered a single viewpoint to this. You didn't try to deny what he said, because you say, oh, I agree with that. True. I get to do all the other things that come with a relationship. And yet, in his own words, Zer said, yeah, I understand that. And bruh, I still don't want it. So he's not allowed to have the opinion to say, bro, I don't want it. But more importantly, on top of that, even when he says, bro, I don't want it, but you do you, you're still going to attack him anyways.
Which is kind of crazy.
Gotta power through it.
It's kind of a big foresight, right?
Gotta power through this. It's cringe. What about Supercell? I don't know. Was Supercell also something that happened like that? Speed, heat? Is he trying to rap? I don't know. I don't think so. But still, at the same time, remember, this is supposed to be funny. Comedy gold! Comedy platinum. More like comedy silver. Comedy bronze. Comedy iron! Comedy irony! I'm dying on the inside too!
It's kind of a big lack of like understanding. It's like, well, but the sex. It's like, do you
This is the part that somebody showed me that I got upset at most of all. Hold on.
only think about that? It's probably why you spent the first 3.5 minutes of this video talking about how much you want to have sex with someone.
You know what? Here's the thing. More power to you. If this is how you rationalize your lady's career choices,
I don't have to rationalize anything, right? And it's funny that he uses rationalizing as the word here, because what he's been doing this entire video and what he's going to be doing for the rest of this video is
Number one, Skooch, you claimed that you didn't watch this and that you were reacting to this live. That's another case example of you lying. Jesus fucking Christ. This is what? Number 7? Number 8? 9? More importantly, you only care about sex. You don't care about women. Or rather, no. Better meme. You don't like real women.
If all you can focus on is sex, how little of it are you actually having? Do you think so little of people, or rather, do you think so little of people and of how personal sex and intimacy can be, that you think is appropriate to mock them? This says more about you than it does at all about Bass. Actually, it says more about both of them. Since she's co-signing this, this is actually both of them choosing to do this, so... Smiley face. T. Okay, there you go. Make sure you can see that. Yep, so you can. Alright. Fucking Christ.
Rationalizing his need to be controlling and demanding of the person that he's dating. Which
That's not what he said, Skooch. What?
word here? To
Now you're trying to get into semiotics of words? Okay, let's go.
rationalize anything, right? And it's fun.
It's also not funny. This is a language quirk, along with a whole bunch of other language quirks that I mentioned earlier that I wish streamers would stop doing. I'd wish they'd stop trying to act pseudo-intellectual to say that they understand things like, oh, it's interesting that they would use this word. No, it's the word that came up in the argument that was important to use. This is not like if I was trying to break down something that Vosh Yorhan said, and I choose to pick over the particular word and how they choose to frame it, because with Vosh, it is all optics. If he chooses to use a specific word and a specific form of rhetoric, I have to analyze why that rhetoric was used and whether or not the rhetoric was effective by communicating the idea of what he is making. This could be an argument you can make about Bass, but this is not an argument that you can make about Bass, because Bass went on to then explain to you in full consort what he meant, why he said it, and why he was doing it. But this was made without that. So, it becomes an analysis. It actually becomes that thing we were talking about earlier. You're accusing him of something that he's not doing, but he can't defend himself because he doesn't have the power of time. Which I think would be a better question to ask. I'm not going to write it down, but if you were going to throw out words and arguments to accuse him of something he didn't do, were you going to ever show the follow-up to this? Now, we know this answer. The answer's no. You didn't do a follow-up, Skooch. But Zers did. Zers followed up with his opinion and made it important enough to explain his position, which is why I mentioned it. He made it important enough to explain his position and accept the responsibility he had in part and parcel to this farce that you two have created. You, yourselves, trying to make money off of this. While you're doing that thing of going, ooh, ups, ugh, yikes, this is really cringe. While you're doing that, Skooch, and while your audience does that, were you ever going to address any serious point he made? Like I said before, no. So this is performative. You have to accept that. This is very much performative. This kind of attitude from you, the person who's supposed to play a video game that's supposed to be all about being ooh woo super accepting and casual with video games, this is us getting full confirmation that you are exactly what the fuck we could say that you are, which is an e-boy, big mad on the internet about arguments. But it's more than just that, right? The crux of your argument is, it's interesting that all he talks about is sex. We know that he's joking, but let's assume, since this is what you've chosen to do, let's take the ETHOP position. And let's assume that this is 100% unironically true. This was the argument Zeus was making.
Look at how he's only interested in the sexual quality. See, this is the reason why people don't like men. Because there are men on the world that just don't understand. They don't get it. Don't they know that women are people? They have emotions, guys. It feels every bit like the kind of shit that comes out of the mouth of a male feminist right before they assault a woman. I care so much about women, guys. Now, excuse me, there's somebody in my mentions who I need to creep on. Don't you know? Don't you know you can go outside and touch grass? While I get exposed for being a sex pest for the 15th time? There are entire whisper networks that are dedicated to looking for this kind of rhetoric. Because it is unironically what happens. How many times have we seen it happen? It hurts. Because he didn't even say those words. It's rejection, Skooch. Like, I'm trying to find a way that you can fandangle yourself into an argument. But I have to agree with Gregor here. It's cringe because there is no argument here. This is conjecture and at worst, projection. But he's going to go on and tell us pseudoscience bullshit. So let's let it play out.
Right? You're kind of forgetting that me and her can drink and she can watch me play Need for Speed Heat and just crash into every wall because I'm fucked up, right? You're kind of forgetting all the other parts in a relationship besides, you know, the sex.
Well, I don't care.
Which is kind of crazy. It's kind of a big foresight, right? It's kind of a big lack of like understanding. It's like, well, but the sex. It's like, do you only think about that? It's probably why you spent the first 3.5 minutes of this video talking about how much you want to have sex with someone.
You know what? Here's the
like, from this assertion, apropos of nothing, because I've said this before, I'll keep saying it again because it's funny as hell, and he's gonna get mad about it. If all you can talk about is, bro, you said you wanted to have sex though, and he says, oh, I'm more than willing to talk to either of you and actually have a conversation, and then you don't have a conversation with him about this thing that you cared so much about, that you bitched and whined and moaned about it, and you made a stream about it, and you had to talk about it, because, girl, I had to rip him a new one! Just like I'm ripping you one here now. And I offer you the ability, either of you, or one of you, or both of you, at the same time, to come forward and explain yourselves and say, okay, so now that we have the power of Harry Hindsight, would you like to walk these statements of yours back? Would you do so? Would you be willing to be accepting of the benefit of the doubt and hope and pray that you didn't just do it because fuck this person? Would you be willing to explain where you got these takes from? Why you were willing to do it? Why you felt so comfortable trying to sell me something? I imagine the answer is no. I imagine the reaction I will get and the reply I'd get is, we don't have to answer for this, we've already addressed this, and people like you are the reason why we have problems on Twitch. Because people think that they should have a room and they should have an opinion to talk about people's private lives in a public setting. Except that, no, it's really not. It's really not. It's fucked up, man. That's really fucked up. Imagine, for a moment, mind you, imagine Skooch was not dating Rebecca, okay? Let's say he was dating, just for sake of argument, let's say that he was dating Goddess Valkyrie. And Goddess Valkyrie didn't do anything at all to involve themselves in these problems. Doesn't make shit like that. And if they choose to, they don't post about it publicly. They have an alter ego. And someone were to do the exact same shit here. Right? Took a random picture of them cosplaying, and you choose to use that as righteous indignation. Could you say this exact same thing after you decided to take what should have remained as a private problem, as a straightforward argument against everything, as an opportunity to make money at her expense? Or his expense. I'm sorry, Goddess, I never asked which direction it is. Is it female to male or male to female? You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I was going to make the assumption that it was male to female. Does not matter either way. But if this were something that actually had a privacy element to it, there was no implication for people to go digging into your girlfriend. And then they chose to do so. You know? Like when Ethan Ralph threatened to dox Vermin Rodent because he was upset and big mad and stricken out against Vosh on the kill stream. When he threatened to dox Vermin Rodent, that would be a time where Vosh, rightfully, could say, why are you dragging my personal girlfriend into this when she does not make content concerning this topic? And why do you think it is acceptable for you to do so? And think that I would not react negatively to that leverage. If that were something that were to happen, and I've seen it happen too many goddamn times, then Skooch could say whatever it is he has to say, and then forever hold his peace. But that is not what Skooch did. That is not the precedent for why it's happening. That is not what led him to make the video. That is not what led him to make the live stream reacting to it. And so, here I am, having to piece together your brain damage and figure out where exactly do you get the fuck off on this high horse of yours, thinking you speak for me, men in society, women in society, or anyone else other than your goddamn self!
Hey, more power to you. If this is how you rationalize your lady's career choices,
I don't have to rationalize anything, right?
Oh, hold on, let me read. There's no real argument to begin with. Let's get this to another side of this roundabout. Using, or more likely abusing, games to get to a discussion about intercourse gives away that there is desperation for the point that was talked around but not mentioned personally. I'm sorry, but I hate it when people abuse games in the gaming industry for their own ideologies. Me too. Don't forget to unVIP me later. I will not forget. But yeah. But the word rationalized in that sentence, Skooch.
And it's funny that he uses rationalizing as the word here, because what he's been doing this entire video, and what he's going to be doing for the rest of this video, is rationalizing his need to be controlling and demanding of the person that he's dating.
This is not something that happened. But I'm going to write that down, and we're going to go through why that's stupid, Skooch. He does not. You're coping. That's it. That's the only reply. That's the only reply that's necessary. The reason why is because, number one, we just heard him explain himself on his own video and explain what point he was making. No. He does not need to rationalize being a control freak. He's not a control freak. In fact, mentioning this quality again says more about you and your subconscious. It doesn't make sense that you would choose to throw this at Xerxes' feet as though it's his problem, but you're the one who made the point, and you can't find any evidence to support this, so instead I'm supposed to just take you at your word. Despite the fact that I could do research. Cope!
Which innately is a fucking red flag. It's a fucking red flag, isn't it?
Good night, Vicar.
It is. Oh, this is how you rationalize your girlfriend doing what she wants to do? Well, then something's wrong with you. Listen to yourself, buddy. Fucking, like, hello? You just fucking said that.
if you rationalize it as, you know, you're the one that's actually physically having sex with her and talking to her, by all means, you know, that's you. That's you. I've got no
red flag moment. Red flag moment. Got more red flags in the Soviet Union.
counter argument, because that's true. You are actually having sex with her. But to me personally,
And don't forget like the rest. Like, has he never been in a relationship and he doesn't understand that there's like things besides sex? Like, she's a person.
This is him still reacting intentionally into what is basically a troll.
She's funny, right? I'm pretty sure everyone here follows her on Twitter. Reb's a funny guy, right? She's a hilarious dude. So there.
Did you just Did you just misgender your girl?
There's kind of some stuff you're missing besides the sex.
I just don't feel. I feel like there's a loss of intimacy here, right?
No, there's not a loss of intimacy. There is absolutely no loss of intimacy.
There is absolutely no loss of intimacy.
Yes, there can be. Maybe you think there isn't, but there is. Because people value this kind of thing. And you are attacking him for having that view on this value. You are not the moral arbiter. Arbiter of his love life. You cannot tell him how he feels or other men / women feel. Try to stretch this a bit. There. Yeah, there we go. Lovely.
It is quite literally you being insecure. That is it. That's it.
We've already addressed him being supposedly insecure. That's fucking, that's cope. That's cope.
Where's the loss of intimacy? Because other people know how big my girlfriend's butt is? Does that not make her hotter to me? That the whole world is like, Jesus fucking Christ, she's hot. It's like, yeah, right?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, that's worse. Bro, she's hot and she picked me! Cringe. Cringe. No problem, Gregor. Go ahead. Jesus fucking Christ, that's cringe. Bro, she's hot and she picked me, bro. Bro, she picked me, bro. Why are you mad at me, bro? She picked me, bro. Bro, she picked me, bro. Bro, I don't even believe how she picked me. Skooch, do you hear yourself when you said this? Did you listen to the shit you were talking in your head? When you were planning this out ahead of time? When you were picking over this, and you picked this as the moment that you were going to say that, did you think about the fact that this does not sound the way you think it would sound? This, I think, is probably the most insecure thing you have said so far. There are lots of insecure things that you've said. But, boy.
Like, you get it? If anything, she's fucking hot.
Right?
Why does he
Even
keep...
though the girl is
Why does he
lewd, like,
fucking...
some
Hold
of these cosplayers have this like lewd type of nonsense where they're like they
Hey,
don't show
Dem.
their genitalia, they just get as close to naked as possible or implied naked, and that's okay for some reason. I don't really know.
Yeah, Reb does implied nude. She never actually does nude. But if she ever did nude, then why the fuck, like, again, that's not on me. If she doesn't want to, which is why she doesn't. If she wanted to, then she would. And that's just how it goes. You know what I mean? Like, again, this guy, I think, like, I don't know if he was raised somewhere fucking in the fifth world, right, where they're still fucking trying to figure out what fire is, but women kind of have control over their own body and choices and careers and all that stuff.
Oh, no problem, Viger. Room of heaven, my friend. Go for it. Also, I'm gonna double check my fucking thing. It should stop doing that. Maybe, I should start unblocking hyperlinks so that people can be able to say whatever the fuck they want. I need to go through the VIP setting, because the VIP setting should have made it so that you could just post what you needed. But apparently, it is not. But, address this shit real quick.
I think, like, I don't know.
She never does nudity. Did I hear that right?
Okay for some reason. I don't really know.
Yeah, Reb does implied nude.
Reb does implied nude. She never does real nude. Reb does hardcore internal gangbang. But bro, she never did cream pie. Bro, she sucked an entire football team's dick. But bro, she didn't swallow. She does OnlyFans, but bro, she's not like those other girls. I think that is the biggest insult that you've said so far about your own woman and about women in general, while also saying it about men. that at the same time shows how little you understand this argument you're making, but also reveals exactly how brain dead this take really is. Cringe. The full explainer for that is basically... I should write that down. In your pursuit of being a male feminist, oh no, let's just write it like this. Be performatively woke. In your pursuit to be performatively woke, Skooch, you have exposed your real opinion about men and women. Because if Rebecca did choose indeed to take the Mariah Mallard method, if she wanted to go down the same line as Momokun and wanted to feel up on women like Momokun filled up on K-Bear cosplays and Cutie Pie Senpai of all people, and instead of learning about herself, working on herself, and coming back and earning back the good races that she could have had from years of just being there and basically being a runner-up to Jessica Nagiri, instead of honing her craft, honing her senses, and learning, what Mariah Mallard, otherwise known as Momokun, chose to do was instead directly go into porn. The exact same way that Lena the Plug, who became famous for saying and then carrying out and following through on her promise of, if I get to 1 million subs on YouTube, I will make a sex tape with my boyfriend and my best friend, and she did. And now she's just out here doing porn, and the most recent thing that we remember her doing was that she was making porn with Trisha Paytas, present there in the crowd, while she was pregnant with her boyfriend's kid. In your pursuit to say, well, bro, she never did this, she only did this, and that going right alongside your take of, well, it's her body, she has a right to do whatever she wants. What you just said to me, and said to everyone, Skooch, is that if your girlfriend was doing hardcore porn, you wouldn't have any ability to say anything at all. Because, bro, it's her body. She can do what she wants. If she wants to make money doing that, well, I just have to be okay with it. Because it doesn't make her any less than what she is. Because I know I have her heart. I'm the one that gets to hang out with her at night. I'm the one that sits in bed and makes memes with her and goes viral on the internet as people say, oh my god, guys, look, they get a relationship. But all those other women, I look down on them. Because you see, they do choose to do that. And I'm not into that. Like, bruh, I'm not dating them. But Rebecca, she never does that. You know, she never did it. I don't know if she does it. But bro. That's what you said here. Because the exact same thing you said about women applies to men. If a man chooses to do that, then he should not be judged for it. But you're already judging a man who does not want to date her. So what would be your opinion to, say, a gay man who somehow found himself into you, but could also say, well, bro, I don't really care what Skooch does because he's not dating me. And he goes on and he does his thing, and you were somehow to come along and be aware of what he does, and you decided you wanted to do to Xerxes what you would do to them. Would you actually carry that through? Would you follow through on that? Or are you going to pretend that it's anything else other than what it is? Because you took the genie out the bottle. I can't put the gin back, but I can drink to your sorrows and then wish for more. Everything that you are claiming here is a sin that is on you, not the chat, not me, and not Xerxes. It is worse than just projection. You're talking about yourself. You're not having an argument with Carl. You're having an argument with your subconscious. And you're projecting your problems on other people and using this flimsy framework as a scaffolding to level a playing field that doesn't exist. You are standing on a scaffold
trying to bean people in the head with paint cans, saying, yeah, now people will see you. Now I'll show you. And you don't realize that you're about to Clayton yourself. Harder than Clayton strung himself on vines in Tarzan. It's worse than just hoisting yourself by your own petard. You're showing that you don't care so much about other people and about this argument that you're making that you'll throw all of them under the bus if it helps you look good in front of the people you're in front of now. Holy shit!
Never actually does nude, but if she ever did nude, then why the fuck, like, again, that's not on me. If she doesn't want...
No, that is on you, Skooch. You chose to date her. You have to have an opinion about it. If you choose to have no opinion about it, and somebody brings it up to your face and says, well, bro, she does OnlyFans, and, like, I'm not for it, you don't get to say anything to them, because that's not on them either. So which one is it? Does it matter or doesn't it matter?
Want to, which is why she doesn't. If she wanted to, then she would, and that's just how it goes.
More importantly, if she wanted to do it, then she would do it. We don't know if she wouldn't or would not. Just because she hasn't done it yet doesn't mean that she won't. And if we assume that she won't, then there's no reason for you to say this, because why would you even put the thought in people's minds? But let's assume that she doesn't. If it were to happen at some point where she comes along to the idea of, well, I'm making a lot of money, but I could make even more money. Because here's the caveat that you're not saying here, Skooch, that I don't think you've mentioned yet, but I'll say it now. If it comes up later, bring it up later. But she makes more money than you, and you are a made man off of her money. You are being able to live the lifestyle you have because she supports you, rather than you bringing 50-50 to the table. I know that because it's been made clear, and it's been discussed many times between yourself and her publicly, that they dislike it and hate it. That people address you as, that's her boyfriend. Yeah, like, Skooch, that's Rebecca is Skooch's girlfriend. Not, hey, Rebecca is Skooch's girlfriend and Skooch is Rebecca's boyfriend. The implication there being that by associating you and her, one before the other, that somehow, because she's with you, she has what she has. Which actually, at one point in time, you're going to have to accept that part too. Both of you have clout that comes together from both of you interacting the way that you do, with the overlap in your brands. You with your brand, and her with her brand. In your world, you could probably say, well, that's fine, because that's just how we do things. It's just how we operate here. And yeah, that is... But people on the outside looking in on that are going to realize how you reconcile it, and the reconciliation, words are hard, the reconciliation that you're going to have to come to is explaining to me and everyone else how it is okay for you to have such an overlap and such a breach of not just like the security of what comes with understanding how this looks to other people, but more importantly, breaking the custody of the chain of responsibility, and as well as the conflict of interest, with you choosing to have her here in your chat, supposedly helping you defend herself and yourself, and both of you don't care enough about this to make a statement with your brand, right? Because I mentioned that already. You didn't put this on your channel, so you don't actually care. You're more than happy to make money off of it, so it's not a matter of opinion and about values. Your values can be bought. So, you have no scruples, you have no principles, your arguments are flimsy, and you don't even care that much, because if you did, you would be willing to risk the brand integrity of your consistency and say, listen, I don't usually talk about this on the channel, but this is a serious topic for me, and I need to address it because it is a personal thing that is affecting my life, and I will not silence my opinion. See, it is the difference between you being silent and you being silenced. You and her are not being silenced. You tried and failed to silence Zeus. Zeus, defended himself in his position. And because he had the audacity to not lay down and die, or let you present him as what you wanted to paint him as, you need to take him out of context and make him into something he's not, so people will not see what you are doing. This is the exact same thing as what I looked into when I looked at the video on digital blackface from the woman on the channel who said things like, this meme here is a distant ancestor of the Zipcoon meme. where a person speaks eloquently but still uses the wrong words and the wrong intonations of the human language that they speak with to explain their points. You are doing the woke, left, divergent quality of that. And it is infuriating. It is infuriating for all the reasons it should be. Because you don't have principles, and you're not willing to repeat this shit on a live broadcast in front of other people who are going to roast you. You said this in an echo chamber. So, all of the opinions that are being seen here in your chat are the echo chamber deciding that they're going to choose to do whatever the fuck they want to do. I can't stop that. I can't stop them from saying those things. I can disagree with them. I can talk them down. But, buddy, there's nothing that is going to assuage the fear in your mind that your girl's going to cheat on you. Okay? I would suggest going to therapy. You need it.
You know what I mean? Like, again, this guy, I think, like, I don't know if he was raised somewhere fucking in the fifth world, right?
Also, feminist, male feminist, chooses to besmirch people in the third world while insulting someone for the crime of having an opinion saying he didn't want to date his girlfriend.
Where they're still fucking trying to figure out what fire is, but women kind of have control over their own body and choices and careers and all that stuff, right? And again, I know I'm a broken record here, but is it not interesting that is it not interesting that he is completely trying to make an argument for why I'm in the wrong by just saying how wrong he is?
But she's got her lewd stuff out there. But
Hold on. That's something that deserves to be responded to. Yes. Just as interesting as it is that you are doing the same thing. Actually, no, you're not doing the same thing. You're doing exactly that to him. Curious. It is interesting that you would attack a man for saying I wouldn't even date her, especially when both of you, her and you, would say he wouldn't get a chance. And yet the person who doesn't give a shit, is the person who's wrong. Because, don't you know, people in the third world, they might not have things like human rights. But bro, I take offense to this because, don't you know, there are people in the third world who understand that women have rights. Never you mind that they're not allowed to speak. Letterboxes, bruh, letterboxes. Never mind the fact that a theocracy treats women like property still. Men and women, by the way. Not just women, men and women. The Muslim in me, from my aunt, is getting really upset now. I'm getting really mad. Never mind the fact that they are not allowed to have the power of bodily autonomy and fashion, and they see the world by being told to be seen and not heard. Never mind the fact that even men in that kind of society are subjugate to the rules of the very idea that people here take for granted when they claim that their lives are ruled by a patriarchy. But you dare to claim in the first world, so a place you will never go, that you are doing it to try and pull him out of the pocket. Oh, fuck out of this dimension. Get the fuck out of my dimension. You do not deserve to be a third dimensional being. Go back to the one-dimensional world. Oh. 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 Oh, my chest. It hurts. It hurts. I can't, man. This is next level cringe. Oh. Oh no. Oh.
And then he boils everything down to like, but you gotta have sex. It's like, no, you don't understand. If you think that sex is the only intimacy in a relationship, you are completely wrong.
Performative.
Like, holy fuck.
But I feel like when there's access to something that should be private or intimate, like
Something that should be private or intimate because of what?
easily available.
When I have access to someone's private nudes that they are sending to their boyfriend, and I somehow, through the magic of fucking up and the internet and the universe deciding, Carl, you're gonna get the nudes of one of your followers today by accident. Because they just so happen to have your number, and they accidentally sent it to the wrong number. When I become privy to something private, like someone's nudes, I am going to feel uncomfortable. Because number one, I don't want it. Number two, I don't want your nudes. And number three, it is private because it is a very serious emotional bargaining chip in the mating dance of courtship in the modern era. I can guarantee you at some point in someone's life, especially if it is a man with a woman. I don't know about dudes because we have learned this lesson, fortunately. Don't send your nudes to women, guys, unless she really, really wants it and you are living near or with her. And even then, I'd say still don't do it. But women tend to have this thing that comes with feeling violated when people who shouldn't see and have misled them take advantage of their body and their open security and do this thing called revenge porn and make people who shouldn't see it because they chose to share it around, or somehow the information went into the hands of a person who wanted to use it maliciously, or the worst case scenario, someone lied to them to get their nudes so they can get the jollies and then sold it to someone else. It is considered a violation of their trust. Skooch. Example. If I took a picture of your dick and I chose to send it around to people and you got mad, would you not feel insecure and or prepared and dipset to fucking fight me in court to have the material taken down and take me to be held to the fullest extent of the law because I have violated your person? Clearly, the answer here is yes. But I wonder, what would the male feminist you say? Oh no, I don't actually have a problem with it because they already got pictures of my ass. Hey, they can look at my child snake. Hey, you can get some dick, man. Hey, I'm selling 2 for $3. And you can get it by me. Is that what you're gonna say? Because that's some shit I would say. But even then, I don't show my dick on the internet real hard. The only thing y'all motherfuckers get out of me is titty and feet. That's it. That's it. You ain't gonna see a single goddamn thing I don't want you to see. And even then, if I choose to put it out there, I'm not gonna put it out there for attention and clout. I'm gonna do it because it's gonna be the funniest joke ever. Like saying Count Dangula, take a picture of his balls and not just dunk on people being upset and angry at him in general, but then you get fucking Nicki Minaj fans to retweet his balls not once but twice. Because they can't stop themselves from being mad. You're doing something similar to that right here, right now. But I think the funny part of the second bit is not as important as the important front part of the first bit. You don't see, or you're going to pretend that you don't understand why people wouldn't want something of a private nature to be released to the public, or a person who is not secure and does not want a nude from a person be given to them. Because men are supposed to always be eager. Like, what do you mean you don't want a nude? What are you, gay? And yet at the same time, you're pretending that you care so much about women's rights and women's rights to have the ability to share and be as sexual or as non-sexual as they want. Despite invoking the third world, where many people don't get a choice. It just happens to be that whatever is being done by the current leader of the country that is running whatever banana republic they happen to be a part of, because they don't get to have fair elections, has to go along with. Another way to say that is, do you think people should have a 50% chance of being enslaved? I'd hope no. And yet, would you believe me if I were to tell you that people in the third and second world are pimped and sexually trafficked, both digitally and in person, as a part of the illegal sex trade? And people like you are the reason why we cannot get rid of and bust those people. Because when I was working for the government, and it was my job to hunt down people who did that, it was people like you that made it possible for them to get away with it. Because nobody wanted to cover and focus on the real problem, because they were getting too fucking caught up in slacktivism. Because they thought, oh, I tweeted about it on Twitter. That's the extent of how far I should care. Tell that to every single fucking girl. Muslim, white, British, or otherwise, living in the UK. For every single city, and every single town, and every single fucking grooming gang, you go tell them, yo bro, what are you upset about? What, you feel pimped? Go tell them that. Go say what's chest. I want to see Carl read it out. British Carl. I want to go see Carl read it out on Lotus Eaters. I want to hear them say the take from Skooch, so I know it's real, Skooch. You care so much, Scoochamochi. You care so much, but you really don't.
Such as her Patreon, her Twitter, leaked stuff, because I saw all of her sets. I saw all of them. I'm sorry, guys, I had to.
I saw all of her sets. I saw all of them. Oh, man. I would fuck her. If I had a shot, I would fuck this girl. Also, I bought all of her sets. I bought all of them.
Skooch, you know that your girl's shit's been leaked. Let's not pretend. I'm so over this. I'm so over it. I just want this to be over. I'm trying to get to the end, guys. I might start skipping around now.
Saw them all, and I would fuck her, but I would not stay in a relationship.
But more importantly, I'm just going to start fucking speeding this up again. My god. I can't. I fucking can't, man. I can't handle this kind of cope, man.
I wouldn't, but if God gave me the chance, oh my God.
Look at the thickness. I had to do the research for this video. Okay.
I shit you not. All of this is just images of Reb's ass or Reb in nude poses, which is just crazy. Because it's not even like, I don't mean to use big editor words here, but there's no pans, right? There's no zooms, right? There's nothing. It is quite literal still images of Reb. There's nothing.
Skooch, why are you upset about the body? Why are you upset about your girl's body? Are you implying that there's some reason why you would feel uncomfortable and why she would feel upset that somebody puts her images on the internet? I thought she cares so much about her acting. I thought she cares so much about her ability to be a model. I thought she cares about her cosplay sets. I thought it's not a problem. I thought she should do what she wants.
It is just still images.
But when it's that available, when something that's supposed to be intimate is that available to everybody, I just can't. It doesn't feel special to me. You know what I mean? So,
Bobby Fly, thanks for the 5 gifted. I'm going to read all the subs when I'm done with this video because I don't want to keep pausing to read the subs. But Bobby Fly, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. And I will read all those names and the people who have been subbing. I will read them after we finish watching this.
but maybe if I was actually clapping her cheeks, you know what I mean? Maybe, the wetness of her vagina would change my whole mind. Maybe.
He's pausing for effect here because he heard, maybe if I had sex with her, maybe if I personally had sex with her, maybe it'd change my own mind. This is part of the clownishness that Zer's was talking about. And you're still taking it unironically. He was being ironic and being tongue-in-cheek and hoping you would catch the hint. And not only did you miss it, you chose to miss it. It doesn't require breakdown. It's just male feminist being male feminist. Oh, we're trying to skip. I put it on 3 times, but the video's gonna start shedding and tearing. Hold on. We're gonna go even faster. We're going to 3. 3 times speed! Put a on it, Captain BIPOC.
This is just because I'm virtual. To me, I just don't like the idea of a girl I'm with, you know what I mean? Showing something that I had put an effort to obtain for just money, right? Because like, another day, something, you know what I mean? Like, there's an effort involved, you know what I mean? I gotta approach her, I gotta talk to her, I gotta speak, I gotta be funny, I gotta be good looking, I gotta do all these different things. We live together, I gotta pay for the house, this.
Almost everything this guy is saying is making me feel like he's like an alien that got dropped on Earth and got a threefold pamphlet about how relationships work. He said,
This man is an alien. He doesn't understand relationships. Touch grass, nerd.
if we live together, I gotta pay for the house. Like, relationships are not that black and white, right? They're not that black and white, right? But everything this guy is saying, it sounds like he's reading from a pamphlet from like the 50s, you know?
Yeah, paper food for you.
I can show this one because, yeah, I'm showing you guys.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's lovely. He's thinking like he's from the 50s. Oh, what?
That's literally the entire video is just this. It's just images web. And saying I would never.
Right? I got all this stuff. But then here's the thing. There's two things. There's like number one, I do all those things, right? What's my reward? Hopefully she reciprocates the emotional value and she talks to me, she's fine, she's a great person. Maybe
Let's go! It's only been 6 minutes in your 17-minute video and you have mentioned the fact that females are people once. One time he has mentioned anything besides sex and vaginas and butts in one time. One time.
Lady, she's a great maybe, I don't know. Maybe she is. But reciprocate, she's a great person. Let's just assume that. Let's assume she's a great person. She's Skooch, maybe she's great, I don't know how I'm country. I don't know. Let's just assume she is, right?
This is like how she's Skooch from. It's hilarious to me. It is so goddamn funny that someone recorded this and then uploaded it, bruh. And then uploaded it.
She's all these great things.
I can't believe people are like this. Touch grass, nerd, times 2.
So the reciprocation is just local value. The problem is, when you have a friend,
If the video changes, and it turns out, it's just coming out video any day, then that'd be all along the way, right? We all have a head, right? He said, emotional connection with a girl, bruh, I got bruh.
Now we're laughing. Laughing about Xerxes' sexuality while screaming mad, molding about how he wouldn't even date her. Not a shred of self-awareness.
you know what I mean? Like, what's the nature that makes this relationship different? Well, obviously sexual, right?
No, there's so much more than that. He just explained why he objectifies women. He just explained it. You know, objectification of women is not thinking that women are sexy. It's thinking that women are only sexy. Which is crazy, because one of the most liked comments on this video is this. I'll fucking show you. The kind of people that this thing draws. Women, don't objectify. Also women, watch me.
Now you're showing the fact that people are talking. Ew! Ew! Look at this man! Look at this man! Hold on! Wait a second! 1 second! 1 second! No! Look at this man! Look at this man! This man uses YouTube Premium! This man uses YouTube Premium! This man pays for YouTube! Oh, that's not an argument against him, by the way. I just wanted to address that, because who the fuck pays for YouTube Premium? Who Who? If we needed any more proof that this man is an industry plant, I don't know what the fuck to tell you guys. Guys, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. I honestly don't know what the fuck to tell you. I'm so lost. I'm so gone. But we gotta get it to the finish line, guys. We gotta get to the finish line. Oh my god. But more importantly, you're now showing the comments. You will have the ability to see other people possibly agree or disagree. And you have blanket decided to throw away anything. You're throwing away every argument because look, down bad, bad, horrible. I can't. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can't speak. You're choking me to death with your cringe. Oh my god.
Objectify myself. Objectify means to make into a fucking object. Women can be hot, right? Women can be hot. Period. But they are.
And no, Skooch. No, Skooch. Objectification of men and women is this expectation that, yes, they are only looked at as a thing, but not just sexuality. It is to look at them as not a person, but as a minion, or, to be more preferable, a machine. A machine designed to do one thing and only be seen as one thing only. You are choosing to objectify Xerxes as a close-minded bigot, the same way that I am objectifying you as a fucking clown. And if, upon seeing this, you could react to this and say that I am objectifying myself as a class clown, or a courtroom jester, to making fun of you while you're trying to make fun of him, as they make fun of you, as we all laugh at you for all the choices you're making and all your ideas, along with choosing to accept the fucking trial for YouTube fucking Premium. It is not an argument against Xerxes. It is never an argument against anyone. Because by the same reasoning, by the same detail, I can say that you are objectifying women, because you are. Because women only are allowed to be a thing, and men are only allowed to be a thing when you and your fucking group decide. You decided that Xerxes isn't someone who doesn't care about sex and doesn't want to date your girlfriend, wouldn't date your girlfriend if given an opportunity, and to prove so, has been willing to go behind himself and say, listen, I have to explain to you what I mean, because you clearly can't tell what I mean. But you are objectifying your own girlfriend by claiming that you respect her, while at the same time choosing to claim that you can't respect or wouldn't respect people who do that, but she doesn't do that, so she's one of the good ones. In the same breath that you say, oh, well, see, people, I have shit out there. Cool. So you're admitting that you have sexualized and objectified yourself, right? You have pictures of your butt out there in the world, right? So you took those pictures. Was it supposed to be a joke? I'm sorry. You have taken the joke and you have chosen to objectify yourself, because now you're now guilty of the thing you're doing to other people. Are you going to walk that one back? No? Okay.
Or something more than hot. They're not just hot, right? Objectification is to objectify, make them into object. And it's just crazy because these fucking people don't understand what it means, and they throw the word around to explain why they object.
See, it's funnier when he sounds like a fucking robot because it's horrible. But no, that is not what the word means. And no, it is not him that's throwing it around. That is you throwing it around, Skooch.
Like, holy shit.
And so, again, physically, I can have sex with her. That's the whole damn thing.
You can't have sex with anyone. You just said you're a virgin.
That's the whole thing that makes you okay with her showing her intimate parts on the internet. More power to you. That's not strong enough. Mostly because that.
Also, you are now insulting the man about him having no sex. No. I understand this is hard for some male feminists to do, especially since they are fucking out of their mind. But Xerxes said, if I was not virtuous, meaning if I did not care about being a virgin and choosing to maintain my virginity until I am married with a wife that I intend to have children with, if I was less scrupulous and I did not care, I would fuck. And there would be nothing that stops me. That does not mean he cannot have sex. That is not him being involuntary, as he's already said. That is him choosing not to. You are attacking a person because they choose not to have sex. And you have now insulted him directly as an incel. In a fair world, your channel would have been taken down for that. But no, you're a YouTube partner that's partnered with Riot and with Twitch, so you'll be protected from your own stupidity.
It's just so crazy that the emotional connection with women has become like, okay, look at his saying that he has quite literally brought up for like 2 seconds. He's like, sex, 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 sex.
I don't know.
This is how you say, by the way. This is how you, if any of you, right, and it's okay, right, I'm not preaching, I'm not saying anything specific, I can be a virgin for as long as you want, I don't care. But those words that he says is how you say them, okay? Let's keep going.
No, it's not. I know plenty of people in my own following right now who would be down bad for playing people like this. He's intelligent, for one, and he has a good head on his shoulders. And he has integrity. It sounds almost like a man with a much poofier but not very combed out right now afro said it has nothing to do with a person's sexual experience, it has everything to do with their appeal. I know plenty of dudes who've said shit like this and they've gotten laid. There are people whose self-esteems are that low, or scruples are that low. But that is not a crime of them. It's not a crime of him. Certainly not a crime of me. But is of yourself. Maybe not your taste, since you've gotten a touch of Rebecca's Vagoga juice on your Beppis. But it is a testament and a fault against your viewpoints. You cannot be for women, and you cannot be for men, if you are for antagonizing men and only defending women when it makes you look good. If you're gonna tell the whole story, tell it all, bitch.
You can't. You cannot. I wouldn't tell anybody. I wouldn't tell anybody like you. Like it's shameful.
And remember, something that was said as a joke, he's still taking serious. I'm going to 4-speed. We are going to speed number 4. And if that doesn't work, we're just going to jump to the end here. Because I think we've gotten the point across. But at the same time, it's getting towards midnight, and I want to play some Rise. So we're going to have to leave for part 2 for the morning. And then we'll go through with everything there. It'll have to be another double book stream. Because, oh my god, this should have... I should have done this earlier. But unfortunately, I had some shit personally happen. I can't talk about it right now. But later, I might. Speed 4!
Who can control her body and what she does with it. You've been telling me that you had sex with him because it's so shameful. You go back to something I made earlier. It's like stop from pretending that you're attached, right? Don't sit there and pretend that you're attached. This is nuts, right? It's like in an argument, when she's attached and I'm attached, right? Every time right? We both mutually like each other. This guy's like, yeah, me personally, the virgin, yeah, I'm fucking this again. I'm virgin, I'm fucking this.
No. Oh, and I still have to fucking keep up with making this legible. So, now you have moved your argument to, I'm a catch. She's a catch. And therefore, I, the virgin, have a chance! Lol, touch grass, times 4. Or, excuse me, times 3. Now he's ranting about how he is self-actualizing about how he's unsuccessful with women. Have sex. But, no,
I'm gonna speed it up.
Well, the thing is, the next question, well, paper. Ain't for stacking testers.
Yeah, you gotta get crazy.
We're going. Like, I want to see just how. I want to see if it's gonna be legible.
8 times speed!
Nope, I can't even hear it now. I can't even hear it now. I can't even hear it. Wait. Hold on. Look. Hold on. I'm gonna make this bigger, and then I'm gonna try to fucking remove the filter that I had to try and frame it in. Hold on. I want you to see the numbers, bro. Oh my god. Oh, 1 second. 1 second. Can you see that, chat? Let me try to make this bigger so you can. Hold on. We're going so fast. We can't even hear it anymore. Oh, the video itself, it is 1 hour and 18 minutes and 37 seconds. But okay, I think we've gotten the point across. Let me just mark where I was. Up. That's about 37 minutes. Oh my god. So, Skooch tried to have a point and didn't have a point. And just, like I said, for 1 hour and some odd minutes, which feels more like hours, tried to castigate a man for having standards. And all of this and more are the arguments he thought made sense to explain from the 6 points, originally 3, but now, since we've listened to the other side of Bass's argument afterwards, 6 points, he had all of this cope. All of this cope. And all of this from argument 0. Bruh. I wouldn't date her. And she wouldn't date me. Actually, no. 0th argument would be, bruh, why are you mad? That's the 0th argument here. Argument 0 is, bruh, why are you mad? Or actually, no. This inverts. Actually, no. I'm incorrect. Carl, you are wrong. This inverts. This becomes argument 0, and that becomes argument 1. Come on, notepad. There we go. So actually, these flip. And this becomes this. She's cute, but I wouldn't even date her. Bruh, why are you mad? I mean, like, don't advertise what's not up for sale. And in a society where people can be bought, don't be surprised if people will sell themselves for a life of comfort. Clearly, I'm not allowed to have an opinion. I would feel dirty accepting the money of other men, dating a woman who makes money like that, and I have to assume that I'm special and that you're not lying to me, and I don't trust it. Very rational explanations. Very simple, straight through, understandable, easy to get, but nah. That's because it has to be. It has to be because Bass is lying. No, Bass can't tell the truth. I don't have enough fucking alcohol. I don't have any alcohol at all, actually. But I don't have enough alcohol to help with his brain damage. But we will at least watch the last video, because I think Xerxes will do a better job defending himself than I could try to, explaining this hog shit. So, let's get that up here, shall we? Not that one. This one. So, this is the last video in the series that Xerxes made to address Skooch's stream after he had time. Don't you worry, Skooch. She's our girlfriend now. Get that up there.
There was a time when someone saw two people together, and there was an understanding that she was yours and that you were hers. And that most people, probably mostly dudes, would see her and think, wow, I wish I was that guy. But now, fast forward to 2020, with the help of OnlyFans, I am that guy. Of course, this video was inspired, or at least the original was inspired by Reb, and her boyfriend Skooch saw my original video and made a lengthy response to it on Twitch. And I have to go through it, and I have to apologize, of course, because...
Also, notice how Xerxes is being salty as shit right now? This is funny. Because he bitched and whined and moaned and said, oh my god, look, all of this is just pictures. There's pictures of her body. It's just all the pictures of her body. Now he's taken the suggestive but wholesome pictures of her. That's a troll after my heart right there.
Someone saw two people together, and there was an understanding that she was yours and that you were hers. And that most people, probably mostly dudes, would see her and think, wow, I wish I was that guy. But now, fast forward to 2020, with the help of OnlyFans, I am that guy. Of course, this video was inspired, or at least the original was inspired by Reb, and her boyfriend Skooch saw my original video and made a lengthy response to it on Twitch. And I have to go through it, and I have to apologize, of course, because I like Skooch. But I gotta do it to him because I like Skooch enough to tell him the truth.
Hard agree. Rebecca is marginally attractive. But marginally attractive. She ain't special. There is supposedly, what, 51% more women on the planet than men? What's the population of the planet at this point? 7.9, if not 8 million people? Or actually, no, billion. Billion? Billion. Billion. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's people who are more attractive than that. Just not upset. It's not salt. Actually, a little bit of salt. A little bit of salt and some paprika and some nice Himalayan pink salt. But no, just, it is what it is.
And the truth is, Skooch, you may sit here and believe that you are defending your girlfriend, but I have to say that for the low, low price of free, she can also become my e-girlfriend. So in reality, she's not your girlfriend, she's our girlfriend, and we have to talk about her.
Called Why I Can Never Get a Cosplay, right? And I think it's hilarious, because in this video, I've only seen about a minute of it, by the way. But in this video, he goes into detail about why he himself can't take the idea of dating somebody who does lewd work, lewd pictures or whatever, right?
Yeah, you know, I could spend a great amount of my time clarifying my position, but I already did that in the last video. So instead, I'm going to be going over the counter-arguments, if you can call what was presented here counter-arguments and not simply just attacks upon the character. So, go ahead and take us away. We shouldn't be here all day, at least I hope we don't.
It hit me hard. And I was like, yeah, but she has a whole-ass boyfriend, right? Like she's posting stuff like this on the internet. Like, this is her job. It's a career choice, right? So she's got her whole Patreon.
Yes, she also has 2 college degrees, right? Don't forget that she graduated with 2 degrees, right? She's doing this because she enjoys it, and she has a right to do whatever the fuck she enjoys.
Said, my friend, allow me to ask you a very interesting and important question. How in the flip was I supposed to know that? I'm gonna be honest with you, on the internet, I cannot see what her college degrees are unless she posts a picture of them, which, gonna be honest with you, I was not interested in her pictures, considering the fact that, that globe behind her seemed to have taken my complete focus. The thickness was too much for me. That ham sandwich back there, the cheeks I felt like clapping, kinda took my focus away from any intellectual pursuit that she may have gone under during her time in college. I'm gonna be honest with you, considering the fact that I have no idea of how to, I guess, read the future or obtain knowledge from on high or the ether. I don't know if she has a college degree. She could have an IQ of 192. What I do know is that she's got them cakes, and I want to clap off. Which is something you're just going to have to accept, considering the fact that this is her career choice. You're just going to have to deal with the fact that individuals are gonna want to, you know. Fortunately, our friend Reb deleted the comment she placed on my other video, where she tells me that her real points of contention were not the fact that I decided that I didn't want to date her, but was actually because I, one, used their relationship as an example for my points, which isn't accurate, it's more the inspiration for my points rather than me actually talking about them specifically.
Also, this is what I was talking about earlier when I said she left comments but deleted them. This is the shit. My issue with your video is not your standpoint or who you choose to date. People have opinions I don't agree with all the time. So, remember, she was in the chat for all of this. And not once that I saw, maybe she can say that she did. And she can just supply food for that. Because remember, your chat log is going to live evergreen on the side of your channel until the stream is gone. So, unless I physically sit down and I read through every single chat, and don't worry, I'm going to have a bot do that for you. So, you go ahead and tell your lie if you want to bring that up, but I didn't see it, and I tried, for as long as I tried. If you can supply proof that actually you pushed back against Skooch behind the scenes,
which I'm not gonna believe it, because if I don't see it, I don't believe it. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to pull out a camera and record yourself sitting there talking to each other the same way you did before. This is how it's gonna be. If I'm supposed to take you on your word, I'm just gonna go ahead and call you a liar now, because you've shown us that you have lied. Skooch showed us that he's lied because he has information he shouldn't have access to if he was truly reacting to it off cuff. And you have dishonestly lied, because lies of omission are still lies. You're going to have to get me to believe and be on your side, and I'm just not, because I don't believe you anymore. But, anyways, my issue with your video is not the standpoint or who you choose to date. People have opinions that I don't have to agree with all the time. My issue is with you using me, my boyfriend, and our relationship for the poster child for your opinion. My issue is with you using copyrighted materials that were locked behind a paywall and using those images to explain your point. They are not on Instagram or Twitter. They are leaked images that are not fair use. That is a lie, Rebecca. The majority of those pictures are from your shit. We know, because people have found it. You have been proven wrong about this on Twitter. You've been proven wrong about this on search results. And unfortunately, Rebecca, unless you are going to get your company to sit down for hours at end, which is what you pay them for, so they can do this, and it would be within your legal right to do so, you can indeed go and pull down all those pictures and put them back behind the paywall. But I'm going to bet that you're not. And I'm going to explain to you right now why you won't. It's free real estate. It's free clout. I don't like that. But it is what it is. Hey, you went to business school. You knew about risks. You know about risk management, risk aversion, wanting to make choices that you could be risk adverse to, and realizing and understanding and accepting the consequences of the business decision that you've made. You made the business decision to put yourself out on the internet and post your boobs real hard. That is a choice you made. You can say, well, they stole my property. Yes. But are you going to catch the thieves? Because it wasn't Zeus. Zeus didn't have to steal. Zeus didn't have to steal it. It was already there. And of the shit that you put out there yourself right now that I could find on your Twitter, I'm not going to, because I don't want this video to get taken down from both YouTube and Twitch. If I were to go down and I were to go find it and show it to you, if I was to pull your fucking heart out your chest and show it to your ass, you're not gonna go hunt them down, because it will give you more clout. It will bring you more clout and more opportunity to grow by presenting him as a villain and then lying about it and saying, yeah, it's really bad that it happened, but won't you please follow me on Twitter? Won't you please give us some donations? Come on, guys. Like, I have more to offer than just that. Because even then, that is a business manipulation. And I know that because it's already happened. We've had no less than 10 scandals this year alone. Not even counting what has happened on Twitch as a platform over the years since 2014. Do we need to go back as far as Zoe Berger? Do we need to go far as back as Celestia Vega before she took the cream pie? How far back do you really want to go? You can go even further back to Brittany Furlan. You can go all the way back to Gabby Hanna when she was still cool and not this person who seems to be having a mental breakdown that some people are facilitating and making worse. We can go all the way back to Brittany Venti, looking and searching and thinking for attention. Those are things that we can do. But I don't think you're going to make those takes. I don't think you're going to make that argument. Because you know how ridiculous that sounds. It's almost as ridiculous as what I said earlier when Ian and Anisa tried the exact same thing to get her Annie J OnlyFans content taken down from all the other websites. You can choose to say, bro, I'm responsible for these things, and it's not unfair for me to say this, but you do understand how the internet works. And unfortunately, the internet's not going to be sympathetic to you once they find out that you lied. How many people are willing to do the research to find out that you are being stone-faced liars? I cared. That's why I caught you. How many other people are going to care? I don't imagine many. It's unfortunate that it's like that, but it be like that. Continuing. My issue is with your disgusting verbiage during your performance, because even when people are thirsty towards me, they speak to me with respect. Oh, that's cool. For how much you pretend to be an intellectual, you seem to not understand the actual issues. Man, imagine if you could sit down and speak to him, and you could actually talk. It's very clear you don't want to talk. Because if you wanted to talk, you wouldn't have deleted your comment. And if you actually wanted to hear what he had to say, you wouldn't have looked for this bullshit. But you did, and now we're here, and now I'm snatching it. Don't worry, the scalp's almost off, honey. Don't you worry, boo-boo. There will be almost no bleeding.
But two, she didn't like the fact that I had used some of her material in my video. Perhaps some of it was taken. I spent most of my time on her Twitter and Instagram and got a couple off Google. Maybe the ones I got off Google, I guess.
Yes. Using picture that you paid for to illustrate a point about a topic does constitute as fair use. Because it was not being used to antagonize or insult a woman, it was being used as a demonstration of what is being done. She can choose to claim that that is content trolling, but it's not. If she chooses to claim and say, well, Zeus stole my shit, you have to approve that Zeus stole your shit. Because if it's on the internet, and it's illegally obtained material, you can physically track that. You can physically track through payment sources who bought OnlyFans. Because it actually sources your content and your information the exact same way any other payment processing system would. I have the ability to give my money to someone on Patreon, and thus they then have access to my name, my address, and anything associated with the account. The same way they can on Subscribestar, the same way they kinda can in the backlogs on Ko-fi. If the information's put there, if they choose to have it, it's in your CVS files when you choose to look at it through Excel. And they can choose to do so for any service where you are transacting information, because it comes up. It's not even a thing. You're just hoping that people feel bad for you. So, why are you here, Rebecca? What are you doing?
For the ones that were stolen, unfortunately. But either way it goes, I still used it for criticism purposes, and I also did not make a single bit of money off that video, so I'm not profiting off of her image at all. And so it's
that's the other part. He has to make money off of it. See, Zeus is smart enough to know about the legal ramifications and the moral ramifications if he was to use you to make money for himself. He did not do that. Both you and Skooch did. And you were more than happy to. Call a pain and agony tax, I guess.
fair use. And three, what she was also upset about was the fact that I was being incredibly crass. I wish I could show you guys this comment that she made, where she says that she was upset about how I had talked about her body, and that when other thirsty dudes talk to her, they talk to her with respect. Okay. I will accept that other dudes may talk to you with respect when they see them ham sandwiches, but unfortunately, I'm not really even sure how you can even begin to be upset with people sexualizing your body when that's your career choice. There's not even anything, I can't really even say anything apart from that. Like, I don't understand what in your mind makes you think that you can be so sexual and then be upset when someone says, I want to clap your cheeks. Was my diction the issue? Perhaps I must say it more respectfully than madam. Madam, I wish to partake in that of the sexual relations with you. I wish to be able to caress your gigantic massive globes and place my face upon them. Would that be more respectful? Like, I honestly just am kind of befuddled at the fact that even in my performance, even in my outlandish and thirsty performance in the original video, I still use mostly innuendos. I still never really overtly said that I wanted to you know, and even now I'm still more using exaggerations and actually clearly defining the things I would love to do. So, but I'm not even gonna focus on that. Instead, let's just keep going with what Skooch has to say.
But I thought to myself, I couldn't date this girl, man.
I couldn't date this girl. I can bet 1 million.
So I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I'm not even sure how that's a counter argument. But you do not trust my integrity. You do not trust that, given the opportunity, I would not date Reb. I can't really do much to convince you otherwise. You don't believe me, then you don't believe me. It is what it is. But I wouldn't. Here's more closer to the truth, though. Considering the fact that I have access to your OnlyFans, I actually could date Reb if I wanted to. I mean, sure, it'd be a little bit of an e-relationship, but I would still have access to all that thick, ivory, creamy, white goodness. Would I not? And I could get all that for the low price of free. And maybe a little bit of elbow grease. I would have to talk to her and communicate with her a little bit. But seeing as she does like to get to know people, I'm pretty sure that'd be rather easy now, wouldn't it? I guess, you know what? Maybe since Reb is our girlfriend now, maybe I should actually start trying to learn about her a little bit more and get to know her better.
That is where our monogamy is.
You can pay your money to look at pictures and fantasize about having sex with her, but I'm the guy that actually gets to do it. So
True, I am. And I'm also the guy who gets to hang out with her. You're kind of forgetting that she's not a piece of meat, right? You're kind of forgetting that me and her can drink and she can watch me play Need for Speed Heat and just crash into every wall because I'm fucked up, right? You're kind of forgetting all the other parts in a relationship besides, you know, the sex.
I don't care.
Which is kind of crazy. It's kind of a big foresight, right? It's kind of a big lack of like understanding. It's like, well, but the sex. It's like, do you only think about that?
Now, granted, I understand. I will concede his point that sex probably isn't the only intimate part of a sexual relationship between a male and a female. But considering the fact that it is indeed the very criterion of which separates a normal friendship from a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, when you devalue that aspect of it all, I'm gonna be honest with you, my friend, it kind of does kick into the teeth of all the other elements of intimacy that you might have or share with her. And granted,
this part, I'll actually push back against Urson. Sex is not the factor that decides the difference between a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. You could have a man and a woman go years celibate. That outside of the action of marriage and procreation, in the missionary position for the purposes of procreation, that even if they have kids, even if they have adopted kids, that does not actually define the differences between boyfriend and girlfriend. The actual difference in intimacy that decides the difference between boyfriend and girlfriend is the inherent connection to choose to commit to caring about the other person in such a way that they occupy your thoughts and are a concern and are a factor upon how you make your decisions. Oh, we can't go to this place right now because she needs to get picked up from her thing. We can't go on vacation right now, and we can't make this expenditure right now. I need to make this a little bit smaller. 1 second. This is triggering me. We cannot do these things right now because we have to plan for our future. Now, if he's using intimacy and sex interchangeably, that could be the reason why, which is why I find it really fucking stupid that Skooch gets caught up in what word he uses. Because people can use words differently, or use words interchangeably than others. But I would say at least, I don't need to fuck you in order for me to care about you. In fact, I think it would say more that I'm able to have an intimate relationship with somebody that I did not put my dick in. Because most people's brains would explode at that point. What, you telling me you didn't? You telling me you didn't get a piece? Not a piece, not a touch, not a stick, not a lick. She didn't even let you lick. She didn't let you lick the cookie. Oh man! And yet I could say straight face, nope, never wanted to. I don't desire to. And I can promise you, if Skooch were the one saying this shit, and people like Skooch's audience were the one saying this shit, they would call that person a simp. For them, the quality that matters is, hey, are you intimately involved in this person, and can you claim that you do more than just have sex? Then you're normal. If you care about what a person chooses to do, and it's something that concerns you enough that it will make you choose people as different partners because you're not for it, you're down bad. You're the incel. You're the virgin who needs to be insulted. Never mind the fact that we should allow people to make their choice whenever they want. Your body, your choice! But your body and your choice are cringers. That's Skooch. That's Skooch's audience. That's your argument. Do you want to know and see why that would be bad, Skooch? I have to ask. Gotta ask a question, because apparently nobody over there wanted to ask this shit.
I'm not privy to all of the other nitty-gritty details, but I also don't want to be, which is another thing you seem to be not considering here. If I were indeed a less honorable man and cared not for the souls and fates and destiny of other people, what difference does it make to me? Why would I and why should I care about any of that stuff if I just want to clap her cheeks?
You don't understand. If you think that sex is the only intimacy in a relationship, you are completely wrong. Like, holy fuck.
But I feel like when there's access to something that should be private or intimate, like
something that should be private or intimate because of what?
Because you can make people out of that. Also, because the very thing that makes the intercourse between you and one person special is its privacy. It's the fact that it is not displayed out for other people. The action itself, my friend, is not special. We're 7 billion strong as far as humanity is concerned. The thing that gives stuff its weight, the thing that gives stuff its value, is the privacy. It is the speciality that is only 2 people here have shared it between one and another. And if you wish to monetize that, if you wish to display that out to the internet, I wish to have no part in that. And I think that should be fun. I think it should be fair that I don't want to have that. I'm just saying. I want my private affairs to remain private.
Twitter, leaked stuff, because I saw all of her sets. I saw all of them. I'm sorry, guys, I had to.
I saw all of her sets. I saw all of them. Oh, man. I would fuck her. If I had a shot, I would fuck this girl. Also, I bought all of her sets. I bought all of them. I saw them all. And I would fuck her. But I would not stay in a relationship with her.
Yes!
Good looking. I gotta be all these we live together. I gotta stay in a
Almost everything this guy is saying is making me feel like he's like an alien that got dropped on Earth and got a threefold pamphlet about how relationships work. He said, if we live together, I gotta pay for the house. Like, relationships are not that black and white, right? They're not that black and white, right?
My friend, but you have to be being purposely obtuse here, my dude. Are we going to sit here and pretend that women do not vastly prefer males that make more money than them, and males who are bigger than them, and males who are stronger than them, and males who wish to take care of them in some manner? Are we just going to pretend that not be the case? We gotta go to La La Land. Hold on, let me get Demi Lovato on the phone so she can give me the passcode and go to La La Land. Apparently, okay, granted, your relationship with Reb is not, and dare I say, traditional. Sure, fine, I'll give you that. But despite the fact that it may not be traditional, and despite the fact that she may be indeed making more money than you, the way in which she collects her money is off the backs of lots of other dudes who she pretends to be her internet boyfriends in some way or some manner. So she's still being taken care of by men. I mean, she may use that money to then take care of you, but if most of her income is coming from lots of men, it's still men taking care of her. And she has not escaped that. It's just now she has lots of husbands instead of one.
You know what I mean? So, like, what's the nature that makes this relationship different? Obviously, it's sexual, right?
No!
So, women also like to go out and fuck a guy once and then say bye and never talk to him again. Yep. Wait, I mentioned that earlier.
There's so much more than that! He just explained why he objectifies women. He just explained it. You know, objectification of women is not thinking that women are sexy. It's thinking that women are only sexy. Which is crazy, because one of the most liked comments on this video is this. I'll fucking show you. I'll fucking show you the kind of people that this thinking draws. Women, don't objectify us. Also women, watch me objectify myself. Objectify means to make into a fucking object. Women can be hot, right? Women can be hot, period. But they are something more than hot. They're not just hot, right? Objectification is to objectify, make them into object.
Interesting. So there are lots of pictures of this woman that I will never meet. I'll never really get to have much of an authentic conversation with her. I'll never really get to hang out with her, but I can see her. So I'm sexually attracted to this woman, but I can't actually engage with her in any meaningful way. So what is remained in this relationship between her and I, my friend? What's left? Oh, that's right, my sexual attraction to her. And what else is present? Oh, access to images of her in sexually precarious ways. So, considering the fact that I can't do anything that would humanize her, such as speak to her, talk to her, and hang out with her, engage her in any other meaningful way, the only thing that seems to remain is that I can sexually pleasure myself to the images that she created specifically for me to sexually pleasure myself from. I wonder who here has actually sexually objectified the other person.
Objectify. Like, for holy shit.
And so, again, physically, I can have sex with her, and that's all cool and everything.
You can't! You
And that's
can't
just explaining it himself.
You just said you're a virgin!
Well, brother, not to be upset, my friend. I was saying that, I wasn't even saying her, I was just saying hypothetically. Again, the video wasn't specifically about her, but today it is, because remember, she's our girlfriend now.
More power to you, but that's just not strong enough to me. Mostly because everyone has the same access that I do. Everyone gets to see the same thing that I do, so I'm not really all that special. Like, yeah, maybe literally physically I'm special, but it doesn't feel that way to me.
It's just so crazy that the emotional connection with women has become like, oh yeah, that's okay. Like, if someone saying to me that, like, he has quite literally brought it up for like 2 seconds, and he's like, anyway, sex, right? Sex, guys, sex.
Like I said, maybe.
Friend, let's play this one out logically now, shall we? Why do you engage in a sexual relationship with our girlfriend? Is it because you intend on having children with her at some point in time? If that be the case, then that would be something that I cannot do because I physically cannot inseminate her. However, if you don't intend on having sex with her, and the only thing you like about having this girl is the emotional fulfillment that you get from her, plus the fact that you get to use her walk to pleasure yourself, then I can do the same exact thing. I don't need to talk to her. I have my own friends. I have my own female friends. I can just go talk to them, and then later at night I can pleasure myself to the thought of our girlfriend because we're not producing children. So as far as that is concerned, the end game of what we're doing with Reb is the same. We're pleasuring ourselves sexually to our image. Now, you may be able to masturbate with her body, but I can masturbate with my imagination. But at the end of the day, it remains the same. Unless you're trying to tell me that you intend on marrying this woman and producing a family with her, all that remains is your sexual desire for her, the same as mine. And if that be the case, if that is the nature of our relationship, then any other dude can have what I have with the power of his imagination and these images that this woman displays. I don't like that. And I also don't want the mother of my children to be caught in precarious situations because I don't want my children to see her and later in life like that, so.
If the vagina juices was on my penis, I would feel differently. I don't know.
This is how you stay, by the way. This is how you, if any of you, right, and it's okay, bruh, I'm not preaching, I'm not saying anything specific, like you could be a virgin for as long as you want, I don't care. But those words that he just said is how you stay one. Okay.
Well, that's quite the two-step, my friend. In one breath, you're not judging me for being a virgin, and yet in the next breath, you then say that I staying a virgin is somehow an insult or a bite against me. It's not wrong to be a virgin, except when it is wrong to stay a virgin. It kind of sounds a little bit like judgment, my friend. But more importantly than that, I don't like the idea that somehow my status of being a virginity is even a point of contention in this conversation. I don't want to date cosplayers because of the image that they may portray to my children. What that has to do with me clapping the cheeks of our girlfriend eludes me. I'm sorry, continue.
But I just know.
It's a more spiritual view of the word that I guess when a woman sells her OnlyFans and is selling her soul and reducing herself to a product to feed the lust of other men for money. I would say that is the capitalistic viewpoint, right? Never letting lust and emotions get in the way of a business decision. If she chooses to do the exact same thing that I can choose to do when women try to fuck me, when I am working at a job where I am representing the point of sale between the customer and the business, she as both the person who is the artist creating the artwork and the shipping house that is selling the artwork, she can rationalize in her mind how she chooses to make that money and chooses to spend that money, and can say, well, this is internally consistent. There's nothing hypocritical about what's happening here. I didn't make them want to have sex with me. They just want to have sex with me. So, if they want to have sex with me, I'm going to charge them money, and they can have sex with my digital afterimage. And my digital afterimage can catch all this hot nut, and I don't have to. Which, unironically, is actually, that's actually a catching point in Interspecies Reviewer. The entire city that is full of magical copies of the woman who created the business. And all of them are unique, special individuals who stay and gain the personality that makes them attractive to the person who's having sex with them. And then, after 3 days or however long you choose to patronage or choose to patronize. Is it patronize or patronize? Or however long you choose to patronize. No, patronize, because it's thank you for your patronage. However long you choose to patronize the business, that object continues to catch your hot nut. I understand I'm being vulgar at this point, but I honestly don't give a shit, and this is actually the point. This is actually a plot point in that story, because the woman was collecting people's seed to experiment on them. This is how she captured the nut of the angel hermaphrodite, so that they could use it to experiment on. Granted that it's just that is a ecchi comedy story about a group of people who goes to literal whorehouses and pleasures themselves with the women and then rates how good the service was, but that, unironically, is what OnlyFans is. OnlyFans is the digital whorehouse of the internet. Not to say that the women on it are whores. They are being treated and pimped out like streetwalkers. OnlyFans is a pimp for all the people on OnlyFans making content of that style and nature. Because that is what they associate the action with. You could be doing something as a meme, but unfortunately, you are being associated with the image that comes with that. Let's put it like this. A person who's trying to publish a paper to be taken up and taken serious by a scientific journal is not posting it on OnlyFans. They're not posting their master's dissertations for their graduate class on OnlyFans. It's not happening. I like that. Jason, man, I like that. They're not whores. They're whore adjacent. But Twitch pimps out female streamers and male streamers that use themselves and their platform for money the same way that OnlyFans is actually predatory, not just for men, but especially for women, because of the fact that OnlyFans tends to be youthful women's only plans. Because they are going into the highest form of a Ponzi scheme and a multi-level marketing that I have ever seen in existence. The people who are earning the top dollar on the website are far and beyond the few, the top, let's be fair and say 10%, rather than the actual real number, which is the 1% of the 1%, which is in the 95th percentile and upwards. So people from who are part of the top 5% and up are the ones who make that kind of cash. The people who are buying and making it, if they're not just literally curious and it's like, oh, the girl down the street made an OnlyFans. Click. Oh. Delete. Well, never have to worry about that again. As long as the person who's making the choice is willfully understanding of what they choose to do, nobody can get upset about it and be mad about it. But unfortunately, OnlyFans is looked at as what it is, and plenty of other services like it that are doing the exact same shit. Many of the places that do things like this are using the platforms and the websites and the services and open easy suckers that are born every minute and come every second to fleece them out of the bag, make them depressed and socially dependent upon this form of parasocial relationship bonding, and feel as though the world is over if they can't get their fix. Or, worse, that they need to replace it with a hotter, newer, more attractive model that makes them not work on the things that are important in their life that they need to resolve, but instead make them feel as though they need this thing in order to be what they are and who they are. This is a factor that you have not considered, Skooch. And it is a factor that not many people consider until they decide to change their mind. When I spoke to Anna, and she recounted how her experience with that started. For her, the factor that made things happen was that it was money. It started out as a joke, and then it started making more and more demands of her. More demands of her time, and more demands of her sanity. Now, she's doing good, but at the same time, that's going to be something that lives with her. The same way that I chose to do this shit when I was young, dumb, full of cum, and needed the money. It's something you have to rationalize and live with. You have to come to the concerns to say, look, I did it. It's fine. I'm not going to be upset about it if somebody discovers it and they're like, oh, bro, I recognize you from Ball Records 57. Like, okay. Cool. You want an autograph? No problem. Because really, I think it's more of a sticking point that, again, you're upset that someone doesn't want to date her. But more importantly, I think it's doubly bullshit that you would then try to use your position to try and terrify and scare someone into not having an opinion. I think that says a lot more about both of you collectively, as well as about your confidence in the shit you put out when you're not fed back, or worse, when you are met for the first time in forever blowback and negative attention. Perhaps Rebecca was just used to hearing people tell her, yes, 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 absolutely, I want more of it, I love it, I love it, I need it, I love it, I love it, I want it, I need it, I love it, I want it, I need it, I need it, I love it, I love it, I love it, and then when he came along, and Xerxes said, bruh, I don't want it. And she's like, yeah, you do. And he's like, bruh, no, I don't. Leave me alone. Maybe this is her form of cope. Who knows? Who cares? But these are things that we could have talked about that they didn't. So we had to.
Like, looking at this thought-wise, I wouldn't be proud to walk around with a girl that does this for her career. Could I smash and dash? Yes.
You can't.
Certainly.
You cannot.
I wouldn't tell anybody, but I would. You know.
I wouldn't tell anybody. I wouldn't tell anybody, like you.
You know what I mean? But
like it's shameful to have sex with a woman who is in control of her body.
Yes, it would be shameful. If I were to clap the cheeks of ye old Reb, it would shame me greatly, because it would mean that I was not able to adhere to my integrity and my honor. And now, when I have a wife, she must contend with the fact that I clap the cheeks of someone else. And I don't want my wife to deal with that. Sorry, but yeah, I wouldn't tell anyone. Which means that the image of me remaining virgin is more powerful than the validation I receive from obtaining sex from a woman. Huh, how about that? Interesting, that's not how men work. Men usually obtain lots of validation because attractive women like them and allow them to enter their WAPs. Isn't it strange when someone is not controlled by the desires of women wanting them for a source of their own validation and self-worth? How about that?
Something that I mentioned earlier. It's like, stop fucking pretending that you're a catch, right? Don't sit there and fucking pretend.
This is the part that really gets me. This shit. This is a bit further on in it. But at no point in time did Xerxes ever say that he was a catch. If he had said that, that would be hilarious if he did. Because, unironically here, on the sidebar, Tommy Lahren tries to cancel men properly this time. As I like to call her, Blondaria, had an entire video where she ranted to the camera because her fiance broke it off with her before she could get married. And she decided to throw the sin at everyone else other than herself. You, Skooch, are throwing this at his feet the same way that she threw it at ours. And much like I said about Blondaria, it is ridiculous that you think that I'm supposed to hold myself to your standards and I'm supposed to just allow you to tell me what I am.
Like you're a catch. Because you're not, right?
Whoa, brother, hold on there for a second. I'll have you know. I'm 6'1". I am. Don't try me, fam. I'm 6'1". I'm quite the catch. I'm tall. Don't come over here and say that I'm not quite the catch just because you're over here with Reb. What are you doing, dude? What is this, high school? I mean, seriously, like, is this high school? Like, you don't know me. All you know is I made one video about, which actually wasn't even about you guys. I mean, I want to respond to this authentically. Like, what could I even say that we would attempt to prove that I am indeed a catch? Nothing, because it doesn't matter. It's not relevant to anything. Even if I wasn't a catch, I still wouldn't date Reb given the opportunity. If anything, that says more about her than it says about me. You gotta think about this one for a second. Some minuscule guy that you don't find worthy to date her doesn't find her worthy either. Why would that be the case? It might be, not just maybe, that there is something up with her and not with me. Or maybe there's something wrong with both of us. All I'm saying is, I'm not pretending I'm a catch because I don't want to date someone whose image I think would ruin that of our children's psychological development.
Give it the smackaroos that she's gonna say no. Maybe she will be that virtuous. But you have to ask me to trust that. And I'm not sure if I can really trust that. From the cosplayer. Who knows? Maybe they are.
It really seems like you don't trust women, is just what's going on. This guy just doesn't trust women. He doesn't like women, right? Like maybe he has some seething hatred towards women for some reason or another, but it seems like he has some seething hatred towards women.
Or maybe, now just maybe, the truth might be, I just don't want to date cosplayers because I don't trust them. It might be a little bit more close to the truth than I hate all women. All women aren't cosplayers, my friend. You know, I think that'll probably be where we end here. You know, the reason why I have a lot of disdain for this type of response is the fact that it's all a part of the script. And a lot of the comments that I got were all a part of the script. The script being when someone has a negative opinion about all women or doesn't agree with something or doesn't like it. What we are given, what we receive is incel. What we receive is you're insecure. What you receive is you're jealous. But you never have an authentic critical look. And this is why, my friend, despite the fact that I still appreciate your videos on League of Legends, I had to come at you this incredibly hard because I am not an involuntary celibate. One, it's a stupid word. Nobody should invoke the word nor allude to it. It's stupid. Two, if I choose not to engage with someone, that would show that I have choice. Now, I guess you could say, well, she'd never give you the choice anyway. Well, then we reach it's not even an impasse. We just walk past each other. We reach an agreement. Then there's no issue. Then if she never would bang me, then fine. I don't want to date her, and I'm fine with not having sex with her either. It was never on the table to begin with. It's fine. That would be okay. But more importantly than that, if I choose not to continue such relationship, that's a choice. Which would mean it's not involuntary. So just with pure logic, my friend, it makes no really sense. But more importantly than that, I also don't like the accusation that I somehow hate women because I don't want to engage with one of this caliber. I don't like her life choices, I don't like her decisions, and I don't even think that you should date someone of her caliber. Why? Because she's able to have a relationship on the internet with other dudes. You say there's so much more to relationships than just having sex, and I would agree with you. I think there's honor, and I think there's integrity, and I think that there's intimacy. And I don't want any of that trampled on. I don't want any of that monetized. I don't want it to be pretended for other people. I don't want it to date a woman who's going to pretend with other men who are going to take the resources of other men who are lonely and want more from her. I don't want to have to do anything to do with that. And I think it should be perfectly fine that I don't want that. I think it's fine. So again, I don't have any disdain for you or for Rab or anyone really. I really don't. But I do think that you should think critically about what she's actually doing and what her actual choice in career here is, what she's actually invoking. There should be some thought here, and you should really wrestle with it, my friend. You know. But with that being said, I should hope you guys got something out of today's video. And
Let's get into that video. Let me catch up. They're using the word cosplayer to describe this. This is not a cosplayer problem. It's a sexual content creator problem. I agree. Also, the sitting down because he's not a catch. I agree. I know the reason why he said that. It's because there are many documented cases and studies that have shown that the problem with hypergamy begins and ends with men and women not having the same viewpoint of what they would consider to be dateable. And there being women that refuse to even acknowledge that people beyond a certain threshold even exist. I dislike that that is a thing that people do. But there's nothing I can do to stop that. It's not that's not something in my control. But also, the fact that it's brought up to him and it's somehow a sin on him is bullshit. Like we all know that's bullshit. We know the 80-20 rule exists. And like Jan says, I can't read. Jan Lucas Desfran. Jan Lucas de France. Is that French? But it's like he said. It is a case of a rotten apple further rottening the bunch. And I would think it would be more important that people would look at the very, very male feminist responses from Skooch and how it is indeed a part of the script that both he and I don't like. And yet also, I also agree that it's important that we actually criticize Zerst where we disagree. Because I don't have to agree with him 100%. He is right on what he says here. And it has a little to do with, oh, you just want to be on their side because you want to be against them. And a little bit more to do with, like, bruh, are you listening to the words you're saying? People are twisting themselves into a pretzel in order to try and cut a man's head off. When all they have to do is just be like, you got it. And also, if you go down here, you can see, because this is the reason I made a very clear point. Hold on, let me bring it up for you. Bring it back. Bring it back, Carl. I might have to disable this for a second. Give me 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. 1 second! I can't find my thing. Wait. There it is. If you look here very, very closely in this comment section for this video, look, it's me! Baz actually referred to this because I asked him, where was this stream taken from? I want to talk about this on my podcast. And he told me to go to his Twitch channel. So, much like how I took 5 seconds to ask, yo, where is this from? I want to see this shit. He and I were able to have that discussion and conversation. And it took me 5 seconds. 5 seconds. And granted, I wanted to talk about this on the podcast, but I'm talking about it here and now. And I'm going to put it up. And it's going to stay up on my YouTube. And if they try to come to take it down, don't you worry, baby. It's going to be up on the BitChute. And I'm already working on a couple other places to start putting my shit as well. The shit's going to stay up there. I stand by my opinions here. I'm not walking back shit I've said. It takes me 5 seconds to be able to ask questions like this. If he were to ask me, hey, yo, bro, let me have it on. I want to talk about it. No problem. I would have done it. if I go to him after this and I ask him to go through, and he's like, "All right, here's where I have problems. Here's where I take chagrin with your antics," or either of them would do the same thing to me, either Skooch or Rebecca, then, bro, it is what it is, and we are like two clout-seeking ships in the night passing by each other. Granted, I'm not doing it for clout, but two ships just pass right by each other. You decide you're not going to listen to me, I'm going to decide to laugh at you, because this is dumb, you think everyone else is dumb, there is no discussion to be had here. Everybody else is just going to decide. It's mind-melting. It is really, really mind-melting. And unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to the thing, because this is going to make it even longer. But, anyways, that's the stream. That is the bullshit. That is the shit. Shit! The dookie! The doo-doo. All of this and more is that shit that I have to deal with on a regular fucking basis. Hopefully. That's not it. That is it. There we go. Hopefully, in the future, shit like this will stop happening. You know? Eventually, people will start taking responsibility for their choices and actions again. But I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But that is it from me. I want to play Rise. You ain't gotta go nowhere, but y'all can't stay here. So I'm gonna find a babysitter for you. I'm gonna get you a playing cousin. Don't you worry, baby. But yeah, this is the shit. This is that shit that I don't like. I'm tired of seeing it. And I want things to be better. I want people to do better. And we're not gonna have people do better until people start holding people accountable for this bullshit. When this stops is when this will be improved. It's not being stopped, not being improved. It's just staying like this. So, I hope and pray this stops in the future. It's not going to, because you're right, Goddess. This is what moves the social media machine. None of this matters. None of it. But unfortunately, that is how the clout machine works. Because shit like this is made for Twitter. It's supposed to be the way that this works from their position. Rebecca and Skooch. I don't know what his name is and I don't care to know. I could find out, but it's not necessary for me to. Rebecca and Skooch decide to put a man down and think that they can just write the script on, look, we found another misogynist, let's attack them. Zersk gets attacked by the mob. They get to feel better about their relationship as they continue dodging serious questions that they should ask themselves and ask each other about everything. They cope together by choosing to use someone else to say, oh no, we're solid, we're fine, we're strong. I come along, and I make my take. 6 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour, 30 minutes of me just purely laughing at the camera, pointing and laughing at Skooch the entire time. Just super hyperlated. With any amount of editing, no amount of editing. I laugh at them, and I don't tag them. Or I do. Who knows? One of my followers is talking to someone who happens to be one of their followers, and they make mention that I covered this. The person goes and they discover the content. I can't believe this person could think this! Oh, what a world! And then they bring it to Skooch, and they bring it to Rebecca, and then they try the shit on me. But because I'm based... based in what? Truth. And discussion. And I'm willing to have the conversation. I sit down, and I choose to watch them watching me while I watch them watch themselves watching me watching them. As they try to make their takes about my character, I run it back and I make content about that content. The content then proliferates itself. What started out as a discussion about, hey, let's talk about how Bass FZZ supposedly hates women, becomes, hey guys, let's cope and see that a black man because he had an opinion. Let's cope and see that this man
Look at this man! Look at this man! Look at this man! The grown-ass man! Grown-ass man! Then becomes, hey, yo, guys, these people are cringe. And then it becomes, look at this man! Grown-ass man! Grown-ass man! And he's justifying it. This is the reason why women don't feel safe on the platform. This is the reason why people don't feel safe on Twitch. We need to have less of this. It's the reason why I do video replies on Twitter. It is unironically the reason why I do video replies on Twitter. Because when I explain myself on camera and I make my point very clear, like I did with Ashley Roboto and how she does this but worse. What Ashley Roboto does is not what Rebecca did. What Ashley Roboto does is something happens to her personally, and rather than talk to the person whom she's having said problem with, she has what we French people call the spirit de escalade, which is spirit of the stairs, where you think of some slick shit to say when you're walking away from the person. Because what Ashley Roboto does is then she sits down from the situation where she feels that she's been isolated and alienated, and as her cope, she puts together any amount of videos of whatever length, ooh-woo soft girl and all, claiming how, if you think that only thing that women have to talk about, this is the point. This is the first thing I ever saw from her, so which is why I'm referencing to it. If you think women only announce things when they're pregnant, you're fucking boring, and then glares at you in the camera, and at the same time, has the temerity to make shit that says, listen, you're the shit, you're dank, you're based, you're great, you're the greatest ever, you can do anything you want. And then at the same time, goes right back to being petty and says, listen, you insulting me for playing on easy? Who the fuck do you think you are? Haha! And she posts that on the internet real hard, and she does that for attention, and someone like me sees it and says verbatim, listen, that's not the actual argument people who support your position actually think. This is what they think. This is the reason why they think it. This is the reason why they think that. This is the situation that led to them thinking like that. And here's all the shit that has to go into this full long explainer. It's not my job to teach you, but here's the shit. Look into it. Please figure it out. Please stop lying. And then people scream at me, touch grass, go outside, down bad, touch grass, go outside. And at their expense, I make jokes of them. You can see them if you go to my Instagram, because I recorded them and made videos out of them. When I choose to clown on these people and laugh at their expense and explain myself to them, with whatever amount of time I choose to do so not through texts, but through physical video on tape. And I put the reply on the screen. Did she block me? I actually don't know, goddess. I'm a check. Actually, this would be faster for me to check on my cell phone. Oh, nope, screen came up. Nope. I didn't even touch anything on the keyboard, and it just reset my entire Twitter. Let's check. I don't think she even acknowledged it. I know there are people who try to acknowledge some of it, but I don't think she acknowledged me directly. Let's find out. Because remember, verified checkmark on Twitter, which means people know who she is. And people care enough to know who she is, because she's a public figure. Let's find out. No, I am not blocked. So that's interesting. That's cool. And yes, I'm looking at it right now, and I can see in her media feed, she is making more shit because she's now playing Kingdom Hearts 2. But whatever. No. But at the same time, she did not block me, but she did not acknowledge the point that I made. The people who did. The people who didn't, aren't. And bro, this is fucking weird. How little interaction she actually has on these tweets. Right here. Hold on, let me show you. She could do that. That's a tactic I've seen people do over the years. Post a hot take, and because you posted a hot take, you assume that every person who replies to it is going to be dishonest. Or supposed to be mean. Off-road. Give me a second.
Ooh. Pull this out. Pull this back to the side. Move this out the way. No, this one. And this here. You smaller. Do-do-do-do. Come on, Twitter. Here we go. So, this is what is on her shit right now. Promotion of the content she's gonna make with 218 likes. And then pictures of other people. Shit directly from her. 161 interactions. Selfies. 1.8k. Don't fuck with me, I'll do a poorly executed kickflip onto your feet. 271. One of the more viral tweets from before, which are pinned on their shit. 72.3k followers. But the interaction of someone of my size. Verified. What the fuck? That's not healthy. In no media circus is that ever supposed to be healthy. That's not even good. It's not as good as the size. But hey, that's what's there. It is the thing. I have no response. But yeah, she never addressed it. She never addressed my points there. Some people did, some people did not. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Also not interesting either, because if it creates a vicious cycle, people are rewarded with the clout for being obnoxious, so they stop even trying to make interesting content and go directly for the obnoxious all the time. True. Also, I am leaving now. First, before we leave, I'd love to say thank you for everybody who came from Dev's stream. I appreciate it. I hope you go in by tomorrow, because when I get up and I am not grimy, because now I'm all sweaty, I will take a shower, and then I will be back live to start roasting donkey steaks, and then I will be live to roast the takes of that one person who decided to say that we need to do better with localization, and localization is bad, and we can't have problematic anime. That'll be the double booker for tomorrow. Alright, now, I'm going to drop you kids off at the pool with the streamer that I was talking about, Ms. Anna. And I hope you give her company the same way you have kept me company. So, thank you for coming. I will see y'all next time. Goodbye. I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm gone.